the 24 hours at Daytona. Since 1962, this race has been the crucible of endurance racing.
This is where the world's elite race drivers want to start their racing season, at the World Center of Racing for SportsCar's biggest race.
The Speedway is iconic. Steep banks, a technical infield, and a skyline that sees day turn to night and back again. It's a circuit that rewards bravery and punishes mistakes.
Oh, there it is!
World-class drivers from IndyCar, F1, NASCAR, and sports car paddocks converge here, all chasing the same prize, the Rolex Daytona. When you wear it, the world knows you survived Daytona. Year after year, the drama unfolds.
And they go through the grass and spins. Now he's side by side. Here comes James Allen. This is for the win in the Rolex 24. There's nothing in it. To the line. Whoa!
The Rolex 24 at Daytona starts now.
From the Ford Racing Global Performance Center, with our unrivaled view overlooking the tri-oval, that famous Daytona graphic on the grass with the jet aircraft moored into it. We are rolling for the first of the pace laps here for the 64th running of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Hello everybody, I'm John Hindhaugh, and in the booth with me, Peter Mackay and Ryan Marine. We're just off the beach where it all started, let's not forget, here at Daytona Beach, Florida. 3.5 miles or thereabouts, 12 corners, and a little bit of everything. We've got the high speed and the high banks and the hard braking down into turn 1, and then the technical section of the infield, which takes in that uber quick left-hand kink before you brake for the West Horseshoe, and then the long run out of NASCAR turn 1 to the Le Mans chicane. Left, right, right, left. Please get that the right way around. In the pit lane, Arjuna Kangaparty and Duncan Vincent for this first part, but we will have throughout the weekends Peter Snowden and Neil Cole joining us down in the pit lane as well, and we've still got Bruce Jones to introduce you to in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre as well. It's just about perfect conditions. A little bit of fog this morning, which makes us wonder about tomorrow morning actually. But on the track, it's 93 Fahrenheit. That's as hot as we've had it all week. That is 34 Celsius. In the air, 73 Fahrenheit, 24 Celsius. Gentlemen, the cars are running. We've got no answers to this, have we? None whatsoever. We've watched all of it. Ryan Marine, you were here for the Raw. And frankly, we are no better informed than if you'd asked us just before Christmas.
And that's exactly how we like it. No idea what's about to transpire over the next 24 hours of racing, but we do know that the best of the best are here in Daytona, ready to settle it on track.
We think about Daytona, about speed, but if you're going fast, you've got to stop. And our Brembo brake facts gives us a mid-difficulty rating. The engineers look at how the pads and the rotors, the discs are working here. Turn 1 is the toughest braking point. 5 times you hit the left-hand pedal per lap, so that's going to be nearly 4,000 times across the race. My left foot's aching just thinking about it. 120 miles an hour is shed in the turn 1 brake zone. 3 Gs and over 1,600 Fahrenheit for the peak brake temperatures. Just let that sink in for a moment. At the front of the grid, we've got Acura, Cadillac, Porsche, Acura, Porsche, Cadillac. Remember, the Whelen car that qualified on pole position is in 11th because they ground away too much of the underbody of the car, running the car too low. The Manthey Porsche Safety car brings them around. It's a pace car at the moment. There'll be a safety car if it comes back in beautiful, that looks like carmine red actually, as it pulls into the pit lane. And now it's go, and from the inside, Louis Delatraz got the jump there in the Porsche and heads down to the first corner. Now that will be looked at. The green flag was out. Did the Acura cross on already? We've got a problem. The 04 crowd strike by APR car. Tower Motorsport involved in there as well, but picks its way through. Looks like, and there's been a second incident as well on the infield at turn 2. Carnage in the LMP2 field. 20 seconds later, here comes the GT field, and they're having to pick their way through this issue. Down on the apron there, and there's already 3, 4, 5 cars moving slowly after impacts at turn 1 and 2. It looked like Renger van der Zande in the red, white and black number 93 did get the start. Louis Delatraz was looking very, very racy indeed, but dropped back into line. But the talking point there, Ryan Marine, is the LMP2 carnage.
At least 4 cars were involved, and I think all 4 were about to pull away and rejoin. Not too much worse for the wear. However, there was a secondary contact in that initial incident, and at least 2 picked up heavy damage.
And Peter Mackay, it looks like the Porsche has indeed worked its way through to the front of the field. 2 red and white cars in the sunshine, but there is damage and debris and bits of carbon fibre everywhere, and no surprise then, we've not even done a full lap on the 64th running of the Rolex 24 at Daytona, and we're under yellow.
And of course, because there's a new rule for this year, within the first 30 minutes, the pits do not open. So nobody can come in and top off fuel until that 30-minute period has elapsed. So hopefully this will be a fairly short, caution period. But you just despair, don't you? It's a 24-hour race. Getting involved in a kind of total... There was the TDS number 11 got it all wrong, spun, and that just kicked off a Jenga collapse of LMP2s into turn 1. Era Motorsport in there as well. A lot of damage at the start after all the prep. Oh, no.
Our Porsche keys to the race was stay out of trouble early on, and clearly the drivers weren't listening to us on the countdown to
Luca gets
green.
drilled from the back.
Toby Luca, absolutely not his problem. He was an innocent bystander there, Ryan.
He was, definitely. The second car that went for a spin, that was the BMW of Dries Vanthoor that spun in front of the remaining LMP2 field, rolled back across the track and into the grass, and I think avoided any further contact. That looks like a spin all on his own. Very fortunate to avoid being collected, and in some respects maybe benefited from the fact that so many of the LMP2s were stopped and he only had to dodge a couple of bullets rather than the full field.
Oh, and coming in, the car that should have been on pole position, Jack Aitken, had his windscreen full of sideways 24 BMW and Dries Vanthoor. The TDS, the Shopify TDS number 11 with the green and dark blue colours on. I am not an engineer, Peter Mackay, but I think that needs a new nose.
Big problems for former winners. Era Motorsport, Naveen Rao having to limp the number 18 machine back to the paddock, and I would think, well, back to the pits, and we'll see if they can get any damage repaired.
Time to go down to the pit lane, and the damaged TDS number 11 has pulled up right with Duncan Vincent.
Yeah, you said it, John, that's going to need a new nose, and that's far too early in this 24-hour race to be going through this kind of damage. The worry is, what has it impacted behind that? Has it altered the brake ducts? Has it knocked the toe out? The team having a quick look, over comes a new nose, nothing left on the right-hand side of that front nose, which is a great shame. They can repair them, but I think that one's beyond repair. Get this nose on, and they'll make sure everything else is good, and they should be good to go. But what a way to start the year for you. What a disastrous start to the Rolex 24, as down comes the 18 and the 2, who were also caught up in that melee.
And as the Era Motorsports LMP2 car slides into its box in front of me, the front left showing the battle scars from the opening lap, John, but it's not as bad as initially maybe I thought it would have been. What's more significant is the fact that the rear wing has come completely detached from the anchor points that protrude from the body. So it's not just going to be a front nose change, it will be a rear wing change. Slightly further down, I do see the United car in pit lane as well. Dunk, what do you see?
Yeah, United looks a little bit more easy going, shall we say. It's a tyre change they're going through, or having said that, through come the chocks, and that's going to rotate this car. Now, is there something about this car that we don't know that they want to go somewhere else on? Time will tell just now. The team waiting for some instructions from over the wall, but they have these little chocks and almost dollies that they can put round the air jacks, which is nice and easy to manoeuvre the car. So in-slide those. Whether they're just going to take the time on this one, John, but it's not a good way to start the 24.
In front of me, the Era Motorsports crew have finished changing the front nose of the car, but they are hard at work on the rear, John. They've taken the clip off and are now actually wrenching a little bit. So I'm not sure if the contacts actually pushed something in. I'm stood at the front. I can't quite see what the issue is at the rear, but this is a lengthy repair that they're working through right now. And there's one more LMP2 car, John, that's trickling down. It's finally the CrowdStrike by APR 04 LMP2, that purple and pink sort of one that's going to slide in front of me. And as they start to put the fuel in, they will also take a look at the rear clip of the car here, John. I'll get a word to you when I can.
Yeah, unfortunately, the number 2 United Autosports has been pushed behind the pit wall on the dollies. That will go back to the garage for some more extensive repair work. And it didn't look as bad as the TDS, but it's maybe more mechanical underneath the bodywork, John.
The White Rose of Yorkshire proudly on the nose of the number 2 Orica from United Autosport. And this is another disaster at Daytona for United. They didn't have the result that they wanted here this year, last year, Ryan, and it started even worse.
Well, they do have 2 bullets in the chamber. That's good news. Dan Goldberg, who was put to the back of the LMP2 class for missing the recon lap earlier or being late for it, was able to get through the melee and has made his way forward. But very bad luck for the 2. I think in total 5 LMP2 cars were involved. Toby Lutka in the 11, Naveen Rao in the 18, Phil Thayer in the 2, George Kurtz, who has come to the pit lane, and I think Francois Perotto also got a piece of it, but that's the one of the 5 that has not come into the pits, so maybe Francois able to get away with that. However, he was caught up in to some degree.
Yeah, United actually eventually took the victory here, but not on the road last year. If you remember, it took the DQ of the Tower car. Arjuna, update us on that end of the pit lane before we go back to green.
Bit of damage on the left rear, and they've replaced the tolling, John. It's a very quick job as well. Got to give full credit to the crew here at CrowdStrike by APR. They'll put that rear deck back onto the car and send it back out. Oh, stressful opening lap, but there's still 23 hours left to go.
And breathe, everybody, and breathe. On Sirius XM 206 around the circuit on 107.9 FM, and of course on IMSA Radio RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels. We're coming back to green, and it will be Felipe Nasser who comes back to green. He did get around Renger van der Zande. Louis Delatraz for Cadillac in 3rd, ahead of Porsche Penske Motorsports, Kevin Estre in 4th, Tom Blomqvist in 5th, and a top 6 made up by Philippe Albuquerque. They'll start line astern. The LMP2 field has been decimated, and we'll go through that in a moment as we go back to green flag racing with 23 hours 51 minutes and 31 seconds, 30 seconds on the clock, down towards the first corner. Good jump away by Felipe Nasser and Porsche, side by side. His teammate tries around the outside. Kevin Estre on Louis Delatraz, gets it done. Kevin has come straight through there. They were talking down their potential performance levels at Porsche Penske Motorsport earlier in the week, but they're showing well early on here, Peter Mackay.
That they are, yeah. Kevin Estre looking strong, trying to put pressure now on Renger van der Zande as they come up towards the western horseshoe as his teammate Felipe Nasser tries to pull away a couple of car lengths. Also, the number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac of Jack Aitken, who did qualify the car on pole but was sent to the back because of a technical infraction on the car in post-qualifying tech, and is making some moves forward.
He's picked up 2 spots just since that restart. Got around the Valkyrie right away and picked up another spot as well. Now the front runners have some traffic to contend with. George Kurtz just got out of the pit lane right before the restart, and now his stricken LMP2 is right there in the thick of the front-running GTP cars. He'll be fighting just to stay on the lead lap in LMP2, which he is for the moment, but that will be coming under threat here before long.
And that's stressful for George Kurtz as well, because the whole GTP field are on top of him and trying to still get the car up to temperature, trying to get over trying to calm down after that first lap incident, and you've got all of the best drivers in the world and the fastest prototypes in the world rushing past you. Put yourself in George Kurtz's shoes right now. That is not easy.
It's A-O Racing and Golden Spike PJ High that leads LMP2 from Ben Keating and Brian Hurd at Autosport in second. Then the 2 into Europol, asymmetric green and yellow cars, the 43 from the 343. Then Chris Cumming from Pratt Miller Motorsport, Dan Goldberg in 6th, John Field in 7th, John Ferrano for Tower in 8th, somehow managed to avoid what was going on in front of him. It's Ford. No, it's not. I was about to say it was Ford leading in GTD Pro, but in fact it's the Alexander Sims Corvette Racing by Pratt Miller number 3, then Maro Engel for 75 Express, then Frederick Vervish, then Nicky Katzberg for Corvette, RLL Team McLaren in 5th position with Dean McDonald, Ricardo Feller for Manthey making up the top 6. The Porsche has come up well from the back of that GTD Pro qualifying field. Fred Scharndorf right in amongst the GTD Pros is leading in GTD for Inception Ferrari. Then it's Charlie Eastwood for DXDT Chevrolet Corvette. 3rd, Antonio Fuoco for AF Corsa USA. That's a Ferrari, of course it is. Do I need to tell you that? I'm not sure. Robbie Foley in GTD is 4th for Turner Motorsport, and then it's Philip Ellis for Winward Mercedes and Wright Motorsports Elliott Skier. That's the top 6 in each of the classes, as we've done 12 minutes in time, not necessarily 12 minutes of racing, Ryan.
Did want to point out George Kurtz on that first lap did just come back down through the pits, just did a drive-through as far as I can tell. So he's dropped off the lead lap now, which means we're down to already just 9 LMP2 cars on the leader lap.
Down here on pit lane, John, quick update from Era Motorsports. They are back out onto track, but they ended up needing to take that rear clip back off the car and replace both rear toe links, and so they lost a couple more laps. Remember, these poor mechanics having to work so hard at the start of this race, but they finally were able to get that car back out onto track.
Do not write these cars off who've had problems early on with the pass around, the wave bys. It's always an opportunity to make up a lap or 2 during the next 23 hours, 47 minutes and 37, 36, 35 seconds, battling in the GTD field. Let's try and not get ourselves overexcited about what's going on here. Ultimately, these passes, it's excitement now. What will it mean later on? On another big crash, and that is one of the cars that missed the formation lap. The RS1 Porsche in red, white and black. Eric Zietzer has been into the wall at turn 1, 2, and he's ripped the right-hand suspension asunder. Full course yellow, and we are back behind the Manthey safety car. That's a big one. And my goodness me, he's moved the banded tyres, he's ripped off the right corner, and the normally immaculate RS1 Porsche 911, Peter, is looking a little pre-loved.
Oh, this is so sad, because RS1 are the defending Michelin Pilot Challenge champions with Jan Halen and Luca Mars last year. They've progressed up to the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, and this is their debut race, and it's a 24-hour race which is over in under 15 minutes, and the wheel completely ripped, the front right wheel completely ripped off the car. What a shame. And also as well for poor Eric Zietzer as well, making his IMSA WeatherTech debut. It's a dream turned into a nightmare.
I talked to the team owner, Justin Bellinzoni, earlier in the weekend. They've run GT3 cars before in other series, but they've never dealt with the torque sensor before this weekend. That was new in GTD last year, and they had also never raced in a race of this magnitude before against this level of competition. And he said, Ryan, I thought this was going to be a logical step, but it was a big step, a leap almost. Looks like he just lost it on his own. He was to the inside of another Porsche there, and he hit the tire.
Porsche.
Yeah, he hit the tire barrier that's there as an attenuator to separate the track from the pit wall. Amazing that that tire barrier is there. That saved him from an even harder hit.
That's the transition. That's pinching the car down because you've got the blue, white and black Mühlner car on the outside. He couldn't let the car roll. That is a huge, huge impact on the, thankfully, not on the driver's side. That was on the right-hand side of that car to the front. Although bizarrely, the right-hand door still opened on that car. Eric is out. He's getting a little help from our AMR safety team, newly equipped with the Ford Raptor safety trucks for this season. Their debut this season. That was a big hit, Peter.
Big hit. I mean, you're talking on a normal racing lap at that point, you're about 60 miles an hour into GT3 car, and it was pretty much a complete stop. Instant stop. These cars are they're as safe as they can be. I mean, they're really, really safe. We've seen drivers get injured at that corner in the past, and it's good to see Eric Zitzer walking out the car, albeit with a little bit of an arm around the shoulder from the MR safety crew, but that is one very damaged GT3R Porsche, sadly.
Both of our pit reporters have stepped out of the lane for the moment because we're still within the first half an hour, so nobody is coming down the pit lane for normal service. We will not open the pits there. Let's go to Duncan Vincent, who's with United Autosport.
Yeah, I've got Phil Fair here. We're actually away from pit lane. We're in the garage for this car. It's up on 4 stands just now. Phil, talk us through, first of all, what happened down there at turn 1.
The reality is I don't know. I have to watch the video. But there was mayhem in turn 1. And even though we planned for it, it's a long race, 24 hours. I think a car got sideways and then multiple cars spinning. So next to me, the car was braking. He locked his tires. He was coming out towards us. When I looked up, there was a car spinning in the middle of the track. I went right. I avoided the mayhem. I then did a quick 360, and I was getting back on track, and I got hit in the rear. And, I mean, I'm so angry.
What damage have you got here? There's a side floor about to be put on. It's quite extensive. It doesn't look bad, but it's all hidden damage.
Yeah, I think definitely some of the rear control arms, they're going through it now. It's not a small job, but these guys are amazing. It's just a shame because all week long between the roar, we're prepping it. We're in a really good spot. I think Daytona was coming to us, and I'm just so devastated now.
Phil, under the circumstances, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I'm down at the RS1 end of pit lane where the mood is definitely somber, but John, they have immediately gotten to work and started to bring the parts that they think they will need to fix the car, strap them onto one of the roller carts that will head over to the garage area. And like you said, don't count out these teams, maybe not from winning the race, but still getting back out onto track, showing some of that endurance racing spirit and ultimately finishing this race. RS1 stepping up to the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship for the very first time. They're not going to be done until they're told the car cannot physically roll back out onto track.
Arjuna telling us there they're taking parts for a car that hasn't even got back to them yet. It's still sitting on the rollback, on the flatbed on the outside of turn 1. In our Michelin Pilot Challenge, what seems like moments ago, not even an hour ago, the first Porsche keys to the race that I mentioned to you was stay out of trouble, Ryan. Were they not listening?
Evidently not. We did also say, though, it's easier said than done.
Well, that is true, yes.
That, unfortunately, has been on full display for everyone here at Daytona and everyone watching and listening from further afield. You could just hear the heartbreak in that Phil Fair interview, couldn't you? I think he was the one that was caught up in that secondary incident I was describing where everyone had spun. It looked like they were clear to pull away, and one car really pulled away quickly. Another car was starting to rejoin at the same time. I think that was Phil, who then got collected again. Would have otherwise probably gotten away with maybe a scratch or a dent here or there, and instead finds himself potentially out of this race, certainly out of contention, at least in the short term, with that car behind the wall already.
To add insult to quite a bit of injury, we've also got a penalty being assessed on the Toby Lutke number 11 LMP2 for improperly served emergency service. So did they do more than just fix the car and put fuel in? I'm not sure about that, Peter.
Possibly, yeah, possibly could be. TDS had a lot of work to do, that's for sure, with that damaged car of Toby Lutka, of course, moving both Toby Lutka and David Heinemeier Hansen moving from the ERA team, which they drove with last year, and switching to the TDS team for this season. Of course, both of those cars were involved in that incident. They're all of their exact roles. I think it can't quite be exactly defined until we get a few more angles to look at here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. We also have a very privileged position up here on the 5th floor of the Daytona International Speedway grandstand, because we are right next door to race control, and there is only a glass partition between us, so we can see what they're up to and the hard work that they do. And we might take a couple of hours rest, but they don't. They are non-stop there in race control, and quite a lot for them to digest in the first 20 minutes, to say the least.
At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch with us. Hello to Ray Latherne, who's in beautiful Cape Town, South Africa, where the sun has just set. He says, I feel the year is beginning properly now because we're racing at the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona. Great to be with you again in 2026. James Brown, not that one, tuning in live and loving the dramatic start. Hello, James. Full props to the AMR safety crew. They're in for a long stint. How good do those new Raptors look as well? He says, I'll be running a 10-mile event tomorrow, but we'll be back after that. Alex Hawkins saying of Phil Fayer, such professional self-control in that interview with Duncan Vincent for IMSA Radio. Agree with you there, Alex, as well. At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch with us, and that comes up to us here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Hi to Stephen Gardner, getting set for a snowstorm tomorrow. Good to know that you are locked in. No massive moves at the moment. The Whelen Cadillac started at the back after having its pole lap all of its times disqualified for the wear on the underside of the car. +4 for the red Whelen car. Both the Porsches up a couple. United Autosport number 22 in LMP2 is up 7 positions. Intersports 37. John Field up 5. And in the GT categories, GTD Pro, it's the Manthey Grello car, which is up 6, taking advantage of that incident ahead. That's the best of the big movers there. And in GTD, finally, the biggest mover there is Inception Racing. Tops the whole of the charts with the Ferrari going up 7. The 70 cars going up 8th position. Let's go down to the pit lane. Chan Guven with Arjuna.
I'm Chan Guven, who finished second here with Wright Motorsports last year, but part of the Manthey Racing lineup that returns to the US. Chan, what's the adjustment been for the team at Manthey crossing the pond back over here into the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship?
Yeah, I mean, the group of people is really similar, honestly. I see a lot of faces from our DTM and Nürburgring programs, so it's great to have the same group, let's say. But yeah, we adapt. You know, there are some persons in the team who have experience in the past, you know, like engineers and some pit crew guys, so for sure we have some experience, but it was also a lot of hard work for the team to be ready for this event, you know, early in January. But I think we are ready. I think the RAW helped us that we have a week of preparation here all together with the crew, and so far from team side everything looks really smooth and going well.
You said that the RAW helped you, but obviously the conditions were very different, and talking to some people, they say that this sort of heat can mean at about 20 to 30% reduction in lateral grip. Is that something that you kind of agree with? Is it going to be difficult to manage the balance of the car when you get back out there in this heat?
Yeah, for sure. In the night and in the day, it's a huge difference, and this week is much warmer. Even tomorrow is the warmest day of the weekend, and I think it's make the cars harder to drive in the end of the race when you are pushing more and tires start to struggle. But I think this is where we are strong with the Porsche. For sure, we will struggle a bit on the straights with our car characteristic, but I think middle of the day when it's hotter, I think it's not too bad for us. We are hoping for this, that we have a strong car for the end, and then we will see.
Thanks, Chan.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're catching up with Will Power now. Will, I mean, I don't believe you saw what happened, which is probably for the best, because one of your guys was right in the middle of that, but it's not really how you want to be starting a 24-hour race.
It blows my mind, honestly, that there are those sort of incidents, but, you know, that's just, wow, that's racing. Brutal for some of those guys, but I'm glad we're out of trouble. We're looking pretty good so far.
Well, thank you very much for your time. Going back to green, thank you.
Plenty of people watching and listening in Australia as well, including Rhino, as we go back to green, and it's the Porsche 963 of Felipe Nasr, right from the middle of the road into the first corner. All the prototypes get through. The number 93 Acura red, white and black car trying to go around the outside of a couple of cars there. Might have got that done, actually. Might have made up at least one position. So Felipe Nasr, Renger van der Zande, Kevin Estre, Porsche, Acura Porsche, Cadillac's first car is Louis Delatraz. Also coming back through the field from the back of the grid, Jack Aiken for Cadillac Whelan. He is looking at the back of Philippe Albuquerque's car as they go out of turn 6 at the western end of the infield and head down through the short chute to actually a very tricky corner at turn 7. It looks just like that's a left-hander onto the banking. How hard could it be? Getting the power on there, Peter, is so important, and it looks like Van der Zande is getting a run on Kevin Estre Estre getting a run on Van der Zande in second place.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the slipstream performance of the Porsche as they come towards the Le Mans chicane, and Van der Zande cleverly just gives a bit of room there. Estre showed himself, showed the nose up there, and this is a long race, you know, 23 hours and 34 minutes. There's no point getting into anything too aggressive at this early point, but the Porsche seem to have good switch on pace in the heat as Sandy Mitchell makes a move on his fellow Scott Dean McDonald in the McLaren. So Faf Lamborghini moving up a position. That's a 5th position gain for Sandy Mitchell, takes 5th in class, but here comes the McLaren. It's the fastest car on Sector 3, which is basically the banking all the way around from the Le Mans chicane, and they're side drafting one another at the moment in GTD Pro. For that 5th position is already Maro Engel up ahead of them, has taken the lead of the class, but Mitchell hanging on as they get to absolute terminal velocity. The Lamborghini's got some good space as well, so Mitchell makes that move, stick then into 5th in GTD Pro as McDonald drops back to 6th.
I have a feeling that this is going to be a fairly hectic opening stanza, as it has been already, into the pit lane. At the end of the pit lane, this is a penalty infraction, so that's
CrowdStrike.
That's the CrowdStrike car, yeah, the 04 APR car, and that was 10 seconds. And a bit of a touch coming down into the Le Mans chicane between the Acura number 60, the Acura number 93 and Kevin Estre. Renger and Kevin there just coming together for a moment. Porsche, Penske, Motorsport, 1 and 2 at the moment, chasing the hat-trick of victories in consecutive years.
Yep, it has been done. We're the last team to do it, Wayne Taylor Racing, with their Cadillacs that were so dominant. They know how to get it done. If Wayne Taylor Racing were to win today, they would equal Chip Ganassi as the most successful team in 24-hour history here at Daytona. And as to tell you what, the number 85 JDC Porsche, the true privateer Porsche, fighting away with Jack Aiken. Aiken trying to go round the outside, and Nico Pino says, nah, you're going to have to work harder than that if you want to get past me. We are the young underdogs in that JDC Miller car, and we're here to punch above our weight.
And doing exactly that at the moment. And remember, Peter, that is not a current specification car.
No.
That does not have the Evo kit of the Porsche 963. They spent one of their evolutions on a quite substantial, in terms of redesign, but actually barely visible aerodynamic update.
Whereas on the Cadillac and the BMW, the aerodynamic updates that they've brought to the 2026 season are very obvious. Lots of front aero changes, and they did a little bit at the rear. The Cadillac, actually, it's one allowable movable aerodynamic device, or adjustable aerodynamic device, was at the front. It's now on the rear wing like the rest of the field, but big aero changes for that Cadillac, and so far it's looking good. BMW, I think at the pace that they've shown in practice, they won't particularly be pleased with, but let's see how they go in race conditions. But at the moment, Jack Aitken, drive-through penalty for a jump start.
That is for Jack Aitken, trying to make up from the car being put to the back of its line. Hello to a green goldfish, checking in from Ramstein Air Base in Germany. Thank you for your service, and thank you for your support as well. Down through the pit lane then for Jack Aitken. We've had a spin for the Conquest Racing Ferrari. Aitken on pit lane, as is Duncan Vincent. What have you got, Duncan?
You can hear the Cadillac passing me in the background, but what we saw earlier on in the pit lane was the 18 era car coming down pit lane. Unfortunately, John, they came in too early. They have to cross the start-finish line before they can come in and serve the penalty. So effectively, they've got to come back in and do that drive-through.
So Jack Aitken has served that drive-through penalty now. That's a bit of a sore one early on, but a bit of an early warning to the rest of the crews that race control are watching. If you jump that restart, they will send you back down pit lane.
Davide Fuminelli at Inception Racing talking to Arjuna Kankapati.
It's a rocket of a start for Fred Schandorf, and I'm here with David Fuminelli. David, what's been happening at the start of this race? Just chaos for the entirety of the field.
Yeah, it was crazy. We had a big wreck in lap 1 at T1 with some LMP2 guys going off the track, and Fred did an amazing job. He took advantage of some situation, and he was already up in top 5 after a few corners. And then he got a very good run on the banking, and he's able now to lead in the field. You know, it's still a super long race, so now we just keep our head down and try to stay out of the chaos.
When you're working through these starts, how much of it is skill? How much of it is putting yourselves in the right positions to get that luck?
I mean, he did an amazing job because our strategy was to not take any risk. And actually, even though he made so many positions, he didn't take crazy risk. He just positioned the car very well. So this need a lot of skills, and Fred is the man for the start. He did a brilliant job, so we're happy to have him in the team.
Sounds like it's a fast car on the banking, but this Ferrari Evo upgrade for 2026, what are the key things that you and the team have been talking about being stronger here at Daytona?
Yeah, so it was a big step. We had a lot to learn from the Evo pack and the new Michelin tires. I think we are pretty strong in the infield, and actually our top speed wasn't so great in the practices, so actually I was surprised now to see in the race in a train of car we actually have now a good top speed. So let's see, still a very long race, so everything can happen.
And your teammate's just gone to the lead, so I'll let you get back to it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Enjoy the race.
Good spot, Arjuna. Fred Schandorf goes ahead of Antonio Fuoco, sorry, the opposite way round. Antonio Fuoco goes ahead of Fred Schandorf to the lead, but Fred still ahead of the GTD Bronze Cup category.
It was a great move from Antonio Fuoco in the number 21 Ferrari for AF Corse. Of course, won at Petit Le Mans. They're on a bit of a roll as a crew, and going past Frederick Schandorf in the Inception Ferrari, the yellow and black Ferrari. So in very early days, and I think that's a very fair comment from David Fuminelli. The Ferrari is very strong in Sector 1 and Sector 2, which is the more infield section. There is a little bit of the banking in Sector 2, but generally Sector 3 is where you see the straight line speed, and it didn't appear in practice that Ferrari had the straight line speed, but as Fuminelli just mentioned there, it's certainly working in the pack. Frederick Vervichen, the Ford Racing number 65 defending champion, sitting 4th in GTD Pro as well, right in touch with the leaders, which at the moment is a Corvette 1-2, the pole sitter Alex Sims from the number 4 of Nicky Katzberg, and at the front, the field in GTP, it's a Porsche Penske Motorsport 1-2 going for a three-peat, going for the hat-trick of victories on the 60th anniversary of Penske Racing too. So it's a big day for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Big Porsche, of course, 75 years of Porsche Motorsport history. And of course we had Timo Bernhard leading the field away in the Porsche 963 RSP just before we came up on air.
Have you had a good look at that yet?
I haven't had the chance to get close to it yet. I believe it's been kept quite
There's one Daytona on Wednesday on public display.
Well, apart from that, yeah.
It was amazing, absolutely amazing. piece of kit. The interior is beautifully trimmed. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us, Kevin Estre with the fastest lap of the race so far. Sits in second place, about half a second away from his teammate as they come down on the tri-oval. They'll come under our feet in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre in just a wee moment. There they go, right underneath us in the afternoon sunshine, 2:15 here in Daytona International Speedway. Thank you for your company. Roger Penske stymied for a moment, Peter, in his undoubted quest to win the Le Mans 24 Hours. No Penske cars at Le Mans in the foreseeable future, although he was talking to SportsCar 365 earlier in the week. John de Geese reporting that the captain says, I still want to do it, but I can't envisage doing it with anybody other than Porsche. So that would need a change of manufacturer policy if Porsche were to go back in the top class, which doesn't seem to be happening anytime soon. Although Thomas Laudenbach's here this weekend, and we spotted him sitting next to the captain on the pit perch yesterday.
Maybe another Rolex 24-hour win might change the tides, possibly. Who knows? Who knows? But it's a little bit of a reshuffle in the driver lineups in these cars. Lawrence Vantor and Kevin Estre doing the full season in the number 6 car this year. Of course, winning the World Endurance Championship 2 seasons ago. Lawrence, of course, former IMSA champion on a couple of occasions, whereas Kevin Estre has never won a race in IMSA before, although it's quite a stat, isn't it? But is this the time where he puts that right? Drive-through penalty for car number 34, that's that's Manny Franco, who got into a little bit of a skirmish with the number 81 Corvette of Giacomo Alto.
Yeah. This stage of the game, we said penalties and Porsche keys to the race could be an issue. It's time to make those back. 45 seconds, the transit time along pit lane here. So already into traffic in our Dancing Ants graphic, thanks to Alcamel Systems. If you want to see what we're seeing in the booth, by the way, including the virtual fuel tanks for most of the field, livetiming.alcamelsystem.com. The telemetry that we had last year from GTP, I think that's disappeared now. No, it hasn't. Peter's managed to bring it back up, so it's still there. And we can tell you then that Felipe Nasr has 55.1%. I mean that 55% of his, I mean that 54.98. Yes, you see, you get the point there of his energy remaining. He's doing 180 miles an hour on the banking at the moment before he breaks down and harvests a bit of energy, recuperates a bit of energy.
Of course, hybrid systems in these GTP machines. The powertrain is free, so the manufacturers can bring whatever powertrain they like, but then the hybrid system parts are all standard across. That's to save cost, so that the manufacturers don't have to develop their own system, which is hugely expensive, as we learned in the LMP1 days.
That's a huge lift from Felipe Nasr at the front of the field going down into turn 1, and thank you to Aaron, our producer in Concord for NASCAR Productions, who gives us the booth pictures and the audio. You're going to hear him lifting off a very, very long way out. We'll keep an eye on that as we head to Duncan Vincent in the pit lane with Charles Melesi.
Yeah, Charles Melesi here, going to give us an update on the TDS number 11. Not how you want to start a 24-hour race at all, but what have you heard back? Is the car still pointing straight? Does it feel good?
Yeah, no, a bit unfortunate, the incident at the start. I don't think it was really necessary to try something strange at the start because it's a 24-hour race. But yeah, the car overall is straight. It was just basic bodywork, but we have like something touching somewhere, so we are just losing a bit of top speed. So we have to find out what is exactly the issue. We'll see probably on the next pit stop, sorry. But overall, the car feels okay for the moment.
I think that's something you could fix on the apron, or will it have to go back to the garage?
It's unclear for the moment. I think we can fix it here if it's like some aero bits that are stuck under the floor or something. But yeah, we have to see on the next pit stop to see what exactly is the issue.
Thank you very much.
Maro Engel in the flame-fronted blue number 75 AMG, under pressure at the moment as he turns into the first corner with the Ford Mustang of Fred Vervish behind him, and behind that is the McLaren of Dean McDonald. Very McLaren number, Peter, the number 59, in the hands of Team RLL for the first time. And what a return for McLaren, and what a debut for RLL with McLaren here this past 10 days.
Been strong, yeah, really impressed. And of course their factory driver Dean McDonald's done a superb job on his Daytona debut, doing, you know, and it is very much a job. He has a criteria as the McLaren factory guy. He's got to be there, make no mistakes. He's got to help them set the car up. He's got to put the times in. He qualified very, very well. Yeah, doing a superb job at the moment is Steve McDonald and the crew. Yeah, a lot of new in that crew, but they clearly have a fast car, particularly when they get out on to the banking. That's for certain.
GTD leader Antonio Fuoco took that from Fred Schandorf a few moments ago. Here come the Porsche Penske pairing. A lot of P's in this, isn't it? Pick up Porsche Penske, and they're in more Kit Kat wrappers than Penguin wrappers, aren't they, to be fair, in that red and white.
It's almost got a bit of tonic wafer about it, the Salzburg stripes.
Of course. We need a bit more silver in them for that, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, then that would be where the Faf Lamborghini would come in. Of course, it's got, as Duncan said, that's not plaid, that's tartan. In our Michelin Countdown to Green show on IMSA Radio. And it's then got the shiny Tunnix caramel wafer silver. Anyway, that's making me hungry.
So 23 hours, 18 minutes and 40 seconds. Quick shout out, by the way, to all the PRs and marketing help that we get from the teams. Barbara Burns in particular been helping out our pit lane crew for some water in that countdown to green in the early phases of the race. It's fair to say that they are welcomed with open arms right up and down the pit lane, and that helps them and therefore us with what we're trying to find out. It's been a brilliant week so far here at Daytona International Speedway, from the ladies and gentlemen on the gates, checking our passes, helping us park the cars, and the very lovely Betty, who is in one of the lifts, elevators, that brings us up here to the 5th floor, doing their work. Very busy this week, the busiest I've ever seen it since we've been here. Always with a smile on their face, always courteous. Thank you very much indeed to everyone here at Daytona International Speedway. Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh, hello, that's me. Ryan Marine just stepping out for a moment, he'll be back in a wee while with Bruce Jones as well. Duncan Vincent is swapping out for Peter Snowden as we speak at the moment. Arjuna Kankapati staying in the pit lane, and a wee bit later we'll have Neil Cole stepping in. Some new names, some new voices to get used to if you're joining us here as a regular, although most of those you'll have heard us working with at some stage in the past on various different broadcasts that we've covered down through the years. Jack Aiken, 11th in GTP, getting the throttle down, getting the throttle pedal down and accelerating out of the Le Mans chicane.
Now, we've got a new toy this year.
I see that.
The Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre.
You're loving this, aren't you?
This is great. Yeah, so in the past, IMSA have done a superb job at displaying the GTP cars telemetry online on IMSA.com /GTP-telemetry. Now, you just pop into your browser, and this is essential for following the race to the finish tomorrow, because I can guarantee you fuel usage will be important to the outcome of the race tomorrow. IMSA.com /telemetry, spelled TELEMETRY, and you can look at exactly what lap each car is on, what energy it has left in the tank, what speed it's doing, what its gear is doing, and the brake and throttle trace. And that is now, and this is the new toy we have it for every car in GTD Pro and GTD as well. Right. That is something we didn't have last year, and if we did, we'd have seen the ultimate winner in GTD AWA roll in on 0.0 as they won the race, because they were so close on fuel. So that's essential if you're following the race along with us till tomorrow.
United's LMP number 2 involved in the early schmozzle is back from behind the wall. That's good for the Yorkshire brand. And hello to Jerry Sisk in the White Rose County of England. Little shout out, he says, for Mission Motorsport's second day-night track day that's happening at the moment with the guys down there. And thanks to Chris Harris, Jim Cameron for turning out and sorting that one out back in the UK. Had a good chat with Diesel and Tiff from Operation Motorsport. I came up in the lift with them. That'll be, their event will be at VIR again towards the end of this year, helping returning veterans reconnect with their lives and with society, using motorsport as a tool on both sides of the Atlantic. And we wish them all well and thank all of our allied servicemen, whether US, UK or NATO, for their service down through the years in joint operations around the world. It's the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship Rolex 24 at Daytona, and we are 3/4 of an hour in, Peter. Not the start we wanted. Stop, start, carnage, incident, accident, but we have got now a bit of a rhythm going, and that rhythm, the pendulum of performance, swings towards Porsche Penske Motorsport, as it so often does here.
In this early stage, and of course in about 22 hours time, with the weather likely to be the same, if not a bit warmer, that's when the performance needs to be there. So what performance you're seeing now should translate to tomorrow. It might not translate in the night, it might be a difficult night for Porsche, but they hopefully will minimise that damage if that's the case. But Kevin Estre doing huge amounts of fuel save, going into the Le Mans chicane, massive lift and coast into that corner, and then at turn 1 he's lifting at the start line, finish line. That's a massive lift and coast, and yet he's still keeping pace with Felipe Nasr. Now, in terms of fuel used, they've got 36.2% left in the number 7 Porsche, driven by Felipe Nasr, the race leader, and 36.7% left for Estre. So despite all that fuel saving, Nasr's clearly doing the same amount in front. The Acuras, though, the 93 for Renke van der Zande and the 60 of Meyershank Racing, they are both looking like they're a little bit better on the fuel, though, at this early stage.
I'm down here at the Milner Motorsports garage with Ryan Yardley, who many of us will have seen in the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, but now stepping up into the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Ryan, how's it been going here at Daytona so far, part of this great team at Milner Motorsport?
Yeah, it's been an awesome experience so far. Obviously very early into the race, and yeah, pretty crazy start out there. So thankfully we stayed out of trouble. Peter's in the car right now and doing a great job, and yeah, it's a long way here, so just settling into things and just getting into a rhythm.
You've been, what, 3 years, I think, in Porsche Carrera Cup North America. What's the transition like, jumping up from that Cup car, previous generation, no ABS, no traction control, although you've been running it with ABS. Has that been an assistance as you dial yourself into this GT3R?
Yeah, I mean, the step up has been actually a little bit bigger than what I expected. Unfortunately, I mean, for myself, I actually never drove the GT3R until I got to the Raw last weekend. So it's been a pretty big undertaking of learning the last week or so, but yeah, really enjoying it, really enjoying the challenge and learning a new platform. Like you mentioned, it was 3 years in Carrera Cup, which I absolutely loved, and Porsche has an awesome platform, and just to go to that next level now in the GT3R is an awesome challenge, and yeah, looking forward to getting out there myself later on today and keep building on that progress.
Enjoy your first race then.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Our first official retirement is the RS1 Porsche, the number 28 red, white and black car, Eric Zietze, who was an innocent bystander really in that first corner incident earlier on, Peter, and that car's Rolex 24 hours at Daytona is over. All that work, all that preparation, all those hopes and dreams gone in an instant through no fault of your own. This is, motor racing is a hard thing to do.
You could potentially put it down to driver error for the RS1 Porsche, but yes, it's really sore. It's a really, really hard one to swallow after, particularly here, because you know, some other race weekends you might come in on the Thursday, Friday, and then race on the Saturday, whereas here you've got all of the lead up with the, well, but even back in the November test, and then you've got the roar before the 24 test, and you're here all week, so there's a lot of build up and a lot of preparation. And then for it to go up in smoke in the first half an hour is just heartbreaking for them. So yeah, really feel for the RS1 guys, and indeed for Eric Seitz, but most importantly, glad to see him get out that car okay.
Got a mechanical black flag for the Winward number 16 car for tyre operational requirements there. I'll let Peter explain that in a moment, as John Field is in the pit lane as well in the 37 Intersport car, right at the end of pit lane in the orange, white and black car. I keep thinking that that's the Tower machine, because that's very reminiscent of last year's Tower livery. They don't seem to be doing anything to that, Arjuna. Is that just a VP fuel stop for that car?
Indeed, packing in the fuel as much as they can, and off and away they can go. We were talking a bit about the need for double stinting in our countdown to green, and John, the word from GTD is pretty simple. Double stint about 6 times during the night. In LMP2, in GTP, obviously a little bit more difficult with the extra complication in GTP of an extra tire compound to pick through in the night.
Well, speaking
as John Field will receive a drive-through after that most recent call in the pit lane for pit lane. Speeding, here's how it stands in GTD. Phil Ellis leads for Mercedes and for Winward, ahead of Antonio Fuoco in second position in the Ferrari number 21, and Fred Schandorf for the Inception Ferrari number 30 in third. Fourth for Charlie Eastwood in the Corvette. Fifth for Robbie Foley in the Turner BMW, and sixth Zachary Robichon for the Hartner Racing Aston Martin. In GTD Pro, it's Corvettes 3 and 4 leading for Alexander Sims and Nicky Katzberg, with Maro Engel in third for the Sun Energy 75 EMG, with Fred Vervish in the Ford Racing Ford Mustang number 65 next up. Then it's the BMW of the number 1 team, Neil Verhagen. That is the 5th place car. Yes, it is of Paul Miller Racing, and topping up the top 16, McDonald still there for the McLaren and RLL, excuse me. Pit stop for PJ Hyatt and for Georgios Golovos in the 2 leading LMP2s. That's the 99 Spike EO Racing and the 343 into Europol. That'll let Jeremy Clark go through and actually lead a lap. Dan Goldberg has just come out in 4th place in the 22 United Autosport, ahead of John Ferrano in the Tower car in 6th position. And in GTP, it's 2 Porsches for the factory team, 7 from 6, NASA from Estra, Renger von der Zande for the red, white and black number 93 Acura in 3rd position. Then the number 40 Louis Delatraz in 4th for Cadillac, and the 10 Philippe Albuquerque, similar car, in 5th position. Top 6 made up by the number 60 Acura of Tom Blomqvist. That's your update here from the Daytona International Speedway. 53 minutes have gone and 23 hours and 7 minutes to go. Head down to the pit lane for an update on some of those stops that have just been going on in LMP2. Here's Arjuna.
I was just with the 343 into Europol competition car. Remember, they have 2 LMP2 machines. Fuel only for them, but John, it's the Pratt & Miller 73. That is the first LMP2 that I have seen to switch their Michelin tires. One other thing that I did notice, John, remember, all these teams have limited number of of windshield tear-offs, and so you don't want to use those too early in the day. Instead, one of the crew members on the car washing that windshield manually and sending it out bug-free to the best of their ability.
So coming back to that number 16 Riley Ford Mustang that was given a drive-through penalty for tyre operational requirements, that can be two things. It can be the tyre pressures themselves, where there is a minimum pressure that must be adhered to, but also there is a negative camber that cannot be exceeded. Now, I would be surprised with the camber in race conditions, so more likely to be the pressure. So Michelin have a pressure that must be adhered to, must be above that minimum pressure, and that is, it's all to do with the safety parameter of the tyre.
It's Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, LMP2 pit stop time. Let's say good afternoon for the first time in race trim to Peter Snowden, who's down at Inter Europol. Hi, Peter.
You're very kind, John. It's a long time since I was being in race trim, but you're a long way across in the commentary box there. Yeah, this is the other car, just picking up on the one that just the other Inter Europol car that's had its pit stop. A bit different here, same screen cleaning operation, but no change of Michelin's, and this is the 43 car. Refuel, no change of tyres, screen, and they're literally about to go.
Oh, how lovely was that blast of exhaust note. Just did the update there, and as I did it, Philip Ellis in the number 57 Winward car pops to the top of GTD. Does that mean we've had some pit stops there? We can't have.
No, just an overtake, I think, from
right, it was it? On pace?
Yeah, so Philip Ellis moving forward ahead of Antonio Fuoco. They're now, the front of the GTD field is now melding and meshing with the back of the GTD Pro field. Now, these cars, you think, what's the difference between a GTD Pro car and a GTD? Nothing. The car itself has no technical difference whatsoever. The difference is what the driver categories you're allowed to have. So in GTD Pro, it's completely open. So you'll see, you know, for example, the two Pratt Miller Corvettes up the front, they've got all of their factory drivers in there, and likewise for some of the other brands like Ford, Porsche, etc. Whereas in GTD, it's what's called a Pro-Am category. So you have a mixture of, in some cases, factory drivers and drivers who perhaps don't make their prime living from racing. So it's more of a mix. But the front-running cars, for example, Philip Ellis, who's a top factory-level driver, he is making it difficult for those at the back of the GTD Pro field. Meanwhile, in LMP2, there's a little bit of a light skirmish going on at the International Horseshoes. The number 73 Pratt & Miller LMP2 battling with the number 18 ERA car, which was involved in that early incident. So there's still a couple of cars that haven't in LMP2. We're all a little bit off sequence because the LMP2 cars that were involved in that early schmozzle, they had to come in and get bits of repair and all sorts. So actually right now we have 5 cars up there at the front of LMP2 on that in that leading bunch. So it has really been split up early in LMP2.
Talked to a group of IMSA guests just after the driver briefing. Excellent driver briefing by Paul Barfield, by the way. He resorted to using some visual aids, which I've not seen him have to do before. But just saying about LMP2, in some ways it's the most pure class that we've got here, because it's turned into a spec class. It wasn't mandated to plan to be that way, but everybody's now using the same package, so there's no need for balance of performance. It is literally down to the drivers, the teams, wringing the performance out of those Orica chassis and Gibson engines.
And the teams that run them have run them for so many years in so many different championships on so many different types of tyre that they know every little trick in the playbook. So as a new team to come in and compete with a United Autosport or a TDS or an APR, you've got to be really good, and that's why it's so impressive what AO Racing have done in the last couple of seasons, and indeed throw into Europol into that mix as well. They've been right up there battling with these long established teams.
I'm just standing at United Autosport here and caught up with Jim Maguire, who's a very experienced LMP2 driver in your own right, Jim. You've been a long association with United, but you were just telling me that you've got a bit of a different role these days, which I thought was worthy of broadcast to our listeners and viewers.
That's great. Yeah, so I stopped driving in August of 23 after an injury, but I joined the team as one of the owners and partners, and it's really good for me to work with the bronze drivers because people, other than, I know firsthand how difficult of a challenge it is to strap the, to get in this car and compete against the best in the world, most difficult races, and contribute. And you make, bronzes can't win a race, but bronze can lose a race. So it's really, I'm really enjoying my new role with working with the drivers.
Well, that's fantastic because we so often talk about the pro drivers and the golds and the platinums, but to hear it from somebody that's had the experience of a bronze and pass that across, that must be invaluable for new people into the team.
Oh, absolutely. And being so soon out of the car compared to some of the other owners, I really have firsthand knowledge, even for the silvers that come in and the golds and everything else. It's like when I speak to Richard and I speak to Zach, I'm speaking to the voice of the driver and what's important to the driver and how we can improve our experience for the driver and the team. So it's enjoyable. Would I rather be driving? Hell yes, but I'm okay with my new role.
So when you get a new bronze driver to the team, certainly stepping up to something like LMP2, what's the best piece of advice you can give them from your experience, Jim?
Don't hit anything.
Simple as that. Don't hit anything.
No, they come in and they want to prove themselves, especially around the best pros. And it's like, you're not racing the pros, you're racing within yourself. And you got to race within yourself and be smart.
Brilliant. Jim Maguire, thank you very much for your input there.
Yeah, they didn't listen to Jim early on then, did they? Thanks, Snowy. Peter Snowden down in the pit lane. We'll cycle through the next class of pit stops. We have had a spot on an hour of running, but obviously that's been interspersed with some yellow flags.
Change for the lead. Kevin Estre goes through then in the number 6. White-tailed Porsche 963 goes through on Felipe Nasr. And Nasr did not make it difficult. If he wants to make it difficult, he can make it very difficult. Estre likewise, but a little bit of team running as, Estre goes deep into the International Horseshoe, gets his braking a little bit wrong, and Nasr tucks in behind him. So the two Penske Porsches flying in an exact formation, almost exact a formation as the jets that flew overhead after the national anthem, who were perfectly aligned as they came over to kick off the start of the race in style. And ominous pace, I would say, for their rivals right now for Porsche, because this is the kind of closest conditions we're going to get to what we could see in the last couple of hours tomorrow. Now, just an update, this is thanks to Tony DeZino from IMSA. The bad news, unfortunately, as we've covered, that the number 28 RS1 Porsche has been retired. The good news is that Eric Zitzer has been evaluated at the medical centre and he's been released. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Carbon fibre, metal, etc. could be fixed. Good to know that the carbon-based light form is all fine. Hello to James Bonica in Melbourne. Good morning to him. He's talking to us from the future. Chris Suku, great to hear for the wonderful Jim Maguire. Fantastic gentleman and a lovely individual. He's got some experience under his wheels now, hasn't he, of racing. So the two Porsches then, Peter, just stretching away a little bit. Still half a second between them. I'm going to throw something in here. It's been the 7 that's been at the head of the field for quite a long time. I just wonder if they've swapped over after they've got through traffic just to... Did. Yeah, but I just wonder if they've swapped over and Kevin's now in the front to help Philippe save a bit more fuel.
I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, it's definitely formation
to balance it out.
Yeah, I think so, because when you're getting a slipstream from the car in front, you can just save that little bit more fuel. So they're both trying to hit a number here. In fact, Estre's got 0.8% more of energy. Nasr stays to the high, stayed to the high side, left the door wide open, and Estre came through perfectly coordinated. But this is the thing to win. If you've got 2 bullets in the gun, use them. Don't let them trip over each other, especially with 22 hours and 56 minutes to go. With 22 minutes and 56 seconds to go, you will see a different picture.
Do you think? Well, it's Porsche Penske Motorsport, possibly not.
Well, but they were allowed to race last year.
That is true. No, you're spot on with that. 4 LMP2s have broken away after that big incident earlier on. They're sitting 12th, 13th, 14th and 15th. Ben Keating, Brian Herter, Autosport wins number 52 car, leading by about a second and a half from the golden AO Racing, PJ Hyatt and Inter Europol in third. The other reason they've swapped round is because that's the way they need to pit stop as well. So they did that a couple of laps before that. Arjuna is watching a perfectly planned Porsche Penske pit stop.
Looking for Penske perfection, and no tires being changed from what I can see for the most part. I did see some of those Michelin sticker tires ready to go, but I think, John, they're just packing in the virtual energy up and down the pit lane right now. Cadillacs, Acuras, Porsches, and Aston Martin all in, and already one of the Porsche Penskes, I think it's the number 7, John, has been lined up at an angle, and they will get ready to attack pit exit. Also, by the way, it's GTD pit stop time. Here comes the Inception Ferrari after a storming opening stint.
Interesting pit stop there as the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 came in behind its teammate. No tyres offered there, so they stayed on the ground. But as the fuel hose was in, they rocked that car backwards and forwards to put it at a 15, 16, 20 degree angle, just in case the fuel hose came off first. Now, there was a new, not regulation, but a new explanation of pit lane protocol earlier on in the week about being in the centre of your pit box when you worked on the car and what movement you were allowed, particularly if you put the dolly jacks under. Now, they didn't put the dolly jacks under there, but that car was being moved around with a fuel hose attached, Peter.
Let's see what comes from race control on that one. Yeah, I didn't think that was allowed. So, number 31, Whalen Engineering Cadillac, taking its second trip down pit road, but first pit stop. 2 cars that have made their tanks of fuel and energy last that little bit longer, to go a lap longer. Renger van de Zande and Dries Vanthoor. That's the 93 Acura from Meyershank Racing and 24 WRT BMW. So have they got a little bit of extra fuel efficiency in their locker? If they do, when you extrapolate that over 24 hours, that can be a very, very handy thing to have in your pocket.
So the leading Porsches in from the front of the race, everybody following them in pretty much on the same lap. For a moment, we've had the number 93 Acura, the Phillips 66 red, white and black livery car at the lead of the race, but of course that will swap back as soon as the 2 Porsches come around again. 24 BMW still being serviced. That was scored in second place for Dries Vanthoor as they came in. Some of this is down to where they are on the pit lane in accordance with the timing line. Now Arjuna is watching GTD stops, and we are seeing some driver changes, Arjuna.
And this was the word down on the grid, John. I see the Windward Racing GTD Pro entry, the 48, done a driver change. Also the Wayne Taylor Racing Lamborghini Huracan has made its driver change. And obviously, as you'd expect, tires go on as well, but a mix of stickers and scrub tires up and down the pit lane. John, some teams are unsure if there's a benefit to scrubbing any of the tires, and so they've kind of hedged their bets, and not quite sure which of the tires some of the teams have gone out on, but I can also see the Ford Multimatic number 64 heading out of pit lane. GTD Pro pit stops rolling through too.
Hello to at Vice Like Elm. Good to know that you're listening in. 15 years since starting watching racing with the ALMS and listening to Radio Le Mans, the ALMS Radio Web, and now IMSA Radio. Thanks for being great company, and here's to the next 15. Thank you very much. That's a very kind thing to say. Good morning from New Zealand, says the checkered flag man. Amazing broadcast as always. I'm looking forward to a great 24 hours. I'll be on the South Island next weekend, actually, for the New Zealand Grand Prix at Highland Park. Looking forward to my first trip to Queenstown and to that area of the world en route to the Bathurst 12 hours. In comes the bright orange number 59 RLL McLaren with that black gloss roof, also in with the first pit stop underway. Phil Ellis has brought in the Winward Racing number 57 AMG. He is out of the car. Let's check in with Arjuna, who's watching the McLaren pit stop.
And Dean McDonald staying in the car, John, one of the few GTD drivers that and teams we haven't seen the driver change from. In front of me, Turner Motorsports, the split livery. Patrick Gallagher's up on the wall as well. And there's a big fire, lots of smoke, John, from one of our GTD machines. I believe it's one of the Triazzi Ferraris that currently is bathed in white smoke.
Spot on, Arjuna. It was the 033 that is now pulling out. Extinguishant left in the pit box. We had a scary moment at the end of night practice on Thursday after the checker flag, where the AWA Run 13 Autosport Corvette had a fuel fire in the engine bay, actually, and Inception and one or two other teams also dived in to help. So in the midst of the pit stops, the two Corvettes then at the front of the GTD Pro field, they've split, and it will be Alexander Sims who comes in now. He is staying in the car, but he will get a new set of Michelin Pilot Racing tyres, and they are brand new going on there, literally with the stickers on them. Also, one of the Fords coming in right in front of him, I saw there. That was the 65, thank you, Aaron. The number 65 Ford racing car, that's full service there as well in that new Ford Racing Blue. That so reminds me, do you remember the Ford Racing Puma colour that they had? The wide-bodied front-wheel drive Puma.
The Mark 1, the blue, you got the Mark 1 Focus RS in. I like that too. That's a little bit darker.
Absolutely.
Nick Tandy brings in the AO Racing Porsche. That's Rexy, as it's known by all of the fans around here. AO merchandise all around with all of the many, many fans who've come here today. One thing I did notice today as well, a lot of McLaren shirts out there as well. Of course, a lot from the Formula 1 side, but great to see Formula 1 fans from McLaren coming to see the Papaya cars here in IMSA.
Yeah, the Ferrari fire in the pit lane, the Triazzi competition car, that was very simply just the fuel, just a little bit too much, or it just spilled when it came out down the wing onto the brake duct, onto the brake disc apparently, and that was it. So sorted straight away, the car's out, but that's all it was, and they're completely non-fussed about it here, to say the least. My Ferrari on fire, which I haven't got, I wouldn't want.
Bit of snow down there in the pit lane. This is a very, very busy race on the track and off. We've got listeners from all around the US, all around the States. Don't forget, if you're in the US and you are suitably equipped, no sniggering in the back there, Sirius XM channel 206 this weekend, 107.9 FM around the track. Nicky Katzberg, Tommy Milner and Nico Varone in the number 4 car. Well, Nicky's brought that car in. Did Nicky jump out of that? I didn't see him jump out of that. No. I think he's staying in as well. So this will shake things up. We'll give you an interim update in a wee moment. Heart of Racing in the pit lane as well. It'll be a new set of Michelin Pilot Sport rubber there, and they're also looking at the left front brake disc on that car. A bit smoother further down the pit lane with the DXDT number 36 Corvette racing car. That's the mostly blue car, and they're going to have to push that car backwards. Now that is allowed to get out from behind another vehicle. There was no time lost for the Heart of Racing Aston Martin because they were still fueling that car. Now down to Snowy, who's at Manti.
Well, that's just where we talked about the efficiency of Porsche. At a Porsche run by Manti, it was complete opposite of the Ferrari minutes ago. Possibly my nomination for the most boring pit stop of the race so far. Stopped on its marks, got refueled, drove off. End of. Simple as that.
It is the way. This is the way, as they might say.
Unfortunately, some penalties coming in, both in GTD Pro. The Faf Lamborghini, car number 9, pit lane speed violation, a drive-through penalty for that. They've just done a driver change from Sandy Mitchell to James Hinchcliffe. Then it was also the number 69 Bartone brothers Mercedes AMG working on the car from behind the wall. So the Get Speed operated team there picking up a drive-through penalty. So for Anthony Bartone, will need to come in and serve a penalty. Now, in Corvette land at the front of the field in GTD Pro, or what was the front of the field in GTD Pro, they may well recover that back again. There's been a switch, so the number 4 car, Nicky Katzberg, has moved to the front. Now, Katzberg went a lap longer than Alexander Sims did. So again, there's a little bit, if you can stretch your stints out a lap or even 2 laps longer and run the same pace, that can open you up advantages in other ways. Or this could be very much like what we're seeing with the Porsche Penske Motorsport cars, where there's a little bit of formation flying, shall we say. So Katzberg now playing front gunner with his old chum Alex Sims right in behind him.
Continuing the Porsche theme, I've made my way to Wright Motorsport. Elliot Skiers just jumped out of the Porsche 911 GT3R. As far as I understand, Elliot, it's the first time you and the team have been able to do a full hour on this brand new tire with the brand new Porsche GT3 Evo. What did you learn?
Yeah, that was definitely an exploratory stint. We had heat cycled the tire too, since these are the qualifying tires, which adds another unknown. So yeah, a lot to learn. A lot to experiment with out there. Definitely not the nicest conditions. We were sliding around everywhere, but everyone was. It definitely was dancing on ice, you know, for the first hour of a 24. So now the learning phase is that tire was heat cycled. Let's see how much of what we were feeling in the car, both balance and grip wise, was from the heat cycle versus what a full sticker length run is. So Adam right now is in the car. He'll give us a very good gauge on how much of it was what I was feeling on the heat cycle versus what a full sticker run is. So that set a good baseline to see what the track conditions are like and the overall car dynamics. Now with this set, we'll be able to kind of understand how much of what we were feeling was tire versus not.
And is that also kind of why you elected to make a driver change after just 1 hour instead of sticking in for a double stint?
Yeah, we could have gone for the double, but ultimately there is that general order that you want to run your guys. So, you know, we had me in for qualifying as a barometer to kind of see the overall pace of the field and where we were along with everyone else, knowing that some other pros were going to be in for qual. And then naturally you just want to survive the first hour, right? As we saw, that was absolute carnage out there. I think the car might have got into auto clutch anti-stall in turn 1 on the first lap. We were all parked. And then it's, you know, dodging debris 10, 15 minutes into a 24 hours, never what you want to be doing. So it's a day-long race, but guys are out there acting like it's a 5-minute race. And part of that also is a lot of guys going into a corner with so many unknowns, including the tire. You are guessing and gauging your brake markers and your grip levels, and that's a situation none of us have been in, having a start with everyone going into a corner with an unknown tire. So yeah, lots to learn. It was an adventure. Safe to say our GT3R is clean. Every panel is on it so far. Everything's bolted well together, so now we're in for the long run.
Well done surviving. Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you so much.
I think it is a testament to the concentration of our viewers and listeners, Peter, that I can give you this piece of information from Josh Savage, who was watching the Ford Racing GTD Mustangs coming down the pit road, flashing the lights, he reckons, in a Morse code sequence that spells UTE. Is there a story there? Well, it's not a ute. Not a ute. I'm going to the land of utes shortly.
Maybe they're going to make a Ford Ute GTD.
I love it. I love it.
We're really
now, if I tell the Ford guys that people are picking that up, they will work out what the Morse is for GTD, because they do have a GTD road car version of that as well. And I bet you the next time we see them, their Morse code flash down the pit lane is GTD. There you go.
I think that's when you know you've found every bit of performance out in the car. You've got time to adjust that, but I'm sure they've still got lots of work to do with that newly evolved Mustang GT3, of course the defending champion car in the Rolex 24 and GTD Pro.
A couple of more penalties from the pit lane, and we were talking about this in our Porsche keys to the race in the Michelin countdown to green. Drive-throughs is going to give you a 45-second pit lane transit time. That's not where you lose the time. It's the fact that everybody else is going back at 160, 170 miles an hour. The 021 Ferrari getting, the 023 Ferrari getting a penalty. Robert McGuinness for a tyre on the pit lane without crew. This is a relatively new penalty. It's to make sure nobody hits a tyre and spins it over the pit wall, and also the Antonio Fuoco-driven Ferrari AF Corsa USA improper pit entry for a drive-through. So he must have been late coming into the pit lane, I can only suspect, on that one.
Well, that's a pity for those teams. That'll put them back in the order a little bit. Now, at the front of the field, Kevin Estre has just broken the flying formation a little bit. He's pulled out a gap of 1.8 seconds to the team car of Felipe Nasr, just as they've come through a little phase of thick GTD traffic. Seems like Estre's just been able to pull out a tiny bit of a gap, but I think what the bigger story is the gap from the two Porsches back to the rest of the field, because you've got the number 93 Acura of Renger van der Zande in third, 15 seconds further back down the road already at this early stage of the race. Then the first of the Cadillacs, which is now the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing car, 16 seconds back for them, and then Tom Blomqvist's Acura 17 seconds back. So Acura and Cadillac look on a similar pace, but Porsche out front right now.
Well, Peter started there is your in-race update for VP Racing Fuels. We've come through another hour. We'll do a wee bit of a swap over as we welcome in Bruce Jones, and in a moment or two Ryan Marine. Well, Bruce, you and I have sat together on a number of different races around the world. That in a 24-hour race in the first hour and a bit that we've had has been somewhat hectic, I think it is fair to say.
You were talking earlier, John, about the quality of the driver briefing with Bo Barfield, and everyone listened, but clearly not listened quite hard enough. The consequences of, you know, the P2 field exploding in and out of turn one was not what we wanted, but it's settled down nicely, starting to find a pattern. But it's really when you get to the second and third round of pit stops, you begin to see the race strategies that the teams are starting to pull out. In GTD, it's been largely driver changes as the people settle down to get their daylight stints. After about 6 o'clock, that's when the light starts to fade a little bit here. Looking forward to a beautiful sunset. But yeah, just settling in, settling down. But as we too settle down in the commentary box with that driver change, Ryan Marine alongside me as well. That was very busy. Great to be kept informed from the pit lane, and we'll keep the stories coming. But Ryan, that was, you know, just really not what the doctor orders at the start. There are penalties coming back through. 023 have just had their penalty rescinded for a tyre infraction in the pit lane. Not considered an infraction now, so that's good news for them. But it's stay out of trouble. And that was, of course, there was a little flash fire that was sorted out very quickly. But, you know, at this point, one really just wants to settle down and get going. But I must say, the crews with the fire extinguishers did a very good job. So it's not just their own teams they have to look after, it's those immediately around them.
It was the sister car, the 023, that was initially dinged with that penalty that had just now been rescinded, as you rightly mentioned, Bruce. So that's great news for the GTD entry, and the GTD Pro entry continues along without any further delay. I think I have a chance to check out in the pit lane once again. Arjuna has caught up with Corvette Racing's Tommy Milner.
Tommy Milner, his hand out the window going for number one. Went viral last year, but Tommy, great to be back here at Daytona. Obviously with Corvette, Pratt and Miller winning the championship last year. Plenty of momentum. Things are going pretty well to open up the 24.
Yeah, certainly. A lot of momentum. Three-car had a great year last year. Very, very consistent all year long. Us in the four-car a little up and down at the start. I felt like we finished really well, and nice to see that some of the work that we did last year is kind of carrying us for the moment. It's obviously very early in the race, but good signs to start here. Nicky now in P1. I mean, basically same strategy as a three-car. Looks like some of the other guys in the class, a little bit different strategy than us with tire stuff. So obviously very, very early, but happy with how it's going to start.
One of the things that I was looking at on the entry list is 3 driver lineups versus 4 driver lineups. As part of the 3 driver lineup, does that put a little bit more pressure on you to make sure you don't make any of those mistakes, especially when you're tired in the dead of night?
Sure, yes, there's more driving for us. I think in general, because our Corvette's pretty nice to drive, the AC works very well. You know, for us, I think we'll probably do double stints throughout the race. We might do triples in the night, we'll see. With the way that the Corvette is, we feel comfortable and confident that we can change our minds. If we get into the night and we, you know, maybe at the caution flag, something like that, we can extend to 3, no problem. So, yeah, for us, it's how we've always done it. It's nice because we got a lot of extra seat time throughout practice. You know, and you kind of get a rhythm pretty well driving as much as we do. So, obviously pros and cons to it, but we're pretty happy with the 3-car lineup here at Corvette.
Sounds like we could use that AC in the pit lane itself. Thanks, Tommy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Going well right now for Corvette Racing. It's a 1-2 with the number 4 leading the number 3, Nicky Katzberg, at the wheel of the leading car, with Alexander Sims now giving chase. Pretty good battle breaking out in the back half of the top 10 in GTP. It's between the customer car, the lone privateer in GTP these days, JDC Miller Motorsports, and their bright yellow Porsche 963. Nico Pino currently at the controls, and then Dries Vanthoor for BMW M Team WRT chasing him down, working through the traffic. It's been a difficult start to the race, at least for BMW. Never had the track position, but maybe slowly but surely working their way forward. The sister car put the pass on the 85 of JDC just a few moments ago, and now Dries Vanthoor trying to do the same.
Yeah, and don't forget that Dries got only between turns 2 and 3 on the opening lap when his car was pointing the wrong way, and he fought his way back, safety car, and bunching up the field. That was fine, but it could have been a lot worse. But Dries, you know, he'll have had the sort of heat under his collar. Obviously, an enormous distance still to go if it's happening in the first minute of the race, but he's cool, he's calm, but he's very quick. And just look for that BMW. We don't know. I mean, all the teams came here. They had the Raw last weekend. You were down here for that, Ryan. But they just weren't sure that they were going to get track temperature as high as it has been, and maybe that's been one of the issues. There also were, remember, IT problem issues for the BMW crew, but they seem to have got on top of that. But the racing with that JDC Miller Porsche 963, at one moment about 20 minutes ago, they were 3 abreast as they were just coming up to laps and back markers, and Nico Pino was super impressive, I must say, in that bright yellow 963.
It's been a good showing for them. They were right on the pace with the factory cars through the testing at the Roar, but slipping backward here in this stint. Vanthoor completing the pass down into turn 1 a few moments ago. That is for the 8th position. Porsche Penske 1-2 at the top of the GTP field. 2.3 seconds between the two of them. Car off in the infield grass. That is the 31 Whelen Engineering Action Express Cadillac. It's Jack Aitken currently driving. That was the car that we thought after qualifying was going to start on pole. They were put to the back. They've had a drive-through penalty in this race as well, and they're a frightening moment with that car sliding through the grass, but Jack able to continue on.
Sometimes luck is with you. Nothing to hit there, got the job done. But yes, I mean, it's so difficult when you're just about high-fiving all your pit crew. You've got that pole position, just the best place to start here in a 60-car field, and then, oh, hold on a second. No, you haven't. Anyhow, they put that behind them. But, of course, at this point in the race, it's all about where the traffic is lying. And if you're Jack Aitken coming through and you've got a quartet of GTD Pro cars and one of the Ferraris is rude enough to give you a bit of hip and shoulder on the grass. But the good thing is Jack Aitken didn't panic, brought it back onto the black stuff, onto the racing circuit down at the International Horseshoe, and carried on. I'm going to say it again. John said it at the start of the show. You were talking about it, about the things you don't want to do in a race. Just keep it calm, keep it clean. And then someone having their own little battle can just do that and you get shoveled off. But hopefully there, the grass is very level. It wasn't a rodeo ride. And he got it back, Jack Aitken, as smoothly as possible. And that 31 Whelen car back on track. The Cadillacs at the moment, they've been running in just outside the sort of tail end of the top 6, but really it's all about the Porsches from Porsche Penske Motorsport at the moment. With they rotated their order. They moved Kevin Estre ahead of Felipe Nasr. We were discussing the fact, or Peter Mackay and John Hindorf were discussing the fact that the reason they did that was because the number 6 pit stop is one place closer to the end of the pit lane, and they didn't want to have the sister car being impeded. Clever race management.
As you would expect.
Well, yes, I mean, not exactly new. 60 years in for Penske. Obviously, they had that very famous victory here with the Lola back in 1969. You see a lot of the Sunoco branding around the circuit, and it was true then. Blue and yellow and very quick indeed.
There was some talk that perhaps Team Penske would roll out a special livery for this race, and the Sunoco livery was one that had been bandied about. Roger Penske elected to keep the cars in the factory colors here for this event, but hinted to the press that some historic liveries could be on display before the season is up. I think we would all welcome that. That's one of the beauties of this sport. Anytime you can throw it back to days gone by, and maybe for some of us that didn't have the chance to see cars like that run in the flesh, at least a little glimpse of what it might have looked like.
Yeah, and you know, that Sunoco livery of old, navy blue with the yellow key lines, it's very, very crisp, but it's amazing how you can change the shape, particularly of a prototype. Actually, no, GTs as well, by giving them a different livery. But yeah, let's wait and see. But still, this field works its way around the banking, along the twisting infield and back out, but nobody at the moment has got an answer to those Porsches. The Porsche Penske Motorsport number 6, Kevin Estre, 2.7 seconds clear of the sister car, which is number 7 of Felipe Nasr, and Renger van der Zande, who's not put a wheel wrong. His Acura in 3rd place is another 15 seconds in arrears. So right here, right now, warm temperatures, certainly very warm indeed. They're going very nicely indeed. Car number 10, unfortunately, just picked up a penalty for short-cutting turn 7. Car number 10 is also in the GTP class, and it's Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing. So one moment you've got the Cadillac Whelan car on the grass, and the next minute number 10. Unfortunately, Felipe Albuquerque, driver at the time, short-cutting. Lap time invalidated.
And the good news is the penalty isn't particularly harsh for that. It is simply not having that time count in terms of trying to go for best lap or something of that nature. Able to continue on in the midst of a fight. Really good battle here. 2 Acuras with a Cadillac in between. This is Renger van der Zande, Felipe Albuquerque, who you mentioned just a moment ago, and just behind Tom Blomqvist giving chase.
Tom's a driver who just has such an affinity to this event, to this circuit. You know, he doesn't seem to matter what year you look at. He's right at the sharp end of the field, and we know how many slip-ups there can be between the start of the race and the end. But with those 2 wins, you know, on the trot, 2022, 2023, really established himself as an expert. Here he's in the 2nd best place Acura. He's 5th place, but as you pointed out, the gap between 3rd, sister car of Renger van der Zande, and him, with Felipe Albuquerque as the sort of meat in the sandwich, it's only half a second between the 3 of them. In fact, rather less than that if you're going to deal in flat hundredths of a second.
They're locked together at the moment and boiled in a really good battle. A lot of folks, of course, wondering about the Aston Martin Valkyrie, which is making its Rolex 24 debut. Haven't quite had the pace of the rest of the GTP field. I think it's safe to say right now that car sits 10th with Ross Gunn behind the wheel, only ahead of the 31 Action Express racing car of Jack Aitken that we talked about, and that's because that car had that drive-through penalty in the opening hour for jumping a restart, and they've not quite been able to claw back the difference as of yet. Haven't had a safety car to bunch the field up. That said, as proven last year, the Heart of Racing team that runs the Valkyrie, they know, Bruce, that sometimes you can get a good result even if the car isn't the fastest in the field. When that car was debuting, they knew they had to take care of business, make sure they were there at the end, and then pick up the scraps, or sometimes a little bit more than that, and only got stronger as the year went along.
Well, you can hardly fail but learn, but ever you get the chance to go and stand alongside the Aston Martin Thor team and take a look at their Valkyrie, it is quite extraordinary. What you see on top is incredibly sleek bodywork, and it just looks a different shape to the other cars in GTP, but when it seems to sit a little higher, but the work is done by what happens underneath. And just bear in mind the influence of some of that Aston Martin crew, of course. Who is the Aston Martin Formula One, not just chief designer and technical director, but team principal too, a certain A. Newey, a man who basically almost single-handedly has shaped some of the best and most successful cars in Formula One for the past 30 plus years.
Indy cars too. And he's got a great,
well, indeed,
great resume on both sides of the Atlantic. Battle spicing up here in GTP, slipping a little bit wide, coming out onto the banking. Renger van der Zande, door opens to the inside, and Felipe Albuquerque needs no second invitation. Able to negotiate the GT traffic up on the 31-degree high banks, and it's still side by side in the entrance to the Le Mans chicane. At this stage in the race, Renger decides not to put up too much of a fight, settles back in line but that lets the Cadillac get through. Now maybe we'll see the measure of the Cadillac vis-a-vis the two Porsches that have been controlling the race to this point.
Yeah, exactly. But just what you have to focus on, you know, of course we're going to have nighttime racing here, about pretty much 12 hours of it, but the key is how good is your car across all 24 hours. But what happens in that 24 hours, we're going to have a massive swing in terms of air temperature, track temperature. This morning when we got to the circuit at, what was that, about quarter to 8, I guess it was, thick mist. And sitting up high in our incredible position, up on high on the 5th story of the building in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, we could only just see the pit buildings. We could see down to turn 1, but the mist was so thick we couldn't see turn 3. That's the International Horseshoe. We certainly couldn't see Lake Lloyd, and there was no chance until just after that half-hour HSR IMSA Classic race that we could see the back straight, see the chicane. Now we can see the lot. What an incredible vantage point, but I'm just wondering where I'm sort of heading towards. Will we have some mist tomorrow? Because that could make things very, very difficult. Admittedly, by then the driver should know which way the circuit goes, but if you can't see it, and also whenever you have an early morning mist, particularly when you're close to the coast as we are here, it's that little bit damper. Don't go on the curbs, children.
We have had instances of this race being slowed down or halted completely by fog in the years that I've been coming here. Haven't had that in some time. Hopefully it's something we can avoid, but you're right, the fog was quite thick coming into the racetrack this morning. We're at a point in time here, 4 different classes. They're on different pit schedules. That's somewhat by design. LMP2, it's time now for some of the front runners to come to the pit lane. On the last lap, we had a couple of cars make their way to the pits. That included the number 22, driven at the time by Dan Goldberg from United Auto Sports. They've had a driver change. It's now Gregoire Saucy in the car. From the lead of the race, it is Spike the Dragon, gold speckled dragon here this year as they celebrate their championship of a year ago. PJ Hyatt started that car. Right now it is a nominal pit stop. Stop complete, and the car makes its way back out into the fast lane of the pits and soon will rejoin the fight. But pretty soon we'll be seeing the rest of the LMP2 front runners. Admittedly a smaller list than it had been previously, but that said, it's still a pretty good battle at the front of the field. We've got a couple of reports to get to from the pits. I believe Arjuna's got an interview, so we'll go there first. Arjuna, who have you caught up with?
I made my way down to the Brian Herder Autosport with PR1 Matheson LMP2 team. A really interesting combination, but also interesting driver lineup. And joined by Misha Goikberg, who last year we saw racing in a GTD machine. But you're no stranger to a prototype car. You won here about a decade ago in the PC class.
Decade ago is a long time, so it's taking me a little bit of time to get back into the swing of things in a prototype. But it's awesome. The downforce is incredible. The braking forces, and it's just such a clean, pure form of racing. So I love to be back, but yeah, there's definitely an adjustment period.
And it's a long way still to go, but you've got such a strong driver lineup with you, Ben, Parker Thompson, as well as Harry Tinknell. What are your expectations as we get through the night? We were just talking about potentially the threat of some mist as we saw this morning coming back later tonight.
I think everybody saw your race could change in a nanosecond, and so it's just staying clean, doing laps, surviving the night, and then having something left in the tank to go for it at the end. That's our hopes and expectations.
Thanks, Misha.
Thank you.
Former class winner of this event.
I've just popped into the United Autosports pit and found Dan Goldberg. You've been waiting for me very patiently. Thank you, Dan. You look a little bit warm there.
This is pretty normal for me.
We're in Florida, when all's said and done.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little cooler than sometimes, so not too bad, but it was hard work out there. I had to start from the back after a starter issue this morning, and patiently made my way back to where I should have started, so pretty happy with that stint.
So that's digging your way through some of the GT cars, yes?
Well, that's the Rolex 24.
And Jim McGuire's helping you with that, is he? Jim's helping you with the coaching on that.
Jim coaches me every time. He points at my head and says, be smart.
That's very wise advice. But otherwise, just busy but hard working, but you enjoyed it?
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Get to go out there and race my whole field of bronze guys. I feel I really put my skills to work out there.
Well, you've got a big smile on your face. You obviously enjoyed it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, started in the back and came out where I should have started. I feel good, and we got best team in the business here and some kick-ass co-drivers that go from there.
Dan, I'll let you cool down. Thank you so much for your time. Pitch you later.
Thank you.
Had worked his way up to third at the time of the pit stop. Shuffled back a little bit as we go through the pit stop exchanges here. But several driver changes have taken place. Interesting, a few that did not. PJ Hyatt stayed in the car for AO Racing, so he'll extend this by another stint, burning through some of that bronze drive time early. If you can stretch this to a double or a triple stint early on, that really opens up the flexibility for the team moving forward.
No, it really does, and I think in the case of PJ Hyatt there in the AO Racing number 99 Orica, he's feeling good. He's leading the class. No one immediately on his tail. The track conditions, he knows them because he's done the best part, getting on for 2 hours. Why not keep going? And as you say, work through your time, and then who knows what the weather will bring. We talked about whether there would be some mist, weather would not, but for now, PJ is in a great spot. But let us just pile back down into the pits.
And in front of me, it's the Inter-Europol number 43 that comes to a stop. Great stint from Jeremy Clark, making his debut here at the Rolex 24. And jumping in, I believe, is Bijoy Garg. This is one of the cars that I think we really need to watch. And they're putting on what seems to be a set of sticker tires as they begin the driver swap routine. Driver getting strapped into that car. And crucially as well, don't forget, these are aerodynamic machines, and so manually just moving the hand around to clear the rubber that accumulates around the dive planes. Just waiting now for the VP Racing fuel to get loaded into the car. It's as much as they can get. Remember, LMP2 pit window as short as 35-40 minutes. They need every ounce that they can get to minimize their time in pit lane, and remember, that's what they're all trying to do. Listen to the noise as off and away they go.
Gibson V8 sounds great. I know that in the years to come, there'll be a new LMP2 formula, but this formula that debuted in 2017, it's devolved into just an all-Orica Gibson class. That said, the wail of that V8 engine all around the world has provided a great soundtrack for sports car racing fans, and I'll miss it the day that it is gone eventually. Great stuff from the pit lane team. And I agree with Arjuna's assessment about that entry from Inter-Europol. This has become one of the top LMP2 teams anywhere on the planet, and it's a really good lineup that they have here for this event. Jeremy Clark, who won on debut at the 12 Hours of Sebring last March. Tom Dillman, former champion in this series. Bijoy Garg, who's already secured class wins in events like the 24 Hours of Le Mans, Petit Le Mans, and Sebring. And then Antonio Felix da Costa to complete the lineup for Daytona. Not a bad hired hand to bring in for the longest race of the year.
Look at a driver's CV. Does it have a lot of championship titles in it? Antonio Felix da Costa. I remember when he came into racing from kart racing, he was very small in stature but big of heart, and he's sort of grown in all dimensions, and the titles have still kept coming. But it's actually, you know, we go into the infield, we go to Apex catering in the middle, and one of the beauties here at Daytona International Speedway is you just sit down on big long tables and suddenly you're sitting next to teams and drivers and you look at their interaction. And there he is, he's sort of cracking jokes. We sat down, Peter and I sat down with Enzo and Pietro Fittipaldi and Espirito Santo as well, and just they were having fun, but already you could sense their focus was swinging around. None of them were going to be starting their cars. Chris Cumming was starting the car that most of them are sharing, but the focus was just starting to come in. But just to paraphrase, it's when you look at a person who's completely at ease, and that's what Antonio Felix da Costa is.
For the first 90 minutes or so, it was all Corvettes in GTD Pro. The two factory cars scampered off into the distance, but perhaps coming back to the pack a little bit right now. Nicky Katzberg leads over his teammate Alexander Sims by 0.7 of a second, but now Fred Vervish, winner of this event 1 year ago in GTD Pro, has closed to within a couple of tenths of Alexander Sims, and he's brought Dean McDonald with him. So first through fourth, separated by less than 1.5 seconds in GTD Pro.
Yeah, then tucked in behind is the class leader in GTD, the Winwood Racing Mercedes AMG, with Russell Ward at the wheel. That's car number 57. He's just 0.3 of a second down, but just 1 second sorry, 1 second down, and then 6,000 behind him is an LMP2 car making up ground again. Car number 11, and that's George Kurtz at the wheel. That was the one that visited the pits early on, the one with the Shopify sponsorship. But he's fighting back. You have a mishap early on, you chip away, you chip away. You try not to get involved in the battle with the GT cars. You'll have an advantage at certain points on the circuit. You don't want to take too many risks, but at the moment in GTD Pro, it's looking absolutely fantastic. 2 Chevrolets and a Ford right under the rear wing. Well, that's how we like it.
And speaking of the Shopify injury, guys, no driver change here. It was a difficult start to the race for Toby Lutka, who's only in his 2nd full year running in this IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. But he's going to be left in the car for yet another stint as they continue to burn his drive time away. No tyres for him as well. It's just fuel going in as it continues to get loaded in. Engine fires up and off and away Toby goes once again.
Vish continuing to stalk Alexander Sims in GTD Pro. Looked like he got a decent run out of the Le Mans chicane the last time by, but wasn't close enough to pull alongside. Corvettes now 1st and 2nd have closed in to within a car length of each other, and they're all dealing with traffic. GTP cars making their way through. First it was the BMWs, then JDC Miller Motorsports in their Porsche 963. Now the Valkyrie, which is closed in on 8th and 9th in GTP, as close as they've been since the most recent restart. Starting to perhaps showcase some long-term, long-run pace in that car that we haven't really been able to see showcased up to this point in the weekend. They've now cleared off and left us with this thrilling GT battle. Katzberg, Sims, Vervish, and McDonald down to the Le Mans chicane once again.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? There are battles within the overall battle, and as you say, cars from other classes coming through can really shake it up. But GTD Pro, I think back to some of the great years of GT racing at Le Mans, particularly when we had 6 works teams, some had 2 cars, some had 3, and they would go almost nose to tail, 6 manufacturers into the night, even out of the night. But with cars getting more and more mechanically reliable, some of them would still be there in the morning. And people used to say, with a 24-hour race, you get through the night and then see what you're having. But that's becoming something that really is in the rearview mirror, because just the way these cars can run flat out. In the 1960s, when the Daytona 24 started its happy course, it was nurse your car almost from the start. But now you can drive flat out. The only thing you really have to watch out is, am I using my tyres too hard too soon? But the drivers here, and also because they have a constant championship to race in. They've got the World Endurance Championship, they've got the WeatherTech IMSA Championship as well. They get a lot of racing, they know their cars, they know their teams, and therefore they can certainly treat their cars better.
For those of you watching the pictures, we have live telemetry for you for 3 of the 4 classes. LMP2 is the only exception. We'll get to that in a second. A spin for one of the front-running cars early in the race. And GTD Pro, that's the 75 Express Mercedes that's gone around. Looks like able to continue on. That's Kenny Hobble, team boss, behind the wheel. Sporting the blue livery here this weekend. They've been trying to break out of a spell of bad luck, and they think maybe going back to the blue could help them after 3 difficult years here in Daytona. In the meantime, a couple of Porsches side by side at Apex down in turn 1. This is for the lead overall. Kevin Estra, Felipe Nasser sparring the 2 teammates down into the first corner, and it's now Nasser ahead of Estra, the 7 ahead of the 6. So put the Brazilian back up ahead once again. Whether or not that was the 2 teammates fighting or that was orchestrated, I would be inclined to say that was a fair fight there, Bruce. They were side by side deep into the corner, where if that was something that was mandated by the team, you would have thought that would have been done and dusted long before then.
You would, wouldn't you? I mean, you know, don't get me wrong, I like to see cars race wherever possible, but maybe Roger Penske and the gang are looking on and going, this is fantastic. Because look, they're sitting on a buffer of nearly 15 seconds over the best of the rest, which is now the Cadillac with Philippe Albuquerque at the wheel, car number 10. But they're sitting pretty. Maybe they can just do it, but maybe they've just decided that 7's going to make its next pit stop before 6, and it's easy to get it in and get it out. There's normally about 1 lap between them, but they have got a buffer, and in racing, that's a real luxury. But what they have to do is just make very sure, as they're catching the tail enders from GTD, they don't have their flow interrupted. But at most points around the Daytona International Speedway, brilliant line of sight. You have a lot of points where you can see a long way up ahead, and with the driving caliber of the Porsche Penske Motorsport crew, they don't have to have any concerns they're going to put a wheel wrong unless they're fighting. Oh, hold on, what were they doing early this lap? No, get away. I think it's fantastic, and it's certainly looking, you know, Porsche hasn't had the best couple of years recently. There's been promise, but it hasn't been delivered as much as, you know, you think they will at the start of the season. Of course, they've had success. Oh dear, we have a spinner. Is that Kenny Harble's car again?
I think this is a replay.
Oh, a replay, sorry, beg your pardon.
And this would have happened down in turn 1, just ahead of the 2 GTP leaders coming into the picture as well. A look back at the replay of how the pass was made. They were separated by 8/1000ths of a second at the start-finish line. Nasser sweeping around the outside, kept Estra pinched down low and was able to make that pass complete before the exit of turn 2, and now has started to pull a bit of an advantage over his teammate. Spin in the LMP2 category, and this has been Keating, who uncharacteristically had a spin in qualifying going back to yesterday, or 2 days ago in fact. Been able to spin that car back around. He was running second in class at the time of the miscue. Now, did he do it by himself, or was there some help? He was trying to work his way to the inside of Kenny Hobble, but no, that was 100% on his own, and great reaction there by Nick Tandy in Rexy from AO Racing, able to avoid the spinning LMP2 just in front of him, coming into the bright sunshine back up onto the banking.
Yeah, that's always the thing when the sun gets a bit lower, and it will get lower quite quickly here, because we're sitting at 3:30 in the afternoon, probably best part of 3 more hours. But I have noticed the last couple of nights here, you think, oh, evening setting in, beautiful light, and then suddenly, oh, it's really getting quite dark quite quickly.
Front runner in GTD, that is Russell Ward, leads his class, and he is now fighting amongst the top 5 in GTD Pro, Bruce.
Yeah, forget Pro, GTD cars, of course, it's your driver lineup, but Russell Ward is the driver who's just got better and better. The family team, Winwood Racing, having a great thing, but what a scrap. 2 Corvettes, a Ford Mustang, the McLaren, now run by Team RLL, and the Mercedes from Winwood Racing. For them, the GTD cars, the fact that some have got a Pro driver lineup versus the GTD from Winwood Racing, to me, it's 4 different manufacturers having a real scrap on a classic circuit. I'll take that.
It's amazing what Russell Ward has turned into as a racing driver. I remember when he made the step to GT3 over an SRO before ever coming to IMSA, and there was work to be done. He would have been the first to admit it, but he has worked very hard at his craft. The team has built and grown around him as well, and now he is a huge component to that team's success. Battle for position. This is for second place in GTD Pro. Alexander Sims has it. Fred Vervish trying to take it away. He was able to get to the flank of that yellow Corvette down into turn 1, but couldn't complete the pass. Tough to roll the speed around the outside. Ultimately had to settle back in line.
Yeah, I just want to clarify an earlier comment. I'll stop if the fighting gets even closer, but when I was talking about Porsche not achieving everything it had hoped for, of course it did last year in the IMSA SportsCar Series, winning the first 3 races, with Daytona going to Felipe Nasr, who's leading the race right now. Nick Tandy, who of course is now running in GTD, and Lawrence Van Tor. But it was the World Endurance Championship, didn't quite get what it was looking for, but huge success here. But right now, this GTD Pro, GTD regular battle is absolutely why GT3 has become the sort of global category, as the support category to the supercar, to the hypercars and the prototypes, the GTP, call them what you will, in the many forms. But, you know, you look at the people, the crowd has been huge here. There's been a real upswing in people sitting in the grandstands, moving around the circuit to various vantage points. And GT cars, they always attract that sort of passionate, I support that body shape, I support that manufacturer stance.
No class has more connection to the road cars that the folks, the race fans, drove here to the racetrack in. And the fact that you have so much manufacturer involvement in GT3 globally, certainly here at IMSA as well, chances are whatever you drove to the racetrack, it's probably represented on the racetrack over the course of this race.
Yeah, you'd certainly think so, even if it's just on your family wish list. But you know, it's one of those things, and certainly the passion, and some of the cars that clearly would have been the body shapes that raced here many years ago are still driven to the circuit by people as their road cars with great passion, an enormous corral of Corvettes just inside Speedway 4, so they're all here having great manufacturer fun.
The car on a recovery drive is Paul Miller Racing's BMW car won. They're down to just one entry this year, having run 2 a season ago. Talked to Neil Verhagen about that, and Neil said on the one hand it's great to have all the focus of the team on just one car and just one lineup, but he told me that they experimented a little bit with their setup at one point and found out they were going down the wrong path, and that cost them a lot of time in the practice and testing that they might not have had to lose if they had been able to split the testing between a couple of cars. They were able to race up into the 5th spot, but Max Hesse just lost that spot. Smooth move there to the inside. Daniel Serra able to pluck that position away for Risi Competizione. Great to have the Houston-based team back on the grid. Here comes Hesse, though, fighting back to the outside, trying to grab that spot back. And there is some BMW InPower on display coming up onto the banking now into the brake zone. The Ferrari has the edge, and Serra is able to consolidate that spot. Welcome a new voice back to the pit lane now. Duncan Vincent, what do you have for us?
Thank you very much, Ryan. Yeah, we've got Ricard Leeds down here, and I just happened to walk past, and you're juggling in the pit box. Is this a pre-stint ritual that you do?
Well, to be honest, it's a kind of waking up situation for myself, so switch on the brain, as we, have a lot of class racing, different classes now later, and, forcing all different of situations where we have to react quick, so you have to switch on the brain, and this, juggling helps a bit, and I started it like 1 or 2 years ago. When you get older, you have to prepare a bit more.
Was that a 2-ball or a 3-ball juggle you were doing there?
It's 3, but it's still with 3 it's quite easy. More difficult is 4, but 3 is nice to play. And also you kind of, play it a bit and watch the cars in the background. So it's everything to switch on the brain.
I like that. And when will you be in the car? And is everything going okay so far?
Ryan is doing a great job so far, so we are happy. Now I will be next in the car, so it will be, I think, like 8 or 10 more laps, something like this. So that's why I start to juggle.
Have a good stint. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Part of Manthey Racing's 2-car assault on this year's Rolex 24 at Daytona, paired up in GTD with Ryan Hardwick, Ricardo Pera, and Maurice Schuring, quick Dutch driver. It's the only scheduled start in IMSA of the year for Ricard Leeds, who is so accomplished. I'm not sure there's anyone more accomplished in a modern version of a 911 GT3R.
It'd be really intriguing to know how many laps, how many races he's done, how many qualifying sessions. And there are a lot of other drivers here who aren't experts on the various iterations of the 911. Klaus Bachler, the Austrian driver, has also just seemingly been hardly a race weekend for the past decade has not been in a car of that shape. But he gets a real shock when they actually change manufacturer. It takes a while for us commentators to get our heads straight. But I tell you what, this battle at the head of GTD Pro, Nicky Katzberg, hugely, 0.3 of a second, and then tucked in behind Alexander Sims, his teammate, who's got Fred Vervies all over his rear wing, and now Russell Ward fleetingly got ahead of Dean McDonald's McLaren, and that's chopping and changing and swinging back. But maybe the next change, because traffic is around them, is the battle for second place in GTD Pro, because Alexander Sims has got Fred Vervies all over him and an LMP2 car coming through. And when you get a car from another class, is it going to be to your advantage or not? And now that P2 car is stuck between the 2 Corvettes. Bright yellow they are, and the metallic mid-blue of the Ford Mustang tucked in behind. And as soon as they get slightly blocked, that McLaren gets onto the tail. Run, of course, by Rahal Letterman Lanigan, so change of scene for them, but certainly that car has been almost like a sleeper coming to this event. The Solus McLaren, it doesn't make it easy, but every time it's been on track, it's been really, really impressive.
Quite a few question marks surrounding that entry. It's the first time the team has run the car. They got it rather late in the game. It was a thrash to get to the November test at the tail end of last year. They have a driver lineup that across all 4 drivers, none of them have done this race before. Dean McDonald, who's in the car right now, is the most experienced of the quartet, having raced and won big races and championships in Europe, but has not made an IMSA start prior to today. Then 3 young co-drivers, all open-wheel drivers. They have a combined 1 sports car start between them. And that's Max Esterson at Petit Le Mans last year, and he did it in a prototype. So not much to carry over. That's the question mark for them, is are they too new to the car, and do they have drivers that can make the right decisions for 24 straight hours?
Well, I'd say it's a real risk, but sometimes when people have got a new project, by having a fresh team of drivers who don't bring a lot of experience, it sort of buys you a year to gain experience as a team, and the drivers will come on. Certainly the drivers are quick, but you know, sports car racing is not the easiest game in the world, and it's how you all interact, how you work from day into night. Now, from the lead come the two Porsches from Porsche Penske Motorsport, and Kevin Estre and Felipe Nasr coming in, sitting at their pit stops. They're in the pit garages closest to pit in, one sitting in front of the other, or more to the point. Just going to see they'll be doing exactly the same, and one presumes they'll go back out in the same order, but let us wait and see. But sitting on that buffer, as I said, 14, 15 seconds. I tell you what, actually, the last couple of laps is actually eked out a little bit while we were looking at that GTD Pro battle. So here and now, those two Porsches, the one with the white fin at the back, that's car number 6, that's Kevin Estre. The one with the black fin tucked in behind it, i.e. closest to pit in, is car number 7, with which Felipe Nasr had moved into the lead. But they've swapped them around, so number 6 is going to go back out for Porsche Penske Motorsport, and that will be basically as they were in the first hour of this race. Now we've swapped one way, now we've swapped back the other.
Two hours down. Weather conditions, 75 degrees in the air, 91 degrees on the track. Interesting to note that once again, Porsche Penske able to stretch the stint longer than a few other cars in the class. And the 93 from Meyer Shank Racing able to match them on that stint. As we reach the 22-hour to go mark on the 64th edition of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Porsche 963 power starting to get laid down as they leave the Serpentine pit exit lane, rejoining the racetrack once again, but now nursing those cold tires, trying to put some temperature in them as quickly as possible. Michelin bringing a new tire to Daytona and really all season long here this year. And one of the focus points has been to try and improve that warm-up on cold tires, but it's still a process, and it still feels like a skating rink when you're out there for the first lap or so.
Absolutely so. Sometimes your mind can play tricks, it just compounds the issue. But get the good information from the driver who's got out of the car, get information from your team, feel it through your hands, your hips, your tail end, and then concentrate, keep moving forward.
With 2 hours down, it's time for a VP in-race update. Some of this is in flux with GTP pit stops taking place right now, so perhaps it's best to start in another class. We'll start at the bottom. GTD right now, Windward Racing showing the way. It's Russell Ward at the wheel of his Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo. Has a healthy lead at this stage over Turner Motorsports' Patrick Gallagher. Perhaps not as healthy as I realized. Actually, it's only about a second between the top two in the class. Heart of Racing's Zachary Robichon currently holding down third place in GTD in their Aston Martin. To GTD Pro, where Corvette Racing still holds a 1-2 advantage on the rest of the field, with the number 4 car leading from the number 3 by just a couple of seconds, but it's been as close as 0.3 of a second at times in recent moments. But challenging and closing in, Fred Vervish for Ford trying to go back-to-back in the Rolex 24 at Daytona. LMP2, a recent round of pit stops, has left the order looking like this. AO Racing with car number 99 showing the way. Running in second for inter-Europol competition, it's the number 343, Jakub Schwikowski currently behind the wheel. And then the non-delayed entry, car 22 from United Autosports USA, Grégoire Saucy currently the pilot of that car that was started by Dan Goldberg. That car started at the back of the class after missing the recon lap this morning. In GTP, after the pit stops, it's now cycled through. It's a Porsche 1-2 once again, but it's now the 6 ahead of the 7 after the pit stops. That had changed on track. We have driver changes in both of those cars. Now Lawrence Vanthor leading from Julian Andlauer. Meanwhile, Ricky Taylor now aboard Wayne Taylor Racing's car number 10, the Cadillac V-Series .R, some 15 seconds behind the overall leader. So with 21 hours, 56 minutes, 49, 48, 47 seconds still to go, problems have struck, and they have struck in a big way for Risi Competizione. They had a spin a few moments ago. We got word they'd been able to continue on, but Daniel Serra is crabbing his way down the racetrack. Left front suspension caved in. The left front wheel won't point straight, Bruce, and he's going to have a whale of a time trying to get that car back to the pits. He might just decide to stop it at a cutout. We'll see what he elects to do. Right now, continues to keep the foot in it, doing his best to get that car back to the Risi crew, but it will be very much delayed and with a very second-hand looking Ferrari 296.
Yeah, just working his way out of turn 6 up onto the banking, or more to the point, just trying his utmost to stay out of the way, but had a little spin. There's debris, reports of debris on the track at turn 3, so presumably the incident happened just before that. Can't see it from our vantage point up here, but it's going to be the sort of drive-in, not of shame, of just disappointment, shoulders down. But the Risi Competizione 62 Ferrari not running at full speed.
Into the pit lane for Triarsi Competizione. This is the car that had the fire earlier on. James Calado still sits in there, and it already looks like it's done more than 24 hours, by the way. It's not the cleanest, but that's with the extinguisher powder. Calado, cool as you can imagine in this car, and it's all going to plan right now. This is a cycle through of pit stops for GTD, and just a quick check off the front air intakes, making sure the brake ducts don't have any pickup in them. That's something you really have to make sure it is clear, because if you start blocking any of the intakes with pieces of rubber, your brakes will get hot and they will overheat, and we do know the brakes are important here. The last drops of fuel go in, lots of action in the pit stop as Turner Motorsport go. Calado gets the wave away, and that was a lovely pit stop this time for Triarsi Competizione.
Might have been on the early end of the window for the GT cars, but there are reports of debris around the circuit, and the news has only gotten worse for Risi. Now the tire has delaminated for Daniel Serra. He continues to limp his way around. He's on the inside of the Le Mans chicane. That's the newly paved backstretch dating back just to last year. This wouldn't have been possible a couple of years ago, Bruce, when this area of the track would have been grass. That car not moving particularly quickly. Race control sees this. They also see all of the debris that car has left scattered around the racetrack, and we go full course yellow for the first time in quite some time. For the GT cars that were able to dive in there, this could be quite a break to help earn them some track position. Yeah. They should cycle their way forward.
Absolutely massive boost. Some of them probably were thinking I might come in, others would have been getting the message over the radio. Now's your chance before full course yellow is thrown. Get into the pits. But the odyssey of pain, mental pain for Daniel Serra continues. Risi Competizione, I'm not even entirely sure he's going to manage to bring it the whole way back to the pits. Maybe he's not losing as much ground because it's full course yellow, but with that front left held on, the carcass of the tyre, by, well, goodwill, one feels, rather than anything else.
Close call a moment ago for the race leader, Lawrence Vanthoor, making his way through some GT traffic. It looked like he was trying to go to the inside of the Pfaff Lamborghini. That car was trying to make its way to the pit lane at exactly the same time. They avoid making contact, and everyone's able to continue on. Also getting a report from our Peter Mackay, possible contact between Daniel Serra in the Risi car and the 033 Triarsi Competizione car. That is the James Calado car that just came in for the pit stop. So, Duncan, we're going to come to you. I know you've got an update for us, but also, did you notice any additional damage to the car that could have stemmed from the contact that cut down the tire for Serra?
Ryan, it's too hard to say because that 033 car, the Triarsi Competizione car, is in a state already. It's covered in extinguisher fluid, or extinguisher dust, so I couldn't see any cracks in any fiberglass, but Peter Mackay, well, he will have his finger very much on the pulse. I'm at Risi Competizione. I can see Barbara Burns giving me a little bit of a shake of the head. It's one of these things. We're waiting for Daniel Serra to come back in, not what Risi Competizione need, and especially if there was contact there with James Calado. Well, there's a bit of a Ferrari tie in there, isn't there? The factory GT drivers all coming together. Unfortunately, it sounds like he's stopped on track now, so this is a disaster for the 18th time that they've been here. The Risi Competizione have such a great history here with the Daytona, the Rolex 24.
That's the truth. Last year, they were here in support of Dragon Speed as they ran a Ferrari. But very bad news for the Houston-based team. Daniel Serra out of the car. The car is about to get lifted up onto a flatbed. Daniel talking to a member of the AMR safety team, and looks like he'll be taken back into the paddock along with that car that had been having a pretty strong run up to that point. Possible emergency service now for a few of the cars that didn't sneak in before the yellow, and among them was the 57 Woodward Racing Mercedes. That was Russell Ward, who had been leading in the class. Only a splash of fuel, and then they'll be required to come in when the pits do open. That's just unfortunate. The timing of the yellow, they weren't quite as quick to react as some of the others.
No, and sometimes the message comes through moments after you've passed pit in. Nothing you can do about it. But right now, the pass around has commenced, so we'll see everyone being shuffled back into position. But car 57 enters, the official notification is enter to close pits.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Risi Competizione team actually got on the radio to Daniel Serra and said, stop, you're actually damaging the car more than it needs to be driven back. So the thing is, when a tire delaminates, it starts to take off things inside there. You've got the wheel cover, you've got your brake ducts, you've got all sorts of cables as well for wheel speed sensors, and that's what you don't want to be pulling off. So discretion being the very much better part. Park it, and we'll get a lift back.
Few cars have been noted for entering a closed pit. This was an interesting time for it because we were right up against the pit stop window for the GTD cars. It would have been a tad early, but still very much in the window. The trouble is GT cars pit second in the IMSA full course yellow rules, so they would have to go around for quite a few laps behind the safety car before they even get their first chance to pit. A few teams feeling like they can't make that work, or at least aren't willing to take the risk. So coming in to top up with fuel, I think we've got another update of one such car. Let's head to Peter Snowden down in the pits.
Yeah, just to pick up on your point you made there, Ryan, that I was standing here just before that full course yellow, right by the Get Speed team, the number 69 Mercedes, and they were waiting and waiting and waiting, but the Porsches are back in, well, one of the Porsches back in now, and they, I'm going to get run over, so I'm going to get it out of the way there, but the Get Speed Mercedes there just had a literal splash and dash for a matter of seconds.
We've got GTP pit stops taking place, a few more GT cars that are making their way into the pits for emergency service, among them the Rahal Letterman Lanigan McLaren, but it's a busy pit lane, Bruce, with the GTP cars, most of them just doing top-offs, it looks like, because we just had pit stops a little while ago. This is really just about resetting the fuel, everybody getting back on the same sequence here, because they were still quite a ways away, 30-40 minutes away from needing to make a pit stop.
Yeah, there's always a question, do I come in? Now, one of the two works Porsche Penske Motorsport called Lawrence Van Toors, number 6. They've decided that is coming into fuel. They're doing other inspections as well. So actually, maybe it's something else. Maybe something got in the side ducting of the car. And don't forget that a short while ago, they had to go wide to go past another car. It was just basically as the full course yellow was about to be thrown. So I think this is the first potential problem for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Number 6, sitting in the pit lane. Julian Andlauer leading the way in the sister car, that's car number 7. But suddenly, having had a textbook run thus far, Porsche Penske Motorsport have got an issue.
The first fly in the ointment for the team that has dominated this race thus far. It looks like possibly some bodywork damage on the right-hand side of the car. And could this have been from that moment with the Lamborghini that we discussed earlier?
He had to duck underneath it. He was trying to go above, and the Lamborghini came down low. No blame attached to either party, but he ran on below the white line, off the bottom of the banking at Speedway 3, I think it was. Just possibly picked up some damage.
It appears to be either a hole in the bodywork, or at least it scuffed off the wrap. Can't tell if we're actually looking through the bodywork or if it's just down to the carbon. And that explains the dark circle that we see there that has presumably stemmed from contact of some description. Whether or not it was the incident with the Lamborghini, I'm not sure. But Lawrence Vanthorne now has dropped to the back of the GTP field, having spent significant time in the pit lane right there, and we'll try and get to the bottom of how bad the damage is and exactly where it came from. Sister car still leads with Julian Andlauer. That's now promoted Ricky Taylor up into second, and Alex Palou is third as we head back down to the pits in Snowy.
Yeah, just a very quick thing on the JDC Miller 963 Porsche number 85 car. That just came in for what I thought was a splash and dash. It wasn't. They didn't do anything other than they tried to loosen the rear wing because the engine deck rear cover was loose and there was something not right, and it was quite literally just a readjustment of bodywork. So keep an eye on that yellow non-Evo 963. There's something a little bit awry in the bodywork. Sort of the panels don't quite fit for some reason.
We'll go back to the pits in a moment, but we've got a couple of reports coming in about the source of that damage. Evidently that happened early in the race. Kevin Estre reporting contact with an LMP2 car in the opening hours, so that's something they've been carrying for some time and felt like now was the time to try and make some repairs. Meanwhile, Rahal Letterman-Lanigan making a pit stop, and Duncan Vincent is watching.
I am that Yuri Vip's going to be getting into that car, and that's a very slick driver change. Also, Turner Motorsport coming in just in front of them, and we've got the Triarci car going in. This is a very busy flurry of pit stops. And what I can tell you is the McLaren almost blocked in by the BMW just at the angle, but it's just a splash and dash for the BMW. They're not doing any tyres and they're not doing a driver change. So the McLaren's still on the pit apron as Rexy makes its way out onto track as well. And the amount of pickup, Brian, you should see it, that the mechanics can pull off that front grille. Now, that said, that's so important in the last report because you don't want that letting the engine temperatures go up or affecting the brake temperatures as well. But a nice slick stop from the RLL team as the car comes off the jacks. And so far so good, a good showing from the McLaren in its return to the Rolex 24.
Yuri Vips about to make his Rolex 24 debut. First ever sports car race for the ex-Red Bull Junior driver. Made his way as far as Formula 2, then shifted his career stateside. Made a couple of starts for the Rahal team in IndyCar over the last few seasons and has served as their reserve driver now for a couple of years. I think we've got a chance to hear from some drivers who just jumped out of the cars. Back to Duncan in the pits.
Yeah, absolutely. He stepped out the car like a gazelle. He was across the pit wall. Dean McDonald, congratulations. A good, solid start to the race for you guys there, by the looks of it.
Yeah, obviously it's pretty tricky trying to manage the P cars. But yeah, I can't complain too much. You know, it's obviously hard to tell what people are doing and tyre strategy-wise. So yeah, I think we just got to run our own race and see where we are at the end. But yeah, so far so good.
What was your last words on the radio to Yuri? A little bits of advice on the car?
Really, there's not much to say on the car. It feels quite well balanced, so I don't think he'll struggle at all out there.
Thank you very much, pal. Oh, it's a busy
slower pit stop for the RLL team. They had been done with the initial service for quite some time, but the car was still stationary for an extended period of time. So, Duncan, if you have a chance to figure out what the cause of that might be, I'd appreciate it. They do lose some track position, but have been able to stay on the lead lap. Wave by underway now, which means we are closing in, Bruce, on a resumption of activity. This full course yellow again for the stopped Risi Competizione Ferrari that picked up some damage. Apparently contact with another GT car, possibly another Ferrari, but Daniel Serra got the worst of it.
Yeah, he really did. And in fact, you know, last night we were sitting around having supper and we were discussing, you know, which cars may rise to the top. And I can't remember if it was you. Someone said Risi Competizione, and if it's going to happen, that's been a bit of a setback.
We've got a couple more updates from the pits. We'll start with Snowy and then to Duncan.
Yeah, I've just caught up with a very slick pit stop here for the 75 Express at AMG Mercedes, and Will Power has just jumped out of that into that car, so obviously no point in talking to him. But I can talk to Kenny Habelhull, who's just got out of it. You've finally got a bit of water. I'll give you a couple of minutes. A chaotic first couple of hours at Daytona 24-26.
Yeah, surprisingly, a lot of crashes early on, first lap. I don't know what that's about. Very aggressive out there. Just, you know, as usual, the prototypes. Mate, you've never seen a bigger bunch of pelicans in your life than those guys. They have no concept for being professionals. No concept of 24 hours. The way they attack, the risks they take, they chop everyone, they hit the GTDs. I got door tapped 3 times, I got pushed into the marbles twice. You know, sooner or later, IMSA just has to man up and just say to these guys, look, it's your race and it's our race. You know, this is not NASCAR where you just go and sideswipe someone and then you get a medal for it.
But apart from that side of it, did you enjoy driving the car? How's the car?
The car's good. Yeah, the car's good, strong. No issues. I had a little spin there trying to pass somebody. I got door closed on me, but kept going, and the lap times were good. They told me the lap times are right up the front, 48s. So happy. Everything good so far.
Thank you for your time, Kenny.
Yeah, the Penske car once again in the pit lane, the same work on the same side being done. I got here just a little bit late, but that was quite a lengthy stop for them, and I'm going to try and get a little bit more information from the actual team. Also, the McLaren, the 59 car, had TPMS sensor issues, so he couldn't go on track until that had all been cleared up, and unfortunately, he's back in the pit lane.
I wonder if that might be rearing its ugly head once again. They have the right vertical door open, 2 crew members currently peering inside. And that's the way it looked as well before they released the car moments ago. So this is what we talked about, Bruce. We were wondering, a team that is new to this car, there's a lot to learn. High-tech cars these days, even in the GT class. And now maybe learning on the fly here with tire pressure monitoring system issues in the pits.
Yeah, and then of course if you're only running one car, the pressure is all the greater. You can't trade off and get some experience and knowledge from the other car, but fingers crossed for them. But Kenny Harble, the car is colourful, and he's a colourful character too. And I've never heard other drivers described as a bunch of pelicans before. But Ron Fellows, Daytona legend, you know, you came in the box, that immediately put a smile on your face. But you knew what he meant.
You've had some moments, I'm sure, over the course. You've had some moments in your career as well. Do you have to come up with some creative language to describe situations like that when someone comes with a microphone right when you get out of the car?
Yeah, bite your tongue. Yeah.
Sometimes easier said than done.
Yeah, no, very, very much so. Yeah, depending on the timing. Yeah, especially getting out of the car right away. And, yeah, you're adrenaline charged and still not happy. Yeah, no, it's part of it. You know, you see it in all sport. Never, you know, motorsport's no different.
100%. Now, let's cut to the chase. The GTD Pro Battle was absolutely fantastic. You're wearing, obviously, a Corvette Racing shirt. They were running first and second in class. One of the Ford Mustangs right under their rear wing. The McLaren, until its latest little problem, was right with it. It looks a fantastic battle in GTD. And, you know, the top 5 cars, 4 manufacturers, covered by 3 seconds.
Yeah, it's super close. It's like that all the time. And you know is this the 5th caution we had? 4th?
We're racking them up.
Yeah, it's crazy. So you got to know that it's going to be a long race. So you just be patient, high percentage moves. You know, there's no, you know, lose a few seconds in a high percentage weight, or you take a chance and it's a low percentage and you lose 3 or 4 laps. So it's one of those, you know, especially this early and as busy as it is. And part of it is that, you know, all the classes, it's super close. So it's tough to get away. And you just got to be, everybody's got to be patient. I see Antonio's in the 3 car now. Yeah, it's gonna be a great race. So.
It is, and very early on, you sometimes see people, they've just been incredibly fortunate. They got in the pits just before a full course yellow. They can take the full tank of fuel, and then it seems in a 24-hour race, the next time there's a chance for someone to have a gain, it's not them. It comes back. But you know, you've got to keep chipping away. What would be your way if you were the team boss? Would you say every time we've got a possibility to come in and top up, we do that? Or would you go, well, I suppose it depends who's immediately around you, doesn't it, on the track?
Yeah, it's always, I mean, it also depends on where you are in the fuel cycle. You know, my pit strategy was listening on the radio from inside the car. So yeah, it was, but typically you'll I mean, if you're sort of halfway through a tank of fuel and there's a caution, tires are okay, yeah, generally you're going to come in top up. You know, some in that range there. But I mean, you want to keep running, but it also depends on where you are in the life of the tires too.
We've got a restart coming imminently, but a chance to hear from Urs Corrado from Porsche Penske to get an update on the damage. Duncan, what have you found out?
Yeah, Porsche Penske very open with what's going on here. And Urs, thank you for your time. Can you tell us what's actually the issue right now?
Yeah, the head that came in his last stint was just before the pit stop. He had a contact with one of the GT cars, and yeah, we used the yellow to repair it. There was a good repair. Boys did a great job on it.
Thank you very much for your time, Urs. Thank you.
Appreciate their openness and their candor, sharing that information with us. It's the sister car that leads as we go green once again at Daytona. Julian Adlauer from Ricky Taylor, from Alex Palou, from Jordan Taylor. That's the top 4 in GTP. Behind them, this field fanning out 3 and 4 wide in the run down to turn number 1. The fight, though, is now on for second place as the IndyCar champ, Alex Palou, challenging Ricky Taylor for second place. He's to the inside into the kink, and Taylor has no recourse but to give way. Put the Acura up to second, their best track position of the race so far, and it's not over yet for Ricky Taylor, who now has his brother breathing down his neck. Jordan Taylor starting to close in, fighting for the final step of the podium, albeit with 21 hours and 35 minutes still to go. Further back, a spin. This is an LMP2 car. This is the 04 crowd strike by APR machine that has spun off their second spin of the race already, Bruce. Doesn't appear to pick up any damage, but able to continue on.
No, I thought we were going to have more spinners because the 5th car down into turn 1, AJ Allmendinger, a big lock-up. He controlled all that, but that move by Alex Palou, he's not hanging around, is he? He's obviously had a bit of an interesting week with the court case and everything, but he's had to compartmentalise that, obviously to do with his IndyCar contracts. And Ron, for you, I'm not suggesting you'd have such big lawsuits around you, but I mean, just in terms of trying to go, I've got to come here and focus on what I need to do. With something like that, Black Clouder, you must not be the best of approaches.
No, you know what? It's it's actually easier because this is what you do. This is what you love to do. This is where you're you find it easy to focus and concentrate. It's your home. So I'm sure Alex had no trouble doing what he needs to do when it's time to drive.
Another car in strife, Mueller Motorsports, their Porsche 911, number 123, with a great deal of smoke coming out of the back. It's Dave Musial Jr. currently behind the wheel, making his WeatherTech Championship debut. This looks significant, Bruce, no question about it. He's on the backstretch right now, trying to get back, but that car listing over to the right. And Ron, the expert, lets us know right rear, no question about it. Now we have a clean look at it. And he's going to have his work cut out to try and limp that car back to the pits without doing any additional damage.
Well, the good news is he doesn't have to go up in the banking.
It's different from your day when that was all grass before.
Yeah, he could stay on the flat till he's, just make sure the tire doesn't come apart and tear the rest of the bodywork up, and he'd be good.
Yeah, again, keep cool, keep calm. Julian Adler, what a getaway he's had. As Ron Fellows joins us in the booth. His number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, 1.6 seconds clear at the start of the lap. Up into second place, Alex Palou. Third place, demoted to third place, the number 10 Cadillac of Ricky Taylor, ahead of brother Jordan in 4th. And AJ Allmendinger keeping a second Acura in that top 5 in 5th place overall. Then Earl Bamber, Philippe Eng, as we move down to the border, BMW and Sheldon van der Linde, they complete the top 8. Yes, Martin Valkyrie's still in there in 9th place overall. Then the 2 Porsche 963. Kalen Frederick now on board the JDC Miller car, and back to the back of the pack. We just heard from Urs Karatli explaining why the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport entry of Lawrence Van Tor is back down there. They did the repair. It cost them time. It cost them track position. But they've got it done.
Ron, we want to be cognizant of your time as the tire carcass now has escaped the Porsche that's limping its way back. It's still off the racing line to the inside. An oval turn 3 would appear. But Ron, just to close with you, you've been here, you've been coming here for a long time, racing here, and now in your role with Corvette Racing. How has this event evolved, and how proud are you to see the health of sports car racing? That grid we had today, unbelievable. The car count, but also the fans that are here.
Yeah, no, it's just gotten bigger and bigger, especially, coming out of COVID. We saw we've seen that north of the border as well with our event, Chevy Grand Prix at Daytona Motorsport Park. It's just there was such an appetite to get back out and get to events, and the momentum hasn't stopped. And you look at the quality of the grids, the increasing numbers of manufacturers and teams. It's awesome to see.
Does it make you wish you could climb back in a race car, be a part of it?
I told him I'm good, but I'm only good for maybe a 15-minute stint. I'm 68 years old. So.
Fair enough.
Many years still to go, be sure of that. But yeah, I mean, but I think that moment that you're here, and it all just makes sense from a driver's point of view. Just this brilliant stage
absolutely.
to come and play on.
Yeah. No,
but also that moment, Ron, if I could, cut across you
go
there.
ahead.
You're talking about after COVID and racing started. Those first few races when spectators were allowed in, you realise they hadn't seen anything in the flesh for 2, possibly 3 years. The smiles on people's faces, and since then it's building up. I've bumped into people here, and the crowd here is really spectacularly good today. Yeah. And it's taken a few years, and people are going, oh, I really want to do that. Yeah. Next year I'll go and do it. And I spoke to one chap, he just decided on a whim 3 days ago to come here.
Yeah,
loving it.
Amazing. Yeah, and you look at how big the crowd was at Petit Le Mans last year. It basically had to close the gates, couldn't let any more people in. It's just incredible. And that's what you want to see. And that's what makes it healthy. If there's nobody watching, guess what? None of us are going to be racing either.
That is a good point. Well, Ron Fellows, Corvette racing legend, pleasure to have you up here in the booth with us. If you'd like to stick around and enjoy the view for a little while, feel free to do so. But it's been fantastic to have your company and your insight here for a little while.
Yeah, it's very cool to see the old number 2 from 2001 and the number 3 in the Chevy Experience Center. I haven't seen the baby for a while, and to reunite with that car from 2001 and our big win then, it was awesome.
Memories come flooding back.
Indeed.
Yeah,
yes.
the livery's still super crisp, and was glowing at us as we look down from the grandstand opposite.
Beautiful yellow.
It is indeed, as they are still today. That's
indeed.
Ron Fellows joining us here.
Thanks, guys.
The broadcast center. With that, let's turn the focus back to the track here for a few moments. We've been allowed to take a breath, settle down slightly as the race has settled into a rhythm since the restart. Julian Andlauer has pulled the gap now, like you alluded to, Bruce. 2.5 seconds clear of Alex Palou, who worked his way around Ricky Taylor. AJ Allmendinger now has the sister Meyer-Shank Racing Acura, number 60, up into 4th spot. He got around Jordan Taylor a few laps ago, and Earl Bamber has done the same. So the recovery nearly complete for Action Express and Whelen Engineering, the car that got sent to the back after post-qualifying tech inspection, found to wear the skid plate too much, then had a drive-through penalty in hour 1 as well. They've made their way back into the top 5.
And included the run across the grass towards
That's
3
true.
for Jack Aitken. So really good progress. Let's just blow the trumpet, if I may, in GTD. It's Turner Motorsport to the front in their BMW M4 GT3. Patrick Gallagher, Tom Gamble tucked in behind the Heart of Racing team, number 27 Vantage GT3. So 2 different mates, and a while ago, of course, it was the Mercedes leading that class, but Winwood Racing has fallen down the order a little bit. But just remember, we've seen great pace from that car. Will we see it working its way back up? Because certainly Russell Ward was having such a run.
Battled through the infield as the Heart of Racing charging forward. This is in their GTD entry. Tom Gamble trying to chase down Pat Gallagher in the leading Turner BMW. Just got around the 14 Vassar Sullivan Lexus. That's in the GTD Pro class, but needed to get through the Pro class traffic to try and draw a bead on the leader in his class. A couple of incidents that are being reviewed. We mentioned the fact that we thought there was contact between Risi and Triarci. That incident is under review. It has been for quite some time. 62 and 033, the 2 cars involved. That is Triarci's GTD Pro entry, the car in question. We also got word that there was an incident perhaps that led to that cut tire for the Mueller Motorsports Porsche. They were possibly involved with the 16 car.
Roman Grosjean's listed as the driver at the moment, but it was a short while ago. Has there been a driver change since? But anyhow, certainly penalty is a drive-through for the car number 16.
Yes, incident responsibility for contact with the Mueller Porsche, so that will delay the Myers-Riley Motorsports Ford Mustang somewhat, a car that's been pretty strong, quite frankly, through the build-up to this event. Sheena Monk started it, and they've been making some progress back up through the field.
I must say, actually, it's already quite a long way down the order, but simply because they also had a drive-through penalty in the opening hour for a tyre pressure infraction, if you remember. So the car that, in my eyes, looks, it's just coming into the pits now. Red is the lower half, black over the hood, white on the roof. It looks like a late 1960s Ford Mustang Trans Am racer. So I love those evocative liveries, and that's one of the crispest in the race. So full marks to the Myers-Riley Motorsport crew for that one.
Ryan Yardley was in the 1-2-3 car, the Milner Motorsport car, sorry, the number 1-2-3, and you had a little bit of contact out there. What happened?
Yeah, it just looks like there's a yellow flag at turn 5, and looks like Junior got a little hit there in the right rear and a punch at the tyre. So yeah, sucks to happen so early, but at least it happened early, and hopefully we can recover in the race.
Yeah, it's not exactly what you want. Car feel okay one, so obviously you've handed the car over, but everything okay?
Yeah, for me, I haven't driven the car yet, so yet to jump in for my stint, but yeah, they put a new tyre on, and as far as I'm aware, everything else feels okay.
I've watched a good few pit stops, and I keep seeing lots and lots of pickup getting taken out the air intakes and off the radiators. What's it like trackside if you accidentally go offline?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tricky with a lot of the marbles and the pickup, especially as we head into the night, so definitely one thing to be careful of is try to stay on line the best you can, especially in those safety car periods, and make sure yeah, you are in line as best you can be.
Ryan, thank you very much. Good luck for your stint.
Thank you, appreciate it.
That was Duncan Vincent down in the pit lane, part of our 4-member pit lane team. Ford Racing Global Broadcast Center voices that you're hearing. I'm Ryan Marine. Bruce Jones is alongside with 21 hours, 25 minutes, and 10 seconds to go in the 64th Rolex 24 at Daytona. Battles going on all throughout this field, including in GTD Pro, where the two most famous, arguably, Porsche liveries in the world, the Grello from Manthey, Rexy from AO Racing, they found each other on track. Quite frankly, Bruce, it's not been the week that either of those two accomplished teams would have hoped for, but here they are, fighting it out, and still plenty of time to try and make their way to the front.
You can never discount, but I just want to run you through the driving strength in Rexy. It's the green one, of course, has such fame here, running behind the Grello, which is the green and yellow car, so famous for all its successes on the Nürburgring mighty track in the middle of Germany. But AO Racing, Nick Tandy, last year's winner, of course, he was in the GTP class car then, but he's settling in. Hasn't been too buoyant, but he's had a great run in the opening stint. He's handed over to Harry King, young British Porsche racer who's really getting his global wings. And alongside, in fact, when you look at the 911, the Grello Porsche they're giving chase to, Thomas Preining yet to get in the car. Klaus Beckler yet to get in the car. The two Austrians being kept back. But Ricardo Feller started, and then Ayhancan Guven, just this fantastically fast, really robust DTM champion, a Turkish racer, is having a really good scrap. Yes, right, air temperature's beginning to drop a little bit, and this has been a fantastic Saturday here at Daytona. But I think this GTD battle is going to run, and certainly it's looking very good indeed. The overall battle in GTD Pro, well, let's wave the flag. It's the Evo Mustangs first and second, and Seb Prio making his father very proud indeed, leading the way from fellow Brit Ben Barker. Then come the two Corvettes. Remember, they were running first and second in class a while ago. Tommy Milner and Antonio Garcia. So much success in this event, including an outright win really a very long time ago. They are third and fourth.
So I've just had a chat, I know Duncan's done the same down in the garage. I've just had a quick chat with the guys at the RLL McLaren. Excuse the noise in the background. It's noisy cars doing pit stops while we're trying to work. It is an electrical system. They think it might have started with the TPMS, or the tyre pressure monitoring system, but that apparently is affecting something else. So it's a little bit more than just whether it's got tyre pressure. Now, obviously, that's kind of like a safety issue if it's telling you that it's not a great deal of confidence for the driver if you're telling you your tyre pressure is going down and it's not. So they've got to go and do a bit more than that and a bit of investigation. So it's back in the paddock, and it'll be quite a time before that car's back in again. But they are working on it with every intention of getting it back in the race.
Appreciate that update. Peter Snowden down in the pits. Graham Doyle a moment ago with the wild ride through the grass in the infield in the Lamborghini Huracan from Wayne Taylor. Able to recover, continues on, but hard in the throat moment there momentarily for the young driver. Meanwhile, another update from the pits. Let's head to Duncan.
Yeah, the Dragon Speed number 81 car here. Giacomo Alco has just handed over to Henrik Hedman, and great to see you looking nice and fresh, I'm going to say. Not be too bothered by the heat out there, but how was the stint for you in the car?
I mean, I did already a double stint, so the start was a little bit chaotic with all of these contacts and car in the middle of the road, so we had to stay careful to avoid everything and to be safe. And yeah, we are running. We are currently around P13, 14, so yeah, we try to do our race. Still early stages, so we take it easy and we see.
Did you have any words of wisdom that you could hand over to Henrik before he got in the car and head out for his stint?
Yeah, I gave a few information to the team for Henrik, and yeah, to give some inputs on the driving style to use and to adapt to the car, and we see, yeah.
So what do you do now? A little bit of food, a little bit of rest, water?
For sure, a shower straight away, and then a little bit of food, and we'll be watching the race from the TV.
Giacomo, thank you.
Thank you.
On time, Ferrari associated driver, not affiliated directly, but drove Ferraris for a long time, including last year with Dragon Speed. They make the switch to Corvette. They liked him so much, they brought him with them, and for good reason. He's awfully quick when he gets plugged into a GT3 car. Major penalty here, Bruce. This is one of the front runners early on in GTD Pro, 75 Express. Kenny Habul's team, a stop plus 100, I think it was. It was a significant time penalty, and that was for exceeding the the stint energy regulations.
It's a big hit. That is a fumble. Already we had Kenny Habul getting out and describing other drivers as pelicans for dive bombing him, and all the other GT class cars. Just seeing a message that car number 2 is being pushed behind the wall. I looked down from my lofty commentary position, and indeed that is the case. It's being pushed back through. That's an LMP2 car. Phil Fair was the driver who started off at United Autosports. They have not had the dream run at 2026.
No, that's the car that was caught up and really got the worst of the damage in that turn 1 coming together, lap 1 of the race. The car spent significant time behind the wall in the opening hour. They've been able to get back out and turn some laps, but they are well down the order, and their day has gone from bad to worse. Now back behind the wall once again. Leaders in traffic, Bruce.
Absolutely so, carving their way through, but this is the moment of potential jeopardy. The lights getting a little lower in the drivers' faces as they go up towards the Western Horseshoe. A lot of detritus already on the screen, lots of bug smash there, but when you're running through a group of P2s and GT cars, you've got to keep yourself very, very careful and clean. Julian Andlau leading this race by 3.7 seconds, then 2 Acuras now in second and third place. Alex Palou, car number 93 for Acura Meyershank Racing, and then car number 60 from Acura Meyershank Racing, and that's the one with AJ Allmendinger on board.
Yeah, just a quick pit stop into the box of the United Autosports number 2. They had a very small fire because the CV has been letting some grease come out, and obviously that catches fire in a pit stop. But the drivers had been complaining of a soft brake pedal, and that's something, as a race car driver or even a road car driver, you do not want. So that has to go back to the garage. You have to fix the CV, you have to bleed the brakes. It's a bit of a continuation of what happened at the start.
That's the trouble with these things. The misfortune can compound upon itself. That appears to be the case for one of United Autosports' 2 entries. The good news for the team is their second car. The day didn't start great. They missed the recon lap, a little late getting out there. They were sent to the back of the class, but they've slowly but surely worked their way forward. And right now, Gregoire Saucy currently holds the 2nd spot in LMP2, chasing PJ Hyatt. How about it? A lot of the teams have elected to take their bronzes out of the car. They have not at AO Racing. PJ stays in and still has been able to hold off some of these silvers and even higher rated drivers that are in a few of the lineups as he continues his ascension through the ranks in LMP2. PJ's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it has been really quite a story. I mean, he's been caught by about 2 seconds a lap by Gregoire Saucy, so it is borrowed time, but it's eating through PJ's drive time. And that'll give him the ability to relax through the night and then come in for who knows how long towards the end. But every lap he does in this stint, that's just mean he's got less to do later in the race. And he has looked, he's listened, he's learnt, and he's leading at Daytona. That is an accolade. They left him out because he was leading. He could have been brought in for a driver change, but why, when he's got clear track ahead of him and no one immediately behind him, would you bring him in? I think they're being very, very sensible, the 99 crew from AO Racing. But Gregoire Saucy is closing in with pretty much every timing sector. So, yeah, we could very soon have a change in LMP2.
The highs and lows of motorsport, really. United Autosport 2 is having a disaster, but 22 actually running very well. I've got Rasmus Lind with me just now, and you obviously are very much aware of what's happening with the sister car, but for you guys, how is everything going out? Is it going to plan?
Yeah, I don't know with the sister car actually. Very unfortunate for them in the start. Phil actually did a good job to get out of the wreck, which looked like, but he got hit by the 11 car, sounds like, so not sure what's going on with them, but off to a good start. We're just kind of cycling through everything now, just trying to be quite conservative. We have many hours to go, but so far so good.
Gregoire Saucy in the car just now. I mean, is he going to double stint it, or what's the plan?
Yeah, we'll see. We still need to get Dan's drive time, so looks like a double, but we'll see.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our second official retirement, Bruce. Risi Competizione, winners of this event in GTD Pro as recently as 2024. The damage too much to overcome out of the race, the second retirement.
Well, just think of one thing. The message got sent through to Daniel Serra to slow down the way back in. He looked to have done that, and then the team went, no, there's too much damage being done by that flaming tyre carcass. Stop the car. So he got all the way around to the penultimate corner to Speedway 3, had to park it on the apron down below the line. They got the car back, but too much damage. Second retirement, that will be gutting, because that driver strength, Daniel Serra, Davide Rigo, who started it, and the absolute star in the car, Alessandro Pierguidi, he can't look at a race without thinking, I'm probably going to win that. And the law of averages, you know what? He pretty much has over the past decade. He's been the predominant Ferrari driver in GT competition, didn't even take part in the race. He will be less than happy.
And for good reason. You're right. That driver lineup was one that you had to circle coming into the weekend and think, if the car is in the window, that's a trio that can take it home and maybe bring home a Rolex wristwatch. By the way, Rolex re-upping with Daytona. That was announced here this week, and will continue that partnership for many years to come. Multi-year extension is how it was termed in the press release.
Now, one thing I want to pick up on, 5-10 minutes ago when Ron Fellows was up here, we were looking at that little Porsche battle, not at the very sharp end of GTD Pro, but we had Harry King, car number 77, that's AO Racing's Rexy, and he was fighting with Ayhancan Guven, but Guven has moved about 4 cars further ahead, taking the number 911 entry from Manthey Racing, the one he shares, well, the one that was started by Ricardo Feller. He is now up into 6th place in GTD Pro class, but he's closing in all the time, and the next 4 cars in front of him, the second of the Mustangs, Seb Priaulx, Tommy Milner in his Corvette, Antonio Garcia in his Corvette, and Dan Harper in his BMW are almost on the bonnet of the Turkish Racers car. Fabulous, just how it should be.
Now, if you wind back a couple of hours, you'll remember seeing the TDS Racing number 11 car unfortunately facing the wrong way at turn number 1. Toby Latka, can you just talk us through exactly what happened from the driver's seat?
Yeah, like the race start, I ended up, I was hit from behind a little bit, so it spun the car and it turned around. And I think I hit the same car to turn that hit me from behind. So after that, I got spun, I restarted, and there was a car coming from the side, the United car, I think, which I did not see. And it's an unfortunate start to the 2026 season, but seems like everyone is repaired and back out on track, I hope. So
we saw a lot of visible damage to your car, but I take it was just cosmetic.
Yeah, there's maybe a little bit of residue, like alignment issue or so, but I took the car out and the team just turned around really, really fast, took all the bad bits off, put the good bits on, and off we go. This is racing.
Toby, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Car still in the race, sitting 11th in class, 1 lap off of the class leader, but given the way that the IMSA rules are written, there's plenty of ways to get back on the lead lap and plenty of time to do it. David Heinemeier Hansen now driving that Oreca for the team TDS Racing. Really strong team that won at Motul Petit Le Mans at the tail end of last year. Now, in GTD Pro, Bruce, we've been talking a lot about 1-2s at the top of the field, and American manufacturers have been well represented, but in recent laps, it's no longer the Chevy Bowtie out in front, but instead a couple of Multimatic built Fords.
The big blue oval at the front of the pack, but this is how it should be. This is the very essence of GT racing, manufacturer against manufacturer. And I'd really like to start talking intensely about Ford and Mustang, but I feel I have to suddenly switch over to Porsche. For why? We have another guest. Welcome, Timo. Great to have you here. Brilliant vantage position. What have you made of the race so far?
Thank you very much for the invitation, and it's a stunning view, I have to say, straight away, because the first time I'm up here with you on the grandstands, or above the grandstands, and we have a stunning view of the whole Daytona Speedway. So that's worth the trip already.
Not many racetracks where you can get up high and actually see just about every corner of the circuit. This is unique.
Exactly, yeah, that's very limited, and I feel a little bit for the spotters, you know, during night will be very cold. So, but yeah, to answer your question, I mean, so far the Porsche Penske Motorsport cars, they were running well. I mean, 1 and 2 after the start, we could break a little bit of a gap. Then we had to repair some bodywork parts of the car 6, and that's why we drop a bit back with this car, but car 7 keeps in the lead. So far, so good, I'd say. But it's still early, as we know.
Yeah, I mean, in the early stages of the race, you know, they pulled 15 seconds clear of everybody else. Then that's typical endurance racing. A little setback, but it's stay cool, stay calm, get it sorted, get back out there. And just looking at the recovery drive, the sister car, number 6, Lawrence Van Tor, he's put 1 car behind him, the Aston Martin Valkyrie. Yes. It's a long game, and it's so competitive at the top, but the way that Julian Andlauer in number 7 could just gain it. He was very good on the restart, suddenly got 1.5 seconds on that opening lap, then he's found another and another, 3.5 seconds clear. But for now, and that's all you can say in endurance racing, for now, for Porsche Penske Motorsport, it's looking pretty useful.
Yes. Yeah, we have the pace. The team is doing a great job. I mean, you see that these group of people, I mean, they grow on each other. They are you know, evolving, and you see just everybody knows what to do, and there's a good procedure in place. And yeah, so that's the foundation, it's the base. But we know competition is strong, and we know that over years, and just recently this morning I talked about it, that the endurance racing also changed a little bit in recent years. So nobody will gain 1 lap, you know, and then can cruise. So I think it's like you need to be, you know, how can I say, in each part of the race you need to be in a good shape, you know, and then it all comes down to the last 2 or 3 hours. So that's, at the moment, we need to keep a cool head, and it's probably a bit different than 20 years ago.
One thing that struck me, if you were watching the start, it looked as though some of the drivers, particularly in the LMP2 class, were trying to win it on the opening corner.
Yeah.
And you know, all it takes is a bit of debris from that, and the next time you come round, you can pick it up. So that's something that was a little surprising to me, I must say.
Yes. Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, that's not what endurance racing is about, and yeah. I mean, things can happen, we know, but you know, the thing is to get the race going and then try to find your spot. And it will really, as we know, the last couple of years, it was really indeed the last 2 or 3 hours, or even less, that you gotta have a sharp weapon and gotta be in place.
And one thing that's sort of focused my mind this week, when we arrived, I thought, gosh, it's quite warm, and it's much warmer than people expected. So that's something that obviously teams with experience like Porsche Penske Motorsport, they know. But in your mind, you're still coming here for temperatures that are maybe 15 degrees cooler.
Yes.
And yeah, you adapt, but it's just surprising. And seeing people wandering around, here we are in January, just shirt sleeves, wearing shorts. Almost feels like it's in spring, almost feels like March or April down here, but it looks good.
Yes. No, it's indeed, it's a change of compared to the Raw. I was not at the Raw present, I just arrived this week, early in the week, and temperatures changed a lot. And that's also a little bit the philosophy, how you set up the car, what kind of tires you use. We have a soft, we have a medium compound. So these are the things that you have to try to adapt, you know, for the different track conditions and different temperatures. But this can make a difference.
Yeah, huge. But it certainly seems in the warmer temperatures, Porsche have done their sums really rather well.
Yes. Yes. No. I think we're in good shape, but you know, it's still, as we know, it's still too early. It's 21 hours. Things can happen, so we gotta keep cool.
Timo Bernhard joining us, I believe, driver advisor for Porsche. That is the correct title?
Yes, I mean, I have multiple jobs, to be honest, but I would say the main job is like being Porsche brand ambassador, which is with the press department. That's for the whole company. But for this program, I help the team management and the drivers.
So if you're embedded with the drivers, we know Porsche brought an update for 2026 with the 963. What have you heard from the factory drivers that are driving the updated car, and then uniquely the JDC Miller car not running the update? So I don't know how much information is shared between the two programs, but are there some strengths and weaknesses across the two different platforms with the 963?
Well, I mean, the Aero update or the Evo update was done to help with the drivability, to have I think more consistency over the stint. So I mean, you will never make a huge gain, but you can always have these small little bits and pieces improve, and I think the key in endurance racing is consistency. They in all different temperatures. We touched on it before, that the car is like, that you are gonna say it's easier to set up and for the drivers to drive.
We're approaching 5 o'clock local time. That's when, we're getting close to when the teams in GTP are allowed to use the two different compound of tires, the soft and the medium. How much testing has gone into gathering data? It's a new Michelin tire this year, gathering the data to know when is the right time to make the switch, and is the soft even a viable option with the temperatures as high as they are this year?
No, Michelin did a good job this year with introducing an updated soft compound, so I'm sure that we will see across the GTP class, we will see the softs. But this is kind of a bit of the game, like everybody thinks watching the competition, when they're going to start and putting the softs and how it's going to work out. And I think there you will see differences and also the packages.
Yeah, and I think that's also when you see the difference between the GTD Pro lineups and the GTD regular lineup, because I think you've got more scope to do what you want on the tire front with the GTD Pros. I mean, it's only natural.
Yeah, I think when I drove, it was always like, if you go to a different compound, it should help. We had here freezing nights. I remember in 03, I had the pleasure to win with the 911 GT3 RS, a GT car, 1 overall, and we had I think close to 0 degrees. It was like freezing temperature at night. I mean, then you need a softer compound. That just helps you getting everything up to temperature. So that's the mindset, I think, if you go to different compound, just to help.
Yeah, was it 2 years ago? It was below freezing in the night, and the person who got the most fame around the circuit was Rooftop Ray, the cameraman up there. It was like he was prepared as though he was going out in a heated suit and everything, because just standing up there, anyhow, you get all the wind. But, people think of Florida, they think of sunshine. But in January, you can get what you get. And in fact, looking at the weather forecast around the States, a lot is happening in terms of snow.
A big incident on track. Sorry to break away from the interview, but 2 cars involved. One, I believe, was the AF Corsa Ferrari, or not Ferrari, excuse me, but LMP2. The other, the Wright Motorsports Porsche. And indeed, those are the 2 cars involved. Full course yellow comes out. Heavy damage, especially to the 83 LMP2 entry from AF Corsa. Dylan Murray behind the wheel. That car had been running 7th in class at the time, and the Wright Motorsports Porsche, Adam Adelson at the controls, was running 8th at the time of this incident. Both cars have suffered significant damage. The 120 buried in the tire barrier right now. The safety team on site to attend to both drivers and both cars. But this was another significant impact, Bruce. Sadly, not the first we've had today.
Oh, yeah. Dylan Murray in one, but yet to see a replay of how that occurred. But to an extent, that matters not. 2 damaged cars, but certainly for Dylan Murray in the AF Corsa USA Orica car started by Francois Perrodo. That is the one that's taken the big hit. So here we are. Full course yellow was thrown very quickly, fully understood. This is up at turn 5. And push cove, a little bit of a lock-up in the background of the shot. And this is, of course, the field really quite bunched up there. And it looks as though the Porsche was completely obscured in terms of vision, would have been heading towards the sun, which is getting lower in his face. But I'm afraid he would have then contacted the P2 car that I think had already had a rotation. That's why he couldn't see. But there was nowhere for Adam Adelson to go. Scary.
Yeah, I thought because it happened in the kink, which is like always a dangerous place for contacts. But it looks like the LMP2 spun on its own, and then the Porsche just couldn't avoid him.
Yeah.
Had a few onboard looks, including one from on board with Lawrence Vanthor in the number 6 that was just behind the incident. Big smoke screen to drive through, and then a massive debris field as well. Carbon fiber up in the air. Just got an onboard look from the Inception Racing Ferrari, and bits of carbon just raining down from the sky, clunking against the bodywork. That was a scary moment, and
it was close.
Unsettling for a driver to go into the smoke. You know there's a car there somewhere, but you don't know where it is, Timo.
Yeah, and we see now the two BMWs, they nearly hit each other, and it's always, you just touched on it, like it's raining carbon, and it's always bad for underfloors, but it's especially bad for tires. You know, you could really have severe damage afterwards. So, yeah.
Both drivers are out of the cars. Adam Adelson has the helmet off, talking to the AMR safety team. Best in the business, and we saw Dylan Murray also walking around still with the helmet on, but I don't believe either car will take any further part in this race. A glimpse at the Windward crew, forlorn faces, Bruce. They know this is no longer a 24-hour race for them. Their day done, not even 3 hours into the contest.
Any time a car gets involved in an incident is frustrating, but when all you were doing was trying to avoid something that spun in front of you, you know, that it's out of your hands. There is nothing you can do. But the field was notably bunched at that point. And again, it's that left-hand kink, the very fast kink, turn 4 it's called, and a lot of people won't even really count it as a corner, but it's when someone drops it at that point. It's only a very short run to turn 5 where you need to start turning right, throw in the setting sun, throw in the wall of smoke from the car spinning, and there was absolutely nothing that Adam Adelson could do there, I'm afraid.
Saw a shake of the head from his co-driver, Callum Eilert, IndyCar driver, front runner at F2 a few years back. Nothing you could do. Race done from the sidelines. Not sure Callum even got a chance to get in the car. How frustrating is that, Timo? I suspect you've had the misfortune of seeing a race end before you ever have a chance to get in the car.
Oh, yes, yes. I mean, it's unfortunately part of the game, and it's especially in endurance racing where the team factor was always something which I enjoyed and which was something which motivated me. But it could also end up that, you know, something happened before you even get to drive the car. So, but that's just it. I mean, in the end, like, you know, analyze and you know, go on and try to focus for the next one.
Let's head down to the pits. I think we can get an update from the right team.
Yeah, I have Callum Eilert with me from, unfortunately, the right Porsche, which we saw. Callum, you haven't even been in the car, and there's not really much more I can say apart from what are you going to do now?
Yeah, look, this is racing. Sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't. Look, Adam was in the car doing a great job. An LMP2 in front spun, and we tried to stay as much to the right as possible. Unfortunately, got caught out there and clipped that LMP2 car, but I don't think Adam could have really done much more. Thankfully, he's okay. I saw him get out of the car, but yeah, I think that's race over for us. Yeah, it's racing.
Nothing he could have done there. The low sun, the smoke, the cars in front.
Yeah, it can be like this. It's cruel sometimes, but you know, we'll repair it and we'll come back stronger.
Sorry, Callum.
Thank you.
Callum in for the full season this year, potentially alongside an IndyCar campaign. That's to be determined. Timo, 2 really big hits for Adelson. The initial contact with the prototype, but then again into the tire barrier.
It seems like he didn't slow down a lot going into the barrier, so that's I'm sure there's severe damage, and you know, luckily he could escape the car and seems unhurt, but that was a hard hit.
Before we let you go, I do want to ask, I believe you had some interesting pre-race duties today, is that right?
Yes, I had the great honor to drive the 963 RSP, which is a one-of-one car, especially built for Roger Penske, like kind of a street legal car. And we did some shooting before Le Mans, also driving on public roads, and yeah, I think it's a nice touch that Porsche Penske brought the car out here and to do the lap of honor. And so it was nearly a full lap. I had to escape just before the pit entry. I say I don't want to take the start, you know, because if I miss the entry, then I have to, you know, stay the one lap in the lead.
You've driven Roger's race cars before, yes, but now you're driving his personal car. There's some extra pressure with that, no?
Well, I mean, he said like, yeah, don't scratch it, you know, it's my baby. I said no, I will take care of it, so don't worry. But no, he's excited to see the car running, and I believe he also drove the car himself in one of the other occasions. So it's something special, and the fans really really like to see the RSP out here today.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
It is spectacular. Well, Timo Bernhard, thank you so much for jumping up to join us. You might be coming back again, I gather, at some point.
For me, absolutely no problem.
Okay.
I like to come back and enjoy the view and have a little bit of racing actions from up here, and thank you very much.
Now, first thing this morning, we had to commentate when there was thick, heavy mist. We couldn't even see turn 3. We may have that overnight, so come back then. That'll be exciting.
Okay.
Timo, thank you very, very much indeed for coming through.
See you later. Bye-bye.
Great to hear from a legend of Porsche Motorsport, Timo Bernhard, joining us in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Center. Let's head down to the pits. Duncan's got an update for us. We'll go to Snowy after that.
Yeah, Francois Perrodo, very, very sorry that we're standing here having this conversation. The Of Course USA 83 car didn't deserve that.
No, it's a shame. I mean, quali was difficult, but managed to bring it back to the middle of the pack after a bottle stint, and Dylan was in the car just now. I haven't seen the crash, but it looks like it was a contact in the kink, which is a high-speed corner, so usually you don't want to go to a field in this corner. So I think there was a contact between Dylan and the GTP, and then Dylan spun and then caught another Porsche, a GT3 car on after the spin. So yeah, very unfortunate accident.
You qualified in 12th position, so you must have been excited to get behind the wheel and get your teeth into this 24-hour race.
Yeah, and you know, our job for Dylan and me particularly is to bring the car back, you know, in one piece for the last 4 hours of the race, which clearly didn't happen. So yeah, it is what it is. It's unfortunate, but you know, you just don't take too many risks in the infield. But yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame for Dylan, shame for my co-drivers, but that's life, that's racing.
In these difficult circumstances, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, just whilst Duncan was reporting there and the full course yellow came out, the RLL number 59 McLaren rejoined, went down the pit lane, so that with electrical tyre pressure system monitor, whatever it was, that appears to be sorted. It's rejoined the pack, and I was standing by the number 25 WRT Motorsport BMW, which I'm about to now. Kevin Magnussen's about to jump on board that now that they're all diving into the pit lane.
Time for a VP Racing in-race update. We'll give you the running order as they entered the pits in GTP. Julian Andlauer in Porsche Penske Car 7 led the way in ahead of Alex Palou from Meyer Shank Racing. AJ Allmendinger in the sister Acura was third. LMP2 led by PJ Hyatt. He's done an Ironman stint to start the race for AO Racing. Gregoire Saucy second for United Autosports, and then Tower Motorsports and Sebastian Alvarez third place at the time of these pit stops. Ben Barker and Ford Multimatic Motorsports leading with car 64, that Ford Mustang GT3 Evo, ahead of the teammate Sebastian Prio in car 65. Tommy Milner in the best of the Corvettes is third. Then in GTD, Turner Motorsport came to the fore in the last hour or so. Patrick Gallagher showing the way with Tom Gamble nipping at his heels. And then Albert Costa sits in third in the GTD class, driving his Ferrari. That's your VP Racing in-race update. Busy round of pit stops. Bruce, did you happen to catch anything that happened down in the pits while I was giving that update? I saw some perhaps bodywork changes going on for Porsche Penske and a change of position as well for a few cars leaving the pits.
Look, with all that debris that was being thrown around between turns 4 and 5, any car coming into the pits is going to be checked out for something that might have just got where it isn't intended to be. And certainly nothing too untoward, but you cannot afford to just be a little bit cavalier during a pit stop.
So I've just hopped back to the Team WRT BMW side of things, having to keep out of the way there because obviously very, very busy in the pit lane, that sudden flurry of activity. Philip Eng just jumped out and Kevin Magnussen just taken over your car. It's been a most extraordinary first part of this 2026 running of the Daytona 24 Hours, isn't it?
Yeah, it was quite hectic, especially in the beginning of the race. There were a few incidents. The accident that just happened right in front of me. I really hope everybody is okay because it looked like quite a big one. But yeah, we are, cycling through the drivers and just trying to, do our program.
So we had, during qualifying and night practice, we noticed you doing quite a lot of work on your cars with torsion bars and setup and whatever. There was quite a lot going on in night practice. Everything sorted the car, you happy with the car now?
Yeah, I must say the balance was really nice. We were quite good on tire degradation, I think. So so far so good. Pretty happy with the car, the balance, the operations. But it's so long, such a long race, and we just need to carry on like this.
That was the smile of a seasoned racer there, that you know there's still a long way to go.
Yeah, I mean, this is my 10th or 11th Daytona. I know how, as many other drivers, how this race plays, you know. So many things can happen, and the night is very long with 12 hours. So whenever we see the sunshine, we've already achieved quite a big part.
Philip, thank you for your time. I'll let you get and cool down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we've got Max Pappas down here, who's a very interested spectator in the Pratt & Miller Motorsport number 73 car there. A really well-executed pit stop, but obviously you've got family connections in this garage, Max.
Absolutely. It's great to be here with Pratt & Miller. You know, they've been an amazing part of my life, you know, when I raced for Corvette Racing. And now to see Pietro and Enzo, my, you know, godson and nephews, being with them, it's amazing. You know, like, I can't imagine 30 years ago, as of today, it was my first ever race in America here in Daytona. And it just felt like yesterday.
And can you give them any advice on how to approach this?
Absolutely. I share with them what we always spoke before the 24-hour. What is an accident in a 24-hour? How do you define an accident? A meteorite hitting your car. Everything else is on you. You need to have eyes in the front, eyes in the back. And having the courage of lifting in areas where you can put your car in a better spot, where you lose less time lifting on the straight than bunching up and trying to take over unnecessary risk in certain corners. So those are the two main things. And the third was do not come back in the pit like the guy that broke the car. You don't want to be that.
You don't want to be the guy that brings it back in several pieces.
When is needed, people will understand. But if it's not needed, it will be something that that it will not be very welcome.
It's always fantastic to meet your legends, your heroes. I used to watch you racing, good countryman and friend of mine, Dario Franchitti, in the Champ Car series, and the battles were strong.
I tell you, I want to say thank you to all the race fans here in Daytona. This track is what created me. Without Daytona, I would have never been here in America and never achieved the dreams of becoming a pro driver. And this is my home, and everything else, it's a plus.
Max, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, and you guys enjoy the race and have fun.
Isn't that fantastic? I mean, Max is one of the loveliest guys you'll meet in motor racing, full stop. Enmeshed with the Fittipaldi family, but 10 minutes ago, we had the winner of the 2003 Daytona 24 Hours sitting here. That was, of course, Timo Bernhardt, who shared with Jörg Bergmeister, Kevin Buckler, Michael Schromm, the Racers Group Porsche. 2002 winner, who was that? Oh, Max Pappas with Didier Tays in the Lister, Doran Lister Racing car, Freddie Lienhardt and Mario Baldi. And moments before, we had Ron Fellows, who won the 2001 race. And up here in the booth with us, he won with Frank Freyon, Chris Neifel, Johnny O'Connell for Corvette Racing. So we're really just putting them together in groups for you. But Max, he always got his racing. I thought he was a clever driver, and his knowledge and how he passes it on to, as he says, to his nephews, Pietro and Enzo Fittipaldi. You know, he always does it with a smile, but just don't take silly risks.
You heard him talk about coming here, his first race in the U.S., 1996, driving for Giampiero Moretti and the Momo team. Ferrari 333 SP finished second.
Put it on pole?
Yes, but it was the storming comeback drive. It didn't net him the win of the race, but it made him a legend in North American racing. When he came here, he was Massimiliano Papis. By the end, he was Mad Max Pappas, and he was one of us.
Yeah, he's always been that way. Comes from a true racing family, but, you know, wonderful to hear from him in the pits, and to hear all those years on, still that just sheer passion for motor racing.
This pit sequence has totally jumbled up the running order. Right now, tire barrier being rearranged from where Adam Adelson went in about 10 or 15 minutes ago, bringing out this full course yellow two-car incident, also involving Dylan Murray in the AF Corsa LMP2 entry. The good news, both drivers out of the car under their own power and now taken for evaluation. But all of a sudden, we have Whelen Engineering Action Express leading in GTP. Cadillac at the front. Alex Palou sits in second for Meyer Shank Racing and Acura. His teammate AJ Allmendinger is third. Then it's the best of the BMWs with car 24, and Julian Adlauer has dropped all the way back to fifth. So those almighty Porsche 963s now have lost track position. We'll see what they look like in the midst of traffic. Meanwhile, really no major shakeup in LMP2, but a driver change for the first time for Spike the Dragon. It's now Dane Cameron in the car after an Ironman stint from PJ Hyatt. The pit stops definitely shook up GTD Pro. It was a Ford 1-2 coming in. Now it's a Corvette 1-2 with Tommy Milner leading Antonio Garcia. Dan Harper suddenly has Paul Miller's BMW up to third. That car started at the back of its class earlier today. Then the two Mustangs, 64 from 65, Ben Barker from Sebastian Prio. In GTD, Turner still has the advantage after the pit stops. It's Jens Klingman now driving, leading Tom Gamble. And third in class belongs to Albert Costa. That's for Conquest Racing. A few more cars coming in, topping up with fuel. Those that didn't have track position, they might as well. Also cars that took the wave around, that just got complete. So as soon as the cleanup on track is done, we should be getting close to resumption of the race.
Yeah, and talk about resumption, that's very much the word, because Hunter McElroy has just spun his wheels, leaving the pits there. Orica LMP2, that's number 2 from United Autosports. It's a mere 63, 64 laps down in its class. It's had all that time behind the wall, but the good news is back into the race with the Kiwi taking it onto the track. He'll gain half a lap because the field under this full course yellow is still being led around by the pace car, and he'll be able, if he gets his foot down, he's going out of turn 3 to, in the space of the next few minutes, get onto the tail of the train. But as I say, 30 plus laps have been lost for the number 2 crew from United Autosports. But never say die. And that's there. They don't come here to not finish the race, and finish, hopefully they can. But when they have a setback on the opening lap of the race, it's really hard to bounce back. And you feel really sorry for Phil Fair, because he got given a bit of a shunt. I think he reckoned it was by Toby Lutke, wasn't it? I think that came out subsequently, but again, in the blaze of a lot of cars in the LMP2 class in particular. First corner, 24-hour race, and there was an awful lot happening, and it was effectively 2 incidents. It was the first set of spins. Some of the damage was done when the cars were rejoining.
That really was where the main damage was done, quite frankly. I saw it out the window at the time. But, yeah, 2 pretty good cars in the LMP2 class, if not eliminated, at least drop down the order. Lights are off on the safety car. Class and category splits have just about completed, if they haven't already. Just a few cars still jostling to get back into the correct position. And we're about 2/3 of a lap away from getting this race back underway with 20 hours and 44 minutes still to go.
Yeah, when they come round to complete this next lap, that will be the 100th lap of the race, and it'll be Earl Bamber who will resume in the lead. Car number 31 from Cadillac Whelen, one of the V-Series R's great looking cars, it must be said. This was the car that could have started on pole, was moved to the back of its own pack because it had worn its skid blocks a little too much, but it's shown good form, good ability in traffic with the crew who've been driving that. The car was started by Jack Aitken. He had his off-track moment. Earl Bamber at the wheel at the moment, and there's a Kiwi, a man from Wanganui who's had a huge amount of success in sports car racing. No reason why he couldn't add another victory to his victory tally.
No, that's exactly what the mission is here, to return that storied team to victory lane. So much success over the years, racing and winning in this event specifically. It means a lot for that Gary Nelson-led team, and a team as well that has a lot of eyes on it, because NASCAR superstar Connor Zilic forms part of the driving lineup. He thought he got pole position while on an airplane. He was flying from NASCAR Media Days down here to Daytona when qualifying took place earlier this week. Made the joke he'd never qualified on pole on an airplane before. Well, He still hasn't really, because it got taken away, as we talked about. But the car has slowly but surely made its way forward. Good pit work a moment ago, possibly strategy. We'll need to try and get to the bottom of that. Has given them the track position, and now it's Earl Bamber's turn to lead the field to the green. The green flag waves high above Daytona once again, and Bamber leads the charge down into turn number 1, but giving chase is the IndyCar star, Alex Palou.
Yeah, Kylan Frederick getting right into the heat of the battle. It's easy to pick him out because JDC Miller have the wonderful notion of running their cars in bright yellow. He can be picked out in any daylight, but he backed it out, had a little look to try and move up a place or two, but at the front, it's as they were. Earl Bamber from Alex Palou, it's Cadillac from Acura, second Acura, AJ Allmendinger in third place, but already those first two cars making a little bit of a break. And how about the Porsches? Julian Andler down to 5th place overall, but trouble down at turn 3, or more to the point, on the exit.
Yeah, spin out of the International Horseshoe. 2 LMP2s involved. One is an Inter-Europol car. It's backed out of harm's way. The other car has rejoined, but in the middle of the fray, all mixed up amongst the GTD and GTD Pro entries. It looks like both cars will be able to continue on, but delayed somewhat. However, that could have been a whole lot worse. I do think there was maybe some bodywork damage to the back of the Inter-Europol car. We'll try and get the number of the injury. Unfortunately, the liveries there mirror images of each other, but it's hard to tell them apart at a distance, so I'm not exactly sure which one that was. As soon as we have that information, we'll pass it along. But now it's 3 wide coming up onto the banking as the battle resumes in the GT classes. Magnus Racing in the mix, Manthey Racing in the mix, and mixed up in it some LMP2s that are out of position as well.
Well, that's Hunter at McElroy, the car we said from United Autosports. His number 2 car, 30-plus laps lost with repairs, and he had to jink around. But at a point on the circuit, he didn't want to be doing jinking to go to the upper side as he went around some GTD cars. Now we've got a problem for the number 25. A BMW M Hybrid V8, Kevin Magnussen's car. They've just picked up a drive-through penalty. That was in 5th place at the start of the lap. And for the BMWs, they seem to be coming into the mix. Whether we have long continuous running, they can stay there, but a drive-through, that hurts like mad.
Tire without crew, that's the cause of the penalty. Scary moment through the chicane there for the DXDT Racing Corvette. Cost them some momentum. Side by side coming up onto the front stretch, now down into turn 1. Windward Racing able to take advantage of that. That's the car that was leading early in the going. In GTD, it's Indy Doncha currently in the car, and he picked up a couple of spots with a bold move down through the tri-oval. Let's head back down to the pits and check in with Duncan.
Into Europol competition, 3-4-3. I had just had a chat off air with Jakub Szymowski, and he says everything's going fine, nothing wrong with the car. Now, the car is in pit lane. They have got a rear wing in place, and it looks like they're going to change that rear wing. In go the tools at the back. Over the pit wall comes the new rear assembly. It's not just a wing on an LMP2 car. This Orica setup covers half of the back tyres and clips onto the back end of the car. So it's quite a quick job. They can do it quickly, and they've also, Ryan, taken this opportunity to top it off with fuel, which is the right thing to do. Fuel spinning before the car was in the ground. That's a worry.
Those rear wing assemblies are designed for a quick change for situations just like this. Giorgio Kolovos, the Greek driver, making his IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship debut, in and now out of the pits, but he's about to rejoin right in the middle of the GTP field. Another car that has received a penalty, that is the 37 entry. Too many men over the wall working during the pit stop. That's the cause of the penalty. Intersport Racing, newcomer of sorts. Really, it's a blast from the past, although it's a newly reconstituted Intersport, making their debut, at least in this guise, here at the Rolex 24 this year, with John Field making a second consecutive start after many years away.
Yeah, it's quite a story, really, to have so many years sort of on the sidelines, but then again, he enjoyed all the years, the decades he was racing, and you know, it's great to see that candle has been lit again, that passion for coming here in particular to kick the year off in style.
A few moments ago, down to the Le Mans chicane, bold move from AO Racing and Rexy, carving to the inside. That's Harry King, gets to the inside of the Pfaff Lamborghini for position. Andrea Caldarelli, who debuted the Lamborghini Huracan. This is its a swan song, at least for the Pfaff team. He gives up the position here. Little hip and shoulder possibly at turn in. but it's enough for the Porsche to grab that position. Maybe the 911s are starting to come into their strength here as the sun starts to go down.
They do seem to. It might be circumstantial. Wait until we get a clear drop in temperature. It is cooling down a little bit, but it's going to cool down really quite quickly once the sun goes down. But for fans of Porsche, and particularly fans of Rexy, great to have it in that battle there. But when you get these restarts, of course, everybody is bunched up. The Lamborghini got super close. Andrea Caldarelli all but scrubbing the paintwork off the back of Harry King's bright green Porsche there, but the Porsche goes in and out of the Le Mans chicane up towards Speedway 3, still high on the banking, making it work, but still in front of that Pfaff Lamborghini. And also, by the way, we talked to Georgios Kolivos. His car obviously had to come into the pits after that rotation. Unfortunately, has now picked up a drive-through penalty, which is serving now for the wheel rotation while the car was elevated. Oh dear.
We talked about it in our Porsche keys to the race. One of them was about avoiding mistakes and not letting mistakes compound. Well, that mistake did compound. First the incident on the track, and then the drive-through penalty after coming in for repairs. In LMP2 a few moments ago, Toby Sowery with a big move to get around John Ferrano. That was down into the Le Mans chicane. That has Sowery and the CrowdStrike by APR team up to 5th in class. They were off the lead lap in the opening hour. They were caught up in that early issue, also had a drive-through penalty, but they've done a good job working the strategy. They're back on the lead lap and back in contention.
Yeah, it's about staying calm, isn't it? You've had the setback, right, put it behind you, fight your way back, and he's doing it. Toby's a young British driver who really loves coming over here and racing in the States, and he's done a good job in recent years.
I've seen him a lot, first in Indy Next, what used to be Indy Lights. He made an IndyCar start, or a couple of them, towards the end of the year a few years ago. That's really, I think, where his heart lies. He'd love to be a full-time IndyCar driver, but he's found a nice home in sports car racing for these endurance races. A pretty deft hand when it comes to GTs as well, but these high downforce cars, the LMP2 machines, he's been on the pace right away. It's an easier transition, I suppose, coming from single-seaters into a car that also carries quite a bit of downforce. You just have to get used to having fenders and a roof over your head.
Yeah, don't overcomplicate it. If you just, feel what it's like, get on. Not everyone can make the transition, but, don't forget a lot of the drivers can now do a lot of sim work over the off-season and even in between races to keep themselves sweet. Now, Rexy appears to be coming rather slowly. This is the car that Harry King is driving, car number 77. It was running 6th in class, where it was just ahead of the Lamborghini, but now tumbling down the order, alas, and limping in slowly, and one presumes he's coming in towards the pits there for AO Racing, but the world and his dog has gone past.
Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, if he needed to go to the pits, he didn't, but maybe he doesn't need to. It does look like he's back up to speed in that car. He was in a great battle with Andrea Caldarelli not so long ago.
Well, I actually thought there might have been a bit of contact, because the Lamborghini got very close and suddenly had to go to the high side just as they were approaching the chicane, and maybe, just maybe, he's punctured his tyre.
Seems like everything is all right. He's back up and running here. We'll check in and see if we can get more information on that in a moment, but first let's head to the pits. We've got an interview with Will Stevens.
Yeah, I'm at Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing, and I've got Will Stevens here. Will, obviously it's getting a little bit cooler now. You haven't been in the car yet. First of all, what are you learning from your teammates in the car?
Yeah, I think obviously typical first few hours of Daytona, there's been a lot of yellows, so you just need to be on the good end of those to try and make up positions where you can, but we were running up the front for the first few hours, so I think the car feels pretty strong. We fell out a little bit of sequence in the last stop because we didn't pit under the FCY before, but overall just trying to stay in the race, stay out of trouble, pick up a few places where we can and just stay in the mix till the morning.
And how much do you think that sort of what will be a sudden drop-off in temperature will affect the tyres and the degradation?
Yeah, I think for sure when the temperatures drop, it's going to help us out for the first part. As we get into the night, when it gets really cool, then it's more a question of if we switch to the soft or stay on the medium. So for sure the next few hours we'll get a bit better on car balance when the temperature drops off. And then it's just deciding what we do during the night, really.
And because you've been watching it since the start, you haven't been out yet. Are you surprised at the pace of the Porsches, or is it just them against everyone else?
Not really. I think everyone's going to be strong in different conditions. You'll see cars good in the day, cars good in the night. So at the moment, it's just a bit of a yo-yo to see where people are strong. So as you see, one of the Porsches, a little bit of damage and stuff can soon separate the race out. So still a long way to go. I'm sure everyone will be quick at different points, and let's just hope we're there at the end.
Thanks, Will. I'll let you get back to your limbering up for your stint.
Thanks, man. Cheers.
The number 11 TDS car is back in the pit lane. Remember, this was also involved in the Turn 1 incident at the start of the Rolex 24. The front nose section is off, and also they've taken the back section, which includes the rear wing of the car. There's a bit of a hive of activity going around here. Now, normally, if there's a gearbox issue, you'll smell gear oil. There's nothing like that, but they are furiously working away on the back left of the car, whether it's a brake issue, which they do seem to be changing a caliper, or taking something off the braking on the back. But this is a lengthy pit stop for TDS. Yep, there we go. They've had the dry brake come off the brake line so they can take the caliper from that carbon fibre disc on the back. And this is a lengthy one, Ryan. This is going to hurt them.
That's a car that's already had its strife today. Unfortunately, David Heinemeier Hansen has to sit patiently at the controls while the crew does its best to work left rear, as Duncan mentioned. That is the focus of the attention from that team down in the pits, but they're going to be losing significant amount of time. It's my pleasure to welcome into the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Center Mike Messina. He is the general manager at Brembo Racing North America. Brembo, of course, the official braking technology partner of IMSA and the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. First of all, welcome to the booth, and thanks again for your continued involvement, not just with IMSA, but popping by and chatting with us, providing great brake facts, too, for us here at IMSA Radio and IMSA TV.
I appreciate it. Thank you. This is 22 years with Brembo, and this event, it never loses its magic. It never gets old. So very happy to be here.
And this is a special time in this event. The sun's starting to go down. You get the beautiful sunset off in the horizon. The lights start to come up. The Ferris wheel lights up. You get some of the sounds from the infield, the smells as well from all the fans that are out here camping and having a great time. How can you not enjoy it?
You have to. I mean, and the crowd. Look at this. This is a sellout crowd. It's a beautiful day. It's a gift. This is why we do this, right?
It is indeed. We'll come back to that conversation in just a second. We got a replay of what happened to Harry King. He was coming through the Le Mans chicane, and it looked like the power cut out. No lights, no running lights at all on that car momentarily. He dropped down to the apron, clearly recycled something on that car, and he's been able to get back going and is turning laps at speed again. But that has to be a frightening prospect when you consider still 20 and a half hours to go in this race. Not something you want to be dealing with and have that hanging over you potentially the rest of the way. Back to our conversation with Mike, though. Brembo and IMSA, it makes a lot of sense on the surface. You're partners with a lot of these OEMs as it starts, and then to showcase the kind of technology that you have, what better place to do it than in sports car racing and endurance sports car racing, which puts every element of the car to the test.
Absolutely. It's a bit cliche, but we use terms like technology transfer, and we talk about the racetrack is a laboratory. You're testing your materials, you're testing new components, you're testing new design theories, you're testing all of these things in the most difficult environment possible, under varying conditions and varying applications, varying drivers, and varying use cases. And it's the perfect test bed.
I mentioned the Brembo brake facts. They are up on the screen for those of you watching along with us. What I'd like to call the attention to is the difficulty rating. You rate this at 3 out of 5, and what that drives home to me is not every track is the same. The challenge isn't the same at every step along the way, but Brembo still has to be able to bring a braking package that will do the job, no matter if it's a 5 out of 5 most strenuous stop on the calendar or one of the more high-speed circuits where you're not leaning on the brakes quite so hard.
So for Daytona, you have obviously you have two very heavy braking zones in turn 1 and also in the bus stop in the back. But the critical element that we look for here, I think most people look at life. How long can the brakes go before they have to make a change and this sort of thing. But here, what becomes a major priority and focus for us is repeatability and consistency over the long run. You'll notice that with 5 turns here, they're going to hit the brakes around 3,900 times on the average race length. And we need the brake pedal to feel exactly the same every single time, because this race, aside from having a fast car, is really about execution. And so we need to eliminate as many variables as possible. And so tremendous feel and feedback so that drivers can feel what's happening with their tires as the tires start to fall off, although the new Michelins don't fall off. But occasionally, the dynamics of the vehicle will change, and they need to be able to adjust for that.
And if this is the best laboratory to learn more, are the drivers, professional racing drivers, not the best scientists that you could ask for to be operating in that laboratory?
It's interesting because sometimes you get perfect data from perfect drivers, and sometimes what you need, though, is you need the worst case scenario, and sometimes the best drivers are not the worst case scenario. Sometimes I don't want to say the worst drivers, but sometimes the lesser skilled drivers will offer you exactly the kind of data that you're looking for so that you can be prepared for those worst case scenarios.
Saw on that graphic a moment ago, peak brake temperature, 1,652 degrees Fahrenheit. That's hard to even comprehend. Yes, it's true, you're unlikely to see that kind of temperature on your road car, but what's learned in racing, there is a carryover to the street products that Brembo offers.
There is, and a lot of what you learn out here is the stresses. You talked about that temperature spike. The delta from that temperature, from what, if you think about turn 1, for example, where they're entering the end of straight temperature on the brake rotor, and some of these cars will be somewhere around 300 C, something like that, and it'll spike well over 1,000 degrees in seconds, less than a second. And so the kind of stresses and lows that get put on the materials in that kind of an application are tremendous. And so it's a great test bed for this sort of thing.
Mike Messina from Brembo joining us in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Center. Your impressions of the race up to this point. We've had some stretches of really good, clean racing, get into a bit of a rhythm, but it's been stop and start at times, no pun intended, when talking to Mr. Stop and Start himself.
Yeah, it's I think the conditions for this event going into it were perfect to be a straight fight for 24 hours. And in working with the teams leading up to this, you sort of get a sense based on the questions that they're asking you. Obviously we can't talk about their strategies, but based on some of the questions that they're asking, you can sort of sense that, wow, they're taking a sort of maybe a traditionally slightly more aggressive posture to this event. And so we really expect that it should be a real fight right down to the bitter end.
Several manufacturers, some of which are our official partners with Brembo as well, have rolled out updates to their cars, whether that's in GT or in GTP. How much dialogue does there have to be then between the manufacturers and their brake partners as they come up with these new solutions to be able to make sure that everything is working together in harmony?
Tremendous. Most of the work, like most of the team's work, is done in testing and in simulation, and that dialogue and that transparency and that constant back and forth is something that is paramount in the months leading up to this. In some cases, years leading up to these in some of these newer programs. But you spend weeks and weeks and weeks testing and testing and testing to make sure that this is going to do exactly what we expect it to do.
What does the future look like?
The future, well, last year was Brembo's 50th year in racing, and that was a big number for us. We celebrated over 1,000 championship victories. Those are championship titles, not just race wins. And so last year was a tremendous year for us. And as I look at 26, just in the ecosystem of racing, you think, wow, 26 is looking to be a pretty impressive year as well. If you look at the kind of participation that's out here from the OEs, from the spectators, from the fans, and the amount of just buzz that's surrounding this event. And this event is kicking off a very major year in motorsports in terms of especially North American participation on a global scale, with Ford announcing their return to F1 powering Red Bull. We've got Cadillac going in, and there's just so many things taking place in the world of motorsports, especially in North America, that I think 2026 is shaping up to be a phenomenal year.
How much time at an event like this, Mike, do you get to spend down in the pits talking to the teams? Obviously, once the race is underway and once practice is underway, it's not really the time to be popping by. But
so our goal, we have technical race engineers. We have race engineers on pit lane right now. But our goal, by the time we arrive at the actual event, is to completely remove ourselves from the conversation. We don't want the teams thinking about their brakes by the time they arrive here. Our goal is to get to a point where we are completely taken for granted. You know, they don't, when the steering wheel turns left, they expect the car to go left. They're not talking to a steering wheel guy. When they hit the throttle, they expect the engine to power up and the car to move forward. They're not talking to that guy. And we need to be the same way with the brake pedal. And so it's absolute trust and dependability and repeatability so that we are not one of the variables that they're thinking about while they're here. So we do, when we arrive at a race event, it's really more just about checking the little details to make sure that, you know, this piece of maintenance wasn't missed, or that this little detail that we talked about is how we said it was going to be, and logistics, making sure everyone has their parts and that sort of thing. But we're really, at this point, not looking at general setup.
no, I'm sure that's the case. But I mean, it's where do you see the next steps forward? I mean, you know, people look from the outside. Brakes aren't always visible, but obviously you just talked about the temperatures they can achieve around here. The workloads that go through them are enormous. Is there a sort of leap forward in technology, or more to the point, probably after this stage at 2026, is sort of edging forward? Where's the next advance coming from?
So the next advance is, one of the things that is a big focus for Brembo is sustainability, and so we're looking at materials. We have we're trying to bring in more sustainable material into these components, and so that's something that we're looking at. That's a big part of it. On our road car piece, we have some news that's coming this year with a system we call Sensify, which is independent brake control in the corners, multi-channel, and so that's a big leap forward. But in terms of the actual technology that you'll see out here on the racetrack, I think it's more evolutionary than revolutionary. Software is a big element, as we have to integrate with the regen capabilities of these cars and making something that feels more natural to the race car driver. That's some of our bigger changes will come from that as well.
Mike, exciting times in the present, exciting times in the future as well. Thanks again for your continued support of the motorsport industry. Thanks for all that you do, and continued good fortune moving forward. Add to those championship numbers you were talking to us about earlier.
That is exactly the plan. Thank you.
Fantastic. Mike Messina joining us from Brembo. Pleasure to have you on the program once again, and enjoy the rest of your time here in Daytona. How can you not?
You absolutely have to. I love it. Thank you very much.
We'll turn you loose. Appreciate you joining us, and hope you enjoyed the view out the window. It's not a bad look that we've got up here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Center. 20 hours, 19 minutes, 45 seconds left in the 64th edition of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. My name is Ryan Marine. Bruce Jones is alongside, and we've got a couple of folks down in the pits. We'll check in with them as we get going through what's left of this hour of the race. It's still Earl Bamber leading Alex Palou, 3.2 seconds to the good, and he's extending that advantage here on this stint. First time we've seen that car get to the front, and they did it during the pit stop, although in traffic just lost a little over a second to Palou on that most recent lap. Julian Andlauer in the best placed of the Porsche 963s runs in third. Then it's the best of the BMWs. And how about JDC Miller Motorsports up to fifth? This is the non-updated Porsche 963 running in 2025 spec. Customer team with young Kalen Frederick making his first ever sports car start, running inside the top 5.
Well, it wasn't a bad car last year, was it? Came away with victory here. No, joking aside, they've done a really good job. And every time I pretty much looked at that car, it seems to be either making an overtaking manoeuvre or trying one. And maybe it just stands out because it's bright yellow, but it's running fifth in very, very strong company. Sheldon van der Linde is just 0.4 of a second ahead in fourth place. So we're looking at Cadillac, Acura, Porsche, BMW. Oh dear, we've got a repeat of manufacture. We've got another Porsche in fifth place, which is Kalen Frederick. Lawrence Van Tor, not too far behind and coming back through the pack. Remember, his car has led the race. It had the setback to have some damage repair after very early contact in this race. They waited until they could come into the pits. worked on it. It came out 11th in class, 11th and last in GTP. Is up to 6th place, car number 6, up to 6th place, but there's only one way that's going, and that's up the order. The Porsches are looking super, super handy at the moment. 3rd and 6th, but the pace is there when they need it. But right now, the lead Porsche is only in 3rd place, 2.8 seconds down on the leader, but that last lap was not good for Earl Bamber. Must have been traffic. He lost 1.5 seconds, and Alex Palou got it down to 1.8 seconds. He crosses the line. Palou, the Spanish racer, now 1.4 seconds. Is there something untoward going on with our race leading car? I'm not trying to build drama where drama isn't, but that's a good gain. That's 2 and a bit seconds in 2 laps for the chasing Alex Palou.
Yeah, he's close again, maybe getting in his rhythm a little bit. Doesn't get too many opportunities to drive a sports car, Alex Palou. So successful in IndyCar racing over the last few years. Didn't get the best news a couple of days ago. That outstanding lawsuit with McLaren was settled, and it looks like he'll have a rather hefty check to write at one point or another, but he won't be thinking about that right now.
He will. He'll be thinking, how many paper rounds do I have to take on to pay that bill?
That's a good point. And maybe winning this race would help take home a little bonus check that could help to pay that bill. In any event, he's turned in a few just exemplary seasons in IndyCar racing when he's been in the prototype for first Chip Ganassi Racing, now with the Meyer Shank team once again. He's been on the pace by and large, was in the car at both Daytona and Sebring last year, and trying to run down the race leader Earl Bamber right now. Our eyes, though, are fixed on Lawrence Vanthoor, who a few laps ago was able to pass A.J. Allmendinger to take 6th place. He's now reeled in Kaylin Frederick. That's the customer Porsche 963 from JDC Miller. The gap is closing in slowly but steadily, and Larry, as he's known affectionately in these parts, is starting to put the pressure on the youngster. This is about to be a welcome to IMSA moment for young Kaylin Frederick.
What do you want in any sport? You want to have a yardstick to judge yourself against, and I can't think of any better yardsticks than Lawrence Vanthoor in a Porsche 963. So for young American Marylander, Kaylin Frederick, this is his chance to see how he stacks up. He's only 23 years old and he's learning as he goes, but up on the banking, the sun getting low. Here I'm building some excuses in. I couldn't see as I was heading down to turn 5. He doesn't need my excuse in operating. You only learn by racing against the very best. That's what he's doing right now. The race is looking sweet. We have had official news of the 3rd retirement of the race, and it was the Wright Motorsport Porsche, car number 120. We're very pleased to see Adam Adelson out of that car, but that was the one that got caught out between turns 4 and 5 with a spinning P2 car in front of it. He tried to guess where to go through the wall of smoke, and unfortunately guessed wrongly. Contact, not there, just then, but also with the tyre wall. That one's a 2nd retirement. I'm waiting to see if the number 83 Orica that he hit, Dylan Murray's car, is going to be listed, because that's going to take a lot more than a bit of spit and polish to get that back in the race, but it's not been named as a retirement as yet. So 3 cars out of the race. The first to go was Eric Zitzer, unfortunately after only 5 laps. That was damaged very early on. That was the first one to be listed as retirement. 2nd car to be, and that was, sorry, I beg your pardon, that was car number 28, of course, it was the RS1 Porsche. 2nd one to be retired was Daniel Serra, the Rizzi Competizione Ferrari. That was the one that had damage after a puncture. Getting back to the pits didn't work for them.
Won't be a problem for John Field, 37 from Intersport, locked up down into turn 1 and has been passed subsequently by several GT cars in the infield section. Might just be a case of getting out of his rhythm, trying to find it once again, but at any rate, John Field with his hands full here at the moment. One of his rivals in LMP2 is Ben Keating, and Duncan has found him.
Yeah, it's lovely to meet Ben Keating and catch up with him. It's been a long time, Ben, but you're just getting yourself ready. How was the Daytona Rolex 24 started for you guys in the number, I don't want to say the name of the number of the car straight away, I'm going to say the Brian Herta Autosport with PR Matheson 52 car.
The 52, that's right. I like to say the purple wins car, because I've been the wins car here for so many years, and I love that about this race. But, you know, I started the race, you know, I had to take evasive action when the BMW GTP car was sideways in front of me. So I got some grass in my brake cooling duct, and I We came in for an early pit, which put us off strategy with everyone else, but it was okay. You know, this is one of those races where you have to make it to the last 6 hours. So, you know, I was running in second place, and I hated to give up that second place position, but it doesn't really matter at that point in the race. So we were off strategy a little bit, had a nice clean run, and now there have been enough safety cars that, you know, last time I looked, Misha was running in 5th on the lead lap, which is all we can ask for at this point. So everything's going pretty good so far. I'll say that our car was fairly difficult in the heat of the day, which is something we've been dealing with this whole 2-week period, but it's really good at night. So I don't know what that means for tomorrow afternoon when it really counts, but you know, I'll get into the car in another 45 or 50 minutes, and it's cooling down enough now that I expect that will be an enjoyable stint.
When is the plan to have the majority of your driving time completed?
Yeah, so I did 2 hours already. I'll do a double stint here now in just a minute, in another 45, 50 minutes, and we'll see how much I have left. You know, we don't want to put too much on Parker and Harry. We'll try to spread it all out, make sure everybody gets plenty of rest, but also plenty of drive time.
Good teamwork, Ben. Good teamwork.
Hey, thank you, Duncan.
Thank you.
Ben, one of the great characters in this and any paddock that he walks into. So much success in business, running many car dealerships in his native Texas. Had a good run here, finishing on the podium in one of the 2 cars he drove in last year, and it was the LMP2 car that he drove that was on the podium in this race 1 year ago. But full focus last year was on the World Endurance Championship, where he finished 6th in LMGT3.
We've got a car visiting the pits. It's Hunter McElroy, the number 2 United Autosports. Orica comes into a standstill. I think I spotted a little bit of loose bodywork. It might have just been the lights flashing across its bows.
Pit stop time, and we've got a new member of the pit lane team. Let's go to Neil Cole.
Yeah, the Acura car number 93 is having a full set of fresh tires, very, very new tires, fuel and a driver change. And I can see there's a lot of people getting ready along the pit lane to do driver changes now. So one driver out, one driver in, and the fuel is in, strapping the driver in, and it goes off. And you hear the hybrid kick in, and then you hear the engine. So I think that's the beginning of a whole. I'm speaking to the Porsche Penske team, and they're about to do a driver change as well. So I think there will be a lot of pit stops coming up in the next 5-10 minutes.
Figures to be a busy time, so keep your head on a swivel down there. Gets to be rather frantic in the pit lane, and that car now making its way back out onto the track, having run up at the front of this field here in this stint. Alex Palou did yeoman's work there. Did his best to hang with Earl Bamber, was closing in before he ultimately had to come in and make that pit stop.
Yeah, looking strong. I mean, running in that second place. Yes, he was being hunted down by Julian Andlauer, but yes, and also, as we heard from Neil Cole down in the pit lane, he's going to come fast and furious. The driver changes. Most of the cars now got their headlights on as they come around the banking. A few have not as yet, but I think once they've all made their pit stops, the message will be fairly clear. Get them on and keep them on in terms of illumination. Earl Bamber sitting on a lead. Well, next to nothing. We're talking 0.05 of a second, that's all, because Julian Andlauer getting closer and closer to putting Porsche Penske Motorsport back into the lead in this race. The sun getting lower in the face of the drivers, which might make it a little difficult for Earl Bamber in the lead, Julian Andlauer giving chase, Sheldon van der Linde in 3rd place. But hey, here we are. Cadillac, Porsche, BMW, 3 different manufacturers, top 3 positions. Go down to GTD Pro, Chevrolet, Lamborghini, Ford, 3 manufacturers in the top 3 positions. This is how we like our racing.
And we are getting to a point now where we can start to see some tire strategy play out in GTP. After 5 o'clock, that was 30 minutes ago, soft tires are permitted per IMSA regulations, and that will continue to be the case through 10 a.m. tomorrow. So we'll see if any teams elect to go off the mediums and onto the softs. Watching the overall leader, Earl Bamber, carve his way through a whole host of GT traffic, and he's got to do so quickly because Julian Andlauer has closed in at the line. They were separated by just 54 hundredths of a second the last time by. It's a little bit further than that, but not much. And Sheldon van der Linde not too far back either, just over a second now in the third spot. 3 different brands, as you say, Bruce, in the top 3 positions in GTP, and the Porsche is starting to reel in the Cadillac now with just over 20 hours to go.
Yeah, traffic may make an advantage or take it from you. By the way, just to be complete, we had Alex Palou getting out of the number 93 Acura for Marchand Racing, replaced by Kaku Ota. Now we'll keep on top of the GTP class runners because, as we've heard from Neil Cole down there, a lot of the crews are getting ready for a driver change. Most of them have done a couple of double stints for their starting driver and second driver, but third driver, they've been getting a little bit tired sitting in the pit lane. You're a driver, you want to get out there and race, but they'll be working to a preordained pattern. And you'll be sure that we're going to have a whole load of new names going out, and it's a strange one, a 24-hour race, and you don't get to start until at least 4 hours have gone past. And imagine if you're the 4th driver in the mix.
You just hope you get a chance to get in the car.
Well, we had some who didn't get a chance at all after the early sorts out on the opening lap, when it got a little bit busy between the start line and turn 1.
Precisely so. But for those still in the race, hope remains. Plenty of time. And with the IMSA rules, plenty of opportunity, even if you're down a lap or 2 here at this stage, to get back into the mix. Bamber, pretty nifty, working his way through traffic, able to pull a bit of a gap relative to Andlauer here this time around. Andlauer has to be patient through the Le Mans chicane this time, trapped behind a P2 car, which in turn is trapped behind one of the Mustangs out of the GTD Pro ranks. So difficult to be patient in those moments when you're chasing down the race leader, but there's nothing else to it. Sometimes you just have to wait.
You do, and I think those very wise words we heard about half an hour from former Daytona 24 winner Max Papis. Don't put your nose in if you're not sure you're going to keep your nose.
I loved his definition of an accident. If your car is hit by a meteor, that's an accident. Everything else is controllable.
It's rather zen.
Well, he knows of what he speaks, former winner of this race, and so much success winning and racing in categories as disparate as NASCAR, IndyCar, sports cars, of course, and married into the great Fittipaldi racing family.
And Formula One as well, of course. So, yeah, no, he spread it wide in terms of his racing, but almost always been as popular out of the car as he is in it. A real gentleman of the racing scene. Right, the gap, it's enormous between first and second. Almost an entire second. The last lap's been very kind for the Kiwi race leader Earl Bamber. He worked the traffic better than chasing Julian Andlauer. As you said, a few cars getting into their path, but standing up to look out of our commentary position. Who is going to be next to blink? Who's going to come in from GTP?
Remember when we said this will be a chance for Kalen Frederick to test his mettle against one of the best? He still has Lawrence Vanthoor in the rearview mirror. Impressive.
I did notice. It's been a while. He'll have been learning. You've got to learn, in this form of racing, you have to learn to defend as well as to attack. And all the harder in multi-class racing because obviously you've got a huge performance advantage over the slowest cars in the field.
Again, the 6 car ended up there because they had a lengthy pit stop during one of the early yellows. They picked up damage in the opening hour. I wondered at the time, was I seeing just the wrap rubbed off of the carbon, or was there actually a hole in the bodywork? And I had it confirmed to me, Ian McCarthy on X letting me know that it is just clear tape over an actual opening in the bodywork that's not supposed to be there. You can see the battle scars on the right-hand side just in front of the right rear wheel arch on the number 6 car, but he's still able to continue and at a pretty good clip.
Just waiting. I thought we'd have had another one or two of the GTP front runners in for a pit stop, because it's quite a few laps ago already that the number 93 car from Marchand that Kaku Ota took over came in for a pit stop.
And he just had a wild ride through the Le Mans chicane, missed the entry, and had to bail on it completely. Arguably could have gained an advantage by doing that. That will be an interesting one for race control to adjudicate. It's not like he went through the tire chicane that's set there. He was clearly out of the throttle, giving up any potential time gained there. I think he was either short stopping or they may be short filled on the previous stop, because I was looking at the last time that the other front runners had pitted, and we're still a little bit away from scheduled pit stops. But there is one thing to keep in mind, Bruce. This is not just the first stop on the calendar for the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, but also the Michelin Endurance Cup, which pays points at different times during the course of the race. And sometimes when you see teams pitting at a curious time, it's about positioning themselves to score points at those crucial junctures with that Endurance Cup Championship in mind.
That's where they have to wear, each of the team managers has to wear 2 hats, one for the overall race and one for picking up bonus points, the low-hanging fruit, if you will. But, you know, sometimes you even have to restructure your race strategy just to gather those points when you can. But fairly soon, because already we heard reports from the pit lane that there are drivers suited, booted, ready to go in the top-class cars. So their time will come.
Time for a VP Racing in-race update with just over 20 hours to go. It's Earl Bamber showing the way in the GTP class. Julian Andlauer chasing, but now 1.2 seconds adrift ahead of Sheldon van der Linde in the best of the BMW M-Team WRT BMWs in the 3rd spot. Then Caitlin Frederick now up to 4th for JDC Miller. Lawrence Van Thor 5th in the 2nd factory Porsche 963. LMP2 is led by Toby Sowery, CrowdStrike by APR. Then it's Jeremy Clark in the Inter Europol car. That car shown in the pit lane right now, car 43. Dane Cameron for Spike the Dragon. AO Racing car 99 sits 3rd. GTD Pro led by Corvette once again, this time Antonio Garcia fending off the challenge from Andrea Caldarelli. Pfaff Motorsports in the 2nd spot. Ben Barker is 3rd. In GTD, Albert Costa leads Indy Donchup, and Tom Gamble 3rd place in the GTD class. Chance to hear from Alex Palou, fresh out of the number 93 with Neil.
Yeah, Alex Palou is just talking to one of his engineers, and there's big smiles on faces. Alex, talk us through that first stint of the Daytona this year.
Yeah, it was good. Happy to with the first couple hours that I got in the car. The 93 felt really good. We just had a puncture at the end when I had to pit. It was obviously not what we wanted, but still we survived. The car is good. Kaku's now in the car with new tires, and yeah, we're ready to roll.
So your stint came to an end earlier because of the puncture. The driver change happened at the same time as the puncture repair.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of those things that either I had to drive another 2 hours or Kaku was getting in. So yeah, I mean, it's still very early in the race. It's all about just making sure that the car is good, that we're keeping our race alive. So yeah, we got the first bad moment of the race away. I know there's more to go, but at least we survived the first one.
How did the puncture happen, do you know? Debris?
I don't know. I think it was debris, but yeah, I have no idea.
And for you personally, driving sports cars here at Daytona, you must learn a lot from some of your experienced teammates, but how do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing for me. Like, I love to race. I love to be here. The atmosphere from the fans, and especially these races, that it's a huge crowd. It's insane. And then just sharing with amazing teammates coming from sports cars world, NASCAR, like AJ, which he was pushing me a lot at the beginning of the second stint. Dixon, obviously, but yeah, always learning. It's always cool to try new things and different things, and just to push myself.
Oh, good luck. Go well.
Thank you.
Great stuff from Neil Cole with reigning IndyCar champ and Indy 500 winner Alex Palou, who had his apotheosis moment for an IndyCar driver last May when he finally cracked the code and got the biggest race in North American open wheel racing. Finally got to drink the milk. Great information from Alex as well. We were wondering why they might have pitted a little bit early, and it comes down to picking up a puncture, possibly debris on the racetrack that caused the problem.
Well, don't forget, it was probably getting onto an hour ago, and there was a clean-up operation after that, but we did have that big strike, the Wright Motorsport Porsche clattering into the spinning and spun number 83 Orica. Dylan Murray was on board, but anyhow, must say so far the crews have done an astonishingly good job for clearing up any debris that might be on the circuit. But then again, on a circuit where you can cross the start-finish line at 200 miles an hour, you do not want cars on the banking with a slow leaking tyre. So any extra lap they spend with vehicles out there sweeping the track, that's fine by me.
Just had another round of pit stops in LMP2. Dane Cameron, the reigning champion, back with AO Racing for another go-round. What a year Dane had. Not just the championship here at IMSA, but a class win at Le Mans, championship in the European Le Mans Series. Even though he wasn't in the top class anymore, that was still a major season for him in his career, as GTP pit stops are now underway. From the lead of the race, it's Earl Bamber in the lane.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see who's going to hop on board that one. It's car number 31, and it's been driven very well indeed. Remember, this is the car that came up from the back of the pack, took pole, had pole taken away. The Action Express Racing crew doing a fantastic job. Jack Aitken started it. You know, they did all the fight back. He had a little off-track moment when a BMW GTD car, well, no, it was a Ferrari, I think, actually pushed him wide coming out of turn 2. But they've just had a very nice metronomic pace. Two drivers, a choice of to hand over to Fred Vesti or Connor Zilic. And it's Connor by the looks of things.
It is. You can tell he's got the Red Bull helmet and the Chevy bow tie on the helmet as well. He's a Chevy driver in NASCAR. Will be a full-time rookie this year in the NASCAR Cup Series, having finished runner-up in what was then known as the NASCAR Xfinity Series. Now it's the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, to give it its full name.
Trips off the tongue beautifully, I'd say. But, you know, it's always so exciting, any form of motorsport, when you get someone else who normally fishes out of another pond, and when it's as big as the NASCAR Enterprises, that gets a lot of eyes on the prize here this weekend. And it's very much been in the history of this race for the past 60-odd years to have people who ply almost all of their trade on the ovals and the NASCAR road course events, and certainly for Connor, he just doesn't seem to be able to put a wheel wrong. True rising star.
Well, the thought was, okay, he's a good road racer, that's his background, but you need to be an oval race winner in order to contend at the NASCAR level. Yeah, he answered all those questions pretty emphatically last year. Won 9 races in total. They're not 9 road course races on the NASCAR schedule.
One does notice these things.
So you could do the math. He won plenty on the circle tracks as well. And you have to appreciate his desire to try a little bit of everything. I mean, this is his 3rd run in this event, and it's the 3rd different car, 3rd different class that he's been a part of.
No, I'm a big believer of really like the days, the 1950s, 60s, 70s, when drivers basically they aimed for prize money. They wanted start money. They wanted to do as many different championships as they could, often even on the same weekend. It became hard. The sport became much more polarized. You were one thing or another, and I really take my hat off to those that straddle the fence.
Let me know if you agree. I think the modern racing driver would still love to do that, but they're constrained, whether it's by sponsor obligations, manufacturer commitments, team owners that have a lot invested in their careers that don't want them risking life and limb in another form of the sport. I still think a racer at heart would like to try a little bit of everything, even in this modern era where it's quite rare.
Yeah, they do, and then you get some who get out at the end of a really successful career, and then they try a bit of historic racing. I see a lot of this at Goodwood, and Dario Franchitti has brought a lot of people over, and they suddenly get it. It's more than a fancy dress party, and suddenly they do it once, they even start buying their cars and do it twice or 3 times.
Well, and Dario just got back in a real competitive session again, racing at the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai last weekend. Pit stops now in GTP. We saw Action Express blink first. Now it's Porsche Penske in the pit lane with Julian Adlauer leading Sheldon van der Linde in. So a couple of top-notch teams, Team Penske up against Team WRT here in the pit lane. Tires all around, at least on the 7 for Porsche Penske. They're sticking with the medium compound tires. Again, we are in the window in which the teams have the choice to go to the softs, but you can tell by the yellow sidewall on the tires that they're sticking with the mediums, and it's worth reiterating here in IMSA, you can't mix and match your compounds like you can do in the World Endurance Championship.
Well, neat and tidy in the pits so far. It only gets harder as you go through the race because as cars carry more and more heat that just soaks into them, sometimes it's harder to get the bits off that you need to remove. BMW came in from 2nd position. Okay, it's at a time of chopping and changing, but it's good to see they hadn't looked as though all was going well for them in the lead up to the 24 Hours of Daytona, but They're not doing a bad job, and don't forget they're being run by an entirely new team, or new to BMW, in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship. Team WRT have taken over from Rahal Lanigan Racing, and doing a good job so far.
Certainly are. Have a new North American headquarters just outside of Charlotte in Mooresville, renting shop space from the Haas team. Saw a really interesting quote from Vincent Voss about why that made sense. Basically, they don't have to think about the basic things like plumbing and electricians and security, because the Haas team already has that taken care of for the facility. They can just focus on what really matters, which is staffing the North American racing program, and they're off to a really strong start. So too is the sports car racing career of Glen Frederick. We were super impressed. Let's hear from him now with Neil.
Glen Frederick, just wiping the sweat from your brow, having got out of the car. Was that as good a start for you as it looked like for us?
Yeah, I think it was pretty good. You know, quite a few safety cars, so a little bit to get used to with the procedure there. We kept getting caught up in some bad positioning in T1, so we kept losing spots. But yeah, good thing we had the pace to keep getting those spots back and keep pushing forward, and also keep the Penske car behind for the whole 2 stints. So it's pretty tricky looking forward and back the whole time, but no, I think it was as good of a start as I could ask for, yeah.
What were you learning? How were the conditions changing? And what did you learn from your teammates?
Yeah, obviously the tires were dropping off quite a lot at the end, but the fuel load coming down is pretty even. So really just kind of driving to what the tire needed, just not combining too much and letting the lighter weight kind of carry the speed through the corners. So yeah, just kind of doing whatever the car wanted and playing with some of the systems to get the balance how we wanted it as the tire was falling off. Yeah.
And talk us through what it's like getting used to the traffic and the different lines around the banking, and if the GTDs do take their line, or trusting that.
Yeah, so, you know, when the race is going, it's really not a problem, but once you get a safety car and all the GTs bunch up, it's just absolute carnage for, you know, after 5-6 laps, whenever you catch the back of that field, loads happening, so really got to watch out and make sure you're not letting the car behind you take advantage of a slower speed or bad positioning. So yeah, quite a lot to manage.
And what's your plan now? Have you had a debrief? You're gonna have a rest? When will you next be in the car?
Well, I just jumped out the car, so I need to go talk to the guys, and then obviously Timon's doing his stint now. Nico will do another one, and I'm in after that. With 3 drivers, we don't have too much say with how we do the stint, so yeah, I've got a little bit of time now before I go back out.
I just got to say, you know, beginning of seeing a lot more of you in sports cars, I hope.
Yeah, I hope so. Thank you.
2020 British F3 champ, driving for the Carlin team as it was then known. Tell you what, John Church knows how to find some of these young stars. Max Esterson starred for them back at Motul Petit Le Mans in October. Glen Frederick keeping Lawrence Vanthor behind him an entire stint. That was fantastic. Now Tymon Vanderhelm, the relative veteran in that driver lineup. He's behind the wheel at the moment and giving the car a good run. It's up in 5th currently. Kaku Ota, by the way, has cycled through to the lead. That's the car that Alex Palou vacated. Had the early pit stop because of the puncture, but maybe that allowed them to undercut the competition slightly and get to the front of the field.
Yeah, it has. It's in that sort of artificial position, and sometimes you can stay out of kilter for the vast majority of the race, but obviously when you get towards the end, you're working backwards from when the flag is going to fall at the end of 24 hours, and where you had a half stint, maybe some of your rivals have to have one later in the race. You always want to do a full stint where possible, but we have had full course yellows, we have had moments where people readjust, but just remember, the number 93 Meyer Shank Racing Acura that leads the race with Kaku Ota came in because it had a puncture.
Incident under review. This is in the LMP2 class. The 2 cars involved were the 52 from PR1 Matheson, Brian Herta Autosport. That's Misha Goikberg. The other was the Pratt Miller Motorsports, number 73, with Chris Cumming driving.
And blame has been apportioned, and it isn't going to Chris Cumming. It's car number 52. Misha Goikberg is the driver on board at the moment.
But just a warning, crucially. Just a warning. Incident responsibility. Both cars able to continue on, evidently. If they were near one another, they're not anymore, because Goikberg now has a car in between. That's Toby Sowery, and that is cars that are 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, respectively, in the LMP2 class. Pit lane starting to hot up now as it's now pit stop time in the GT categories. They're starting to trickle in, not all at once, which is a mercy. As we talked about at the beginning of the show, 60 cars entered here this weekend. Somehow there were supposed to be 61, but the Team Tonis LMP2 car was unable to answer the bell. Even still, they're crammed in like sardines down in the pit lane, and when everybody comes in all at once, it makes for a very constricted workplace for these pit crews.
Now, it is definitely going to be an element in this race where teams will pick up punishments for not having, what was the rule we said? They had to have both axles within the white painted area of a portion to them in the pits. It could be at an angle, but it's going to be tricky if you're the car in front of you and the car behind you come in at the same time, or more to the point, if they come in in front and behind you before, then you've got to nick your way in. It's very tricky. You're allowed to go into the pit box in front of you and then get pushed back, because otherwise, quite frankly, you'd be sitting there doing just a parking manoeuvre. It's not really racing doing parking, is it?
Yeah, to clarify, the pit boxes for IMSA are different than the very clearly marked pit boxes that are here for NASCAR. Smaller field in NASCAR, down to just 40 cars that start in the Cup Series races here for the Daytona 500. That will be happening in just a few weeks. But the IMSA pit boxes are marked out inside, and you're exactly right. The message that was sent by Bo Barfield and the race control staff is you are expected to have both front and rear axles inside of the demarcated zone in the pit lane, and if you do work on the car outside of that zone, there's a chance of getting a penalty. That chance is significantly more likely if the positioning of your car then impedes a car around you from getting in or out of their box. As it was explained, if you're in at a cockeyed angle and it doesn't really affect anyone else, chances are they'll give you a warning, let you know, hey, we don't want you to do that again. But if you impede the progress of another car, that's when you're more likely to draw the ire of race control.
And it's just unfortunate. You can keep your nose clean out on the track, and one little moment, just by dint of who is around you when you come in to make the pit stop. But it's a busy place down there, and our pit crew absolutely making sure they got their eyes on the action as it comes in. Always look up towards pit in. But you do get flurries, then you have time where you think, is the race still going on when you're in the pits? You can hear the noise, but nothing is coming in. But we also like that, and it means we're going to start finding the form of the race. Yes, we've had quite a few full course yellow periods, and it has sometimes juggled the order, but the longer we can have with clear runs, the more we'll see the true pace of the cars. As the temperature begins to fall, it's been a much, much warmer race meeting than had been expected just a few weeks ago. And track temperatures really soared, but right now track temperatures tumbled down to 25 degrees Celsius, air temperature 4 degrees cooler, and it is going to keep on going cool through the night. We don't know if we'll have as we had this morning, but we may see dawn trying to break through thick mist. Let's hope not, but it could be another twist in the tail of this race. But right now, we've got that wonderful combination of 4 different manufacturers in the top 4 position. Acura in the lead, that's Kakuota from Meyershank Racing. Second place, the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport entry, Lauren Heinrich on board. Connor Zilick, superstar in NASCAR, but out there in 3rd place in the number 31 Action Express Cadillac. And then the best of the better of the BMWs, M Hybrid V8 of René Rast. He's the 3rd driver on board 24, and that was the car that dropped the back of GTP on the opening lap when it ended up spinning onto the grass. Was it pushed? Did it jump? But anyhow, it was a setback, but they've chipped away, fought their way into the order again. But as John Hindhoff returns to the booth, John, hello, we've advanced. Light is falling, light is fading. We've had a few full course yellow periods, but we've had some cracking racing, and it's really super close.
And my first action is to say good evening from my side of the Ford Racing Global Broadcast booth to Neil Cole, who's down in the pit lane. Evening, Neil, how are you?
I am loving this, John. It's I'm right at the pit entry. It's golden hour here. It's absolutely glorious. The sun's just disappeared behind the grandstands. I just watched the number 4 Pratt Miller Corvette Racing pit stop. It was nice and smooth, and I'm waiting for Julien Andlauer, who's come out of debrief, and I've been promised to speak to him. He's just doing some kind of social media update. But yeah, the position for the Porsche Penske Motorsport pit is kind of the very beginning of the pit lane, so they're sort of semi-detached, if you like. And he's come out of the car. I didn't see the pit stop, so I missed the Heinrich maneuver, but he's coming down the stairs now. Julien Andlauer. Here he is, Julien. Sorry to pull you away from your debrief. Your debrief, can you tell us what you were debriefing about?
So I was just bringing some information back about the balance of the car. Let's say the start of the race went pretty well for us, quite smooth. We tried to avoid any tough situations, contacts or anything. We are pushing hard because, I mean, the guys out there are really pushing as well. It's a big compromise between saving fuel and pushing for the track position. So yeah, that's where we are right now, but we believe that we just need to stay in the top 3, top 5, close to the leaders to fight in the end. You know, it's not even the night yet, so we still to survive. We need to survive first.
There was certainly a sense in the first 2 hours that maybe you were running away with it, but that's changed a little bit.
Sorry, come again?
There was a sense in the first couple of hours from some of the other teams behind you that you were starting to pull away, but it doesn't look like it's going to be that easy.
Yeah, it was a bit of a fight in the beginning. Then we could put away a little bit, but now I think we're all on the same strategy in terms of pushing and saving fuel. So I think we all like staying behind the trailer, And yeah, let's see how it goes through the night. Hopefully we're gonna have still a good performance around the rides. For sure it's getting cooler. We're looking at the tires a bit more. We're starting to lose also energy in the tires. So I think it's gonna be full of challenges this night.
And then of course tomorrow is another day, hot temperatures, completely different strategies.
Exactly, so let's go step by step, survive the night first, stay out of trouble, stay in the front.
Bon courage, merci.
Thank you, merci.
Thank you, Neil. The engine noise behind me in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre is that of Chris Meese, and that is a Ford Coyote engine that is revving away down the back straight towards the Le Mans chicane, getting up to 170 miles an hour on the brakes. 1, 2, gears down. Really rolling through the middle of the Le Mans chicane and applying the throttle nice and gently, progressively, gets passed by the Valkyrie. You can hear that even from inside the Mustang is not exactly a silent car, but you still heard the Valkyrie with its V12 Cosworth going by 176 miles an hour under our feet and down into turn 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, down through the gearbox. Looks that ahead of him, actually, because they were very close to. Yes. Yeah.
Parts of the racetrack that would be fair, but in other parts of the racetrack the new Ferrari is very, very strong. I mean, it's a great car, and yeah, clearly they've got pace to compete, but so have so many other brands. That's the most beautiful thing about this year's Rolex 24. It's wide open in every category.
Hello to Marcis, who's calling it a night in Latvia, where it's 1 o'clock.
Lovely country
in the morning.
Great roads for rallying there.
You have sung that place's praises on a number of occasions to me. Peter Mackay is the second voice in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, as we still have a little under 19 hours and 40 minutes to go.
The Mercedes-AMG of Lone Star number 80 chasing down the number 45 Wayne Taylor Racing Lamborghini. That's the battle over 6th position. It's Ralph Aaron in the Lone Star machine and Danny Formal in the Wayne Taylor Racing Lamborghini. They're chasing down a good start as well, I have to say, from Gradient Racing, number 66 in the Ford Racing Mustang. That's young Jake Walker in that car at the moment, just 7.5 seconds off the category lead. And as we mentioned, that Silver Bullet, very neatly, almost serendipitously, in comes our next guest.
Who is the man at the head of Ford Racing globally, the newly named Ford Racing, Matt Rushbrook. Welcome back to our booth a little earlier, so we can see a bit more, although the view's still pretty good. I keep saying to you, as if you don't have enough work, you keep taking more on. So, more racing. Just announced the global program, a week or so ago up in Michigan. rebranded to Ford Racing, Formula One on the doorstep, off-road stuff a go-go. Do you find any time to actually get home, see the family, anything like that?
I do, absolutely. We definitely have a lot going on with Ford Racing, with everything, how the company is leaning into Ford Racing as a business, and not just racing for racing's sake, but truly using it to inform, to innovate, to put that technology into our road cars. And we're running like a business. But to your question, I do get home, not as much as I would like. I miss my family, but I love what I'm doing.
You've been around this business of racing and automobiles for a very long time. Not as long as Ford, 125 years of racing this year. You've seen the changes in attitude towards racing. There was a time when it seemed that the bigger car companies, Ford included, sort of backed away from racing a little bit. Why is there this imperative now for the Blue Oval in particular, because you can talk to that, to be back in racing at so many different levels? And how hard or not hard have you had to quote unquote sell that to the higher ups?
Yeah, the way I look at it is racing is part of the fabric of Ford Motor Company. We were founded from a race. In 1901, Henry Ford took his car, innovation, sweepstakes, and he won the race. That was in 1901. October 10th, 1901. So we're coming up on that 125-year anniversary. But 2 years after that race is when he founded what is now Ford Motor Company. So he was using racing for all the right reasons, not just one single reason, but he was using it for innovation and tech transfer to create road vehicles to sell to customers. He was using it for marketing for himself as an individual to ultimately form the company, and to develop engineers along with him at the same time. And while we have been racing ever since at Ford Motor Company, at times in our history we've used it for all of those same reasons. At some points in time we may have only used it for one of those reasons, and then you're not getting full benefit. If you're only doing it for marketing reasons, yeah, sure, you get the marketing benefit, but you're not leaning into the engineering, or vice versa. And I think we lost our way at different points in time. But it's really been a transformation in these last 10 years, and it's taken some time for it to really accelerate, and now it has accelerated that we are leaning today into Ford Racing like Henry did 125 years ago. And that's what the new Ford Racing, as we've rebranded, we're not apologetic about leaning into racing, and we're not doing it irresponsibly just to spend money to get on the racetrack and go have fun. But we are held accountable in Ford Racing to look at an income statement, to look at any investment that we make, whether it's in racing, whether it's in putting a demonstrator out there, or whether it's put into developing a new car or truck to sell to people. We're held accountable for running it as a business.
We were doing a little bit of a calculation, Peter and I, the other day, about the $100,000
for the investment in the Cosworth DFE.
You're coming back to Formula One. I know we're sitting in a big endurance race at the moment, but one of the big stories from your reveal, Max Verstappen flew over. You're coming back with Red Bull into Formula One, and we did a little bit of back of an envelope calculation that in 1965-66, when the money was put up by Walter Hayes to develop what became the Ford DFE, the double 4-valve Cosworth engine, the Ford Cosworth engine, we reckon at today's money that was about £2.5 million, 2.4 million pounds. So a little bit more, just over $3 million. Was that the best investment in motorsport that's ever been made when you consider the longevity and what it did for Ford at that time?
It was an incredible investment because it has led to now Ford is number 3 in the list of all-time wins for engine manufacturers in Formula One. So through that whole duration, 70s, 80s, into the 90s even, the success of that has reaped a lot of benefits for Ford Motor Company. And yes, we've been absent from being on the grid of Formula One for 22 years now. But we started 3 years ago with Red Bull. They are such an incredible partner. That was the right choice for us to find a way back into Formula One, where again, we are, yes, we're marketing through that program, but we're also contributing from a technical perspective and learning to bring that back into the company.
And they actually sit just round the corner from where Cosworth started as well. That's my neck of the woods where I live. Peter, what would you like to ask Mark?
Mark, can I take you back to 12 months ago on this very race? I'm sure it's a happy memory. You know, I remember, well, take us back 24 months ago when the Mustang made a brave debut here in the Rolex 24, and there were challenges like many manufacturers come across when they launch a new race car. But 12 months ago, with Dennis, with Freddie and with Chris, they won the race, they won the watches. I want to know what it was like returning back to Detroit and reporting that back to those who signed the program off. What did that actually mean? Because I know it meant the world to the drivers and to the team and to all of you guys, but what did that mean at the corporate level?
Yeah, it meant the world to not just the executives at our company, but to our employees at our company.
Okay,
that's interesting.
And we enter into any form of motorsports, we know that it's a massive challenge, and they're all different in the magnitude or the scope of the challenge, whether it's sports car racing or Formula One or off-road racing. So when we entered into this era of sports car racing for us, developing the all-new Mustang GT3, the all-new Mustang GT4, and the Dark Horse R, 3 programs simultaneously, and launching them simultaneously, we knew it was a massive undertaking for us, for partners like Multimatic that worked with us on that. And yes, our Mustang GT3 struggled that first year, especially here in 2024 at the 24 Hours of Daytona. So to come back in January of 2025 with the Mustang GT3 and to have that success, it was a testament to the work of all of our partners, our Ford Racing employees, to have that success. And when we took it back, the employees just were so happy to see it.
Aston Martin Valkyrie, Alice Riberas off the side of the track. We're talking to Mark Rushbrook, the man at the head of Ford Racing, and we're watching a decent battle actually as well between Ford and Chevrolet. There's a rivalry for the ages as well for 5th and 6th position in GTD Pro. I suspect that this is going to bring out another full course yellow. Oh, hang on, Alex has fired it up. This is the debut for the Valkyrie here at this circuit. This is the last race that they haven't done. They came in at Sebring, of course, at this time last year, and it's rolling. Control Alt Delete. We stay green with 19 hours and 30 minutes to go. So that battle continues between Chris Meese and Nico Varone for Ford and Chevrolet for 5th and 6th. GT3, global formula, massive. You guys were a little bit late on the scene, but you're playing catch-up. You've proven that. You've got your first Evo pack out now. The customers were involved with that. The customers got some of the parts first, actually, so they could test them. I'll be down in Bathurst for the 12 hours, first time there with this car as well. Still lots to do with this GT3 Ford Mustang, Mark, but on a global stage, you're happy with where you are with this program?
We are happy. We always want to win. We always want to be successful, but we also know the magnitude of this endeavor, and our commitment is long-term for everything that we're doing in sports car racing. Yes, we had our Ford GT program that was 4 years. That was a plan from the very beginning, and we executed to that plan. But now this plan with Mustangs, with it as a global icon for us, as the best-selling sports car in the world, we're committed.
There's very few global cars nowadays.
There
are
are
sold everywhere.
There are.
Mustang is one.
Yes, and that's important for us to take that icon and to sell it around the world, but also to race around the world to support it. So we're committed to long-term and building this program. That's why we've done the Evo. We learned through 2 years of racing with great feedback, not just through the factory racing, but through the customer teams, HRT in particular, what they've done in Europe, has been very important for us in evolving that car with better aerodynamics, better suspension kinematics, better brakes, to make it a much more drivable car for customer racers.
Nico Varone is just breaking our hearts at the moment. He's gone past Chris Meese and taking the position while we're talking to Chris's boss here, Mark Rushbrook. I mean, Mark, I watch a lot of motor racing. You watch a lot of motor racing. Last year for Mustang, never mind the rest of Ford, was an incredible year. You win here. You win on the bricks at Indianapolis in the long distance race there. You get your first win at the Nürburgring Nordschleife for 30 odd years. You've got the Mustangs going out to customers all over the world, as we said. How do you top that this year? And what goals do you set yourself? Because they've got to be sensible goals, of course.
Yeah, we know that in sports car racing, in any form of racing, that you cannot win every race, as much as we try to. Especially in sports car racing, with so many manufacturers involved, it's hard to get those wins. You have to earn every single one of them. But we definitely target the big races here: 24 hours at Daytona, 12 hours at Sebring, 24 hours at Le Mans. 24 hours at Nürburgring, Mustang Challenge. That was incredible.
Did we have fun with that, Mr. Rusbrook?
That was incredible. To here, I think we had 39 cars, Coyote V8 engines, howling down the Mulsanne straight, and
I'm giggling thinking about it.
Yeah, same, right? And I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it, because like the racers that participated in that race, that was like checking a bucket list item for them, but also the reaction from the fans that were there on site. It was an incredible moment for us in Ford Racing.
I know you've got to dash off, so thank you for your time, because I know how important it is for you to come and talk to the fans internationally and here at the track as well. You mentioned the Coyote V8. Now, the little nugget of information that I plucked out of so much that you were announcing at Michigan is that V8 will be the beating heart, the growling heart of the new prototype car as well. Can you give us any more little nuggets of information?
Yeah,
Ford nuggets of information.
The Coyote, the V8 naturally aspirated architecture is a great platform for us. We've had it in so many different vehicles, especially in the Mustang GT.
So was that an easy choice?
We still did our engineering diligence, right? Of the different engines that we have available, we looked at them, of course, a 5.2 supercharged, a 3.5 turbo. What is the right architecture? But that's near and dear to our heart, the naturally aspirated V8 engine. We believe that's the right choice for us, for hypercar. And it is, we've got so much learning in Mustang GT3 with that engine, Mustang GT4, to be able to take it to the next level, to hypercar. And our fans love the sound of that V8 engine. I can't wait to hear that engine running down the Mulsanne.
And it was great to see Jim Farley this morning in the HSR race that Peter called as well, running round in some of the Ford history as well. Mark, thank you very much indeed. I know the team's been working hard. I hope you do get a few days off before we reconvene for Sebring, and then it will be the start of the WEC season as well out in Qatar. Everybody works really hard at Ford, we know that, and at Ford Racing. You have to when you've got competition like this.
We do, and we love what we do. We're building an even bigger and stronger team at Ford Racing. We're very excited about the future, and thank you for everything that you do as the voice of this sport to connect us to our fans. We love what you do.
Thank you. Mark Rushbrook with us, global head of Ford Racing, rushing around like mad at the moment and delivering. That's the key, delivering and executing to get the cars better than ever. There used to be a Ford poster in the UK that said, "We race, you win," and I've always remembered that since I was a young'un, and that was a sort of very British version of "Win on Sunday, sell on Monday." We race, you win. And
can you do it with a British Pathy accent?
Hello, yes, we race, you win. You win. There you go. in the old style, absolutely in the old style. Jake Walker up to third in the number 66 Silver Bullet. So that is a success story for Gradients at the moment. That's one of the new Evo cars from Ford. And at the moment, Jake doing a cracking job in GTD. And that is the first of the Bronze Cup cars as well. Jake Walker racing for Gradient. They've been around a little while, and another problem for the Valkyrie. Same part of the track is that for Alex Riberas coming off the...
No, it's at the Horseshoe.
No, that is, yeah, absolutely.
Turn 3.
So he's actually taken the shortcut, Peter, on the motorcycle track, hasn't he?
Yes.
And he's trying to reset that car. it hasn't been a good Sebring. Meantime, in the pit lane, problems for the number 93 Acura, which has been running at the sharp end of the field, sitting in 4th position at the moment.
They were a little bit off strategy, and I think this is genius. I think they think we're going to roll the dice here because we're off strategy anyway. Let's roll the dice. By off strategy, I mean they had a lot less fuel on than the cars chasing them. So the 93 Acura from Marchand Racing has come in thinking that if the Aston Martin doesn't keep them going, they'll have to throw a full course yellow. The Aston Martin Valkyrie has now got going, so no full course yellow, but it was worth rolling the dice, I would say.
Yeah, I agree.
What a move for Gradient Racing. 14 places gained in the race so far. I'm sure the car owner, Till Bechtelsheimer, who started the car, will be absolutely delighted with how things are going so far. Former winner at Petit Le Mans, of course, but young Jake Walker, what an impressive young man. He's only 19, he'll be 20 in a couple of weeks' time. And yeah, he's already done this race on 2 occasions.
We have good news for those of you who are following, or were following, earlier on the AF Corsa Orica. That car is now back from behind the wall, and Neil Cole can give us an update on the Heart of Racing Valkyrie. Very odd, it keeps stopping, Neil, and I kind of don't like the sound of that, because that could well be one of those intermittent problems that teams hate.
I came on a bit of a detective mission to see if I could find anything out, and just before the second reset they said it was just simply a reset and it was all fine, but it's just driven into the pit lane past me, and they've got everyone's ready. They're putting fuel in the side. It looks like they may be doing a driver change. No, they're not. So they've opened the right-hand door, but no driver change. Cleaning the windshield, fuel in, cleaning, taking some of the side flaps off and having a look, but nothing mechanical or electronical going on.
I can see from this side of things, Neil, that they took off an inspection panel just ahead of the number on the right-hand side, and the mechanic had his hand in there. But I can't imagine that there's anything important in there, because that's a bit of the crash structure. So maybe they were just cleaning it out. I don't know. That's an odd one, isn't it?
Yeah, they did the same on both sides. Opened the inspection panel, gave it a brush down and closed it again. But interestingly, there was the 4th driver ready to go in for his stint, but they didn't do a driver change, just topped off with fuel. So the plot thickens, and I'm sure they're scratching their heads a little bit here as well.
As we said, Peter, this is the last of their first races of their debut season, effectively. And this is a tough one. It's a tough one to get right. It would be a tough one to come first, but it's just as tough to come last in their effective first season of IMSA competition.
It's a unique track, that's for sure, from an aerodynamics perspective particularly, to get that right. And it's getting bumpier as time goes on. Now the Valkyrie has handled bumpy tracks quite well in its beginning, its junior year, if you like, in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. But here at Daytona, as you say, new, although they do have quite a lot of mileage here from testing, but racing and testing are 2 different things entirely. But yeah, it's been a tricky week really through the road test and practice for the Aston Martin Valkyrie. But it looks like after that pit stop, little fill up of fuel, they went into the cockpit of the car. Hopefully they've managed to reset something and it'll crack on and won't have any more problems.
Racing and testing, you are absolutely spot on. They are different. It's one of the things you get during racing is pickup on the track and balls of rubber, etc. I remember Audi at Le Mans one year, the car stopped again. IMSA will, I think, have a word in a little while, but I remember Audi didn't race. Maybe only did 1 race in Europe before Le Mans one year, and they went to Le Mans, it was a damp year, and all of the intakes got clogged with rubber when once it was wet it wasn't falling out. And that's the sort of thing that you need to race to find out about. And I just wonder if there's something here that Aston Martin Racing, Heart of Racing are struggling with because of the nature of this circuit. It is different from anywhere else that they've raced in their IMSA career so far.
And anyone who said, oh, just use the same settings as Le Mans, it really is not quite as simple as that. Not quite as simple. Yes, it's a typically low downforce track, sure, but yeah, that's about where the similarities end.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a corner called the Le Mans chicane as well.
Yes.
But that's about it.
Yeah. In Minion speak, that would be no.
No.
Yeah, very good. It's the Porsche that leads by 11 seconds at the moment. The number 7 of Lauren Heinrich, who's been doing a cracking job. He's just cracked 150 laps over and continues to lap very consistently in the high 36s to early 37s. Took about half a second out of Connor Zilic in second place in the Cadillac number 31 last time around for his team. René Rast in third for the Porsche 963, for the BMW number 24 of Team WRT. Then it's a couple of 963s, Tymon van der Helm in the bright yellow JDC Miller, and the slightly delayed Matt Campbell car, the number 6 car, sits in 5th, but only half a minute off the lead, so we're not talking anything massive at the moment.
In terms of energy, all of the front runners are on a relatively similar strategy in terms of energy that they have on board. The outlier is the number 93 Marshak Acura, which now sits in 10th but has by far the most fuel on board. The number 23 Aston Martin Valkyrie has come in back into the pits. In fact, I think it's gone behind the wall. Yes, right. It has gone behind the wall, so they're going to have to take a closer look at it. So
I think that's sensible. I mean, they're not running for a victory here. Would they like to be scoring good points? Yeah, absolutely they would. But do they want to cause a problem for somebody else? No, they don't. This is a team who've lived in this paddock for a very long time in a variety of classes, and I think that's the pragmatic approach, Peter, don't you? Because no need to ruin somebody else's race. Or worse still, when that car was coming to a halt, the lights were going out. So easily in a darker part of the circuit, there's not very many of them here, but Alex might have been putting himself or somebody else in danger, and that's not what they're here to do.
No, they're here for the full season, so the quicker they can get that car repaired, it's easier to repair it behind the wall, take it behind the wall, get it repaired. You never know what will happen ahead. We had quite a high rate of attrition last year. The Whelen number 31 Cadillac, of course, had the suspension failure on the high banks just before midnight, so it can go wrong quite quickly. And of course, the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac ended up in a big wreck. So if you can get the car repaired and run clean from here to the end, you can still pick up points. This is a long season. It's a long way to Road Atlanta at the beginning of October.
Yeah, one of the drivers said, we race here to win, we race for the watch, but if that's not happening, it is a points collection exercise, and there's a lot of points to be had here because there are interim points for the Michelin Endurance Cup as well as full season points at the end. Gav O'Toole in the Emlyn Isle at the moment. So compared to the other GTP cars, the Valkyrie looks like it's running a lot more ground clearance than the rest of the pack. I thought Lower was faster. Am I missing something, or are my eyes deceiving me? The Valkyrie in aero terms is a somewhat different proposition, Peter, than the other cars in the GTP category.
It is, yeah. I mean, it's based on, well, all the other cars in the GTP category are built to what's called the LMDH regulations, which were announced right here in January 2020. And basically those were rules to bring the race cars that compete at Le Mans and indeed over here in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship to have the same rule set. So, you know, the Porsche 963s, which you saw in WEC last year, they raced in IMSA in exactly the same specification, same for the Cadillacs and so on, and BMW and so on. So the way that they work is that they have a chassis underneath that you choose a supplier for. So there are 4 suppliers. There are Multimatic, which supply the Porsche chassis. You have Dallara, who supply the BMW and the Cadillac. You have Ligier, who did supply the Lamborghini SC63, which isn't racing anymore for now. And then you also have Orica, who do the Acura and will do some others as well as time progresses. So with the Valkyrie, it's built to Le Mans hypercar regulations, but basically it is the original hypercar regulation when they were announced at Le Mans 2019, 2018 possibly. Forgive me, I can't remember the exact year, but that is a high-performance hypercar road car. You can get a Valkyrie road car, and it's taken from that and then developed into a race car. So it's going to have a different look to it than the purpose-built racing prototypes. I hope that answers the question. For the more complicated answer of how does its aero work, we need to get someone from Aston Martin Racing in here, because I'll just make a fool of myself trying to explain.
Single tunable wing or plane. You can have it at the back, which most people do on the front, which is how the Valkyrie works. It's tucked underneath the nose. Actually, the best place to see it is to stand by the driver's door and look at 45-degree angle through the back of the front wheel. And what that means is that doing the fine-tuning of the car, because the rear wing plane is fixed, doing the fine-tuning of the car is about the aerodynamics, and therefore the front end of the car looks higher. But what you can't see, because it's underneath and slightly further back, is that aerodynamic wing, which is working at that point. Almost looks like a single-seater front wing, actually, ahead of the T-tray and the underneath of the car, and therefore the whole visual design is different than the other cars. I think it looks a bit throwback. If it's a bit of a throwback, actually, if you look at some of the overhangs and things like that. I absolutely love it. I'm not sure who mentioned this earlier on, but just to remind you that the Gradient number 66 car is owned by the team and by Andres, the team owner in that car. Till Bexelsheimer, one of the drivers, but that is the Gradient team car that is running around as the number 66, a silver bullet. Let's head down to the pit lane, and Neil is down there.
Just watched the Orica Era Motorsports number 18 car, which has got Naveen Rao at the wheel at the moment. It was in the pit lane for a long time. They had the back off, the side off, and I spoke to one of the engineers, and it just won't refire. So I saw a very old school sort of bump start to get it out of the pit lane, and so it has rejoined, but also waiting for clearly his next stint is Ferdinand Habsburg, just waiting patiently to see if he will be out again. But yeah, clearly got some problems there. It's not been a particularly good day for that number 18 Era Motorsport car.
Moment or two ago, I said that AF Corsa was coming out from behind the wall. It did, but I think it's gone back behind the wall again now. So the attempts to get that number 83 LMP2 Orica back out may have come to naught. Arjuna is back in the lane now. He's keeping an eye on that, to whether I can't decide whether it's coming or going at the moment, Arjuna, because it was back out and then it went back in. Which way is it? Is it on its way back to the pits? Is it on its way back to the paddock area?
I saw it, John, heading towards those yellow garage area where the LMP2s are based. I'll dive into that in a second, but in the meantime, I made my way down to the Aston Martin Valkyrie garage area for the heart of racing. And John, the front nose is the nose. That's a redundant statement. The nose is off the car, and they are working on it and trying to ascertain the issue. I can also see they have a cooling fan, so I'm going to ask the team what the issue is. But I think you are correct. They did not want to risk anyone else's race out on track. Remember, this effectively, like we talked to Roman DeAngelis during our countdown to green, is the end of the first full season for this Aston Martin Valkyrie over in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship.
It's been a hit, there's no doubt about it, with fans all around the world, both in the FIA WEC and here in IMSA.
And who could forget Petit Le Mans? I mean, what a breakthrough race that was.
And it could have been even better. It was 5 minutes either way.
Could have been a win.
Could have been a win.
Yeah, it was a podium in the end. I mean, they had the car, and then we're coming back to the aerodynamic perspective. I don't think there's many circuits in the world that are more difficult to set the car up aero-wise in terms of compromise than Road Atlanta, because the first part of the circuit you need as much downforce as you can possibly get, because it's loads of high-speed corners, and then you want as low drag as possible going down the straight. Now those two things don't coexist very well, so trying to find a balance between that is really, really tricky, and they managed to get it where it was, you know, competitive enough in the early part of the lap, and then a rocket ship down the straight. So they the package is there, but yeah, first time racing at Daytona has been a tough ask for the team, but make no mistake, they'll be back. The battle in GTD is mouth-watering at the moment, with Thierry Vermeulen in the Conquest Racing Ferrari number 34, the beautiful white and kind of mint blue coloured machine.
That car had troubles earlier on. That
had a spin. Manny Franco had a spin,
yeah.
That's right. Yes, a spin and a contact with the 81 Corvette and received a drive-through penalty. So Thierry Vermeulen has done an amazing job, and Dudu Barrichello, the son of Rubens Barrichello, proving his worth in the heart of racing, number 27 Aston, which of course qualified on the class pole with Zachary Robichon on board. A really, really good driver, Zachary, silver graded, but was quicker than a lot of the Platinum Factory drivers. So Heart of Racing have got a really fast race car there, and it's proving to be so, right behind Thierry Vermeulen in that Ferrari, which I have to say the Ferraris have looked strong throughout the week as well in certain areas of the circuit. I mean, when you look particularly, if you look at Sector 2, for example, throughout the week, this is how they look. Ferrari, Aston, Ferrari, Aston, Aston. So the Ferraris are right there in the mix in terms of sector times. So a competitive package through the midfield and out onto the Super Speedway.
We'll have another one of our in-race updates in about 5 minutes' time. Connor Zilic has just brought the pool time setting car into the pit lane, although that was then disallowed for post qualifying technical inspection. Found some issues with how the car had been set up, too low at the ground, too much wear on the underside of the car at the back. So they started at the back of the 11 car GTP grid. We'll drop back to the back of there at the moment, but all of the cars are still on the lead lap, aren't they? Yes, they are. And remember, Kaku Ota in the number 93 Acura, which is the Phillips Petroleum red, white and black car, they gambled and tried to do a bit of an undercut. Sorry, I hate that word. Tried to do a bit of a strategic change when they thought that's the Valkyrie first stop down at turn 6, excuse me, might have brought out the Manthey GT3 safety car. And so that's put them somewhat off kilter, I think it's fair to say. Not by a huge amount, but they're only 8 laps into their stint, where everyone else is 22 or 23 laps in to theirs. So that is a reasonable difference, which of course may play out later on. Good to see Kaku Ota back for another go, and we'll be back of course in the Super GT this year with the Arta Mugen Prelude in GT 500, and they'll be running with assistance of HRC, Honda Racing Corporation engineers. Mr. Jesse Young for that. Connor Zilic then, what a rising star he is. Fully loaded, 97% on his energy, and 197 miles an hour, passing people. 200, 201, 202, and then all the way down, shedding all that speed into turn 1 to about 62 miles an hour, 100 kilometres an hour from 202 miles an hour. Extraordinary. Let's take a couple of updates from the pit lane. Neil Cole with some news first, and then to Arjuna. Neil, what do you have?
Well, I've got Raffaele Marcello was ready, standing on the pit wall to take over from K-Mag in the number 25 BMW MT WRT, and they're going to be putting what looks like 4 very fresh tyres with that extraordinary new pattern on it, and fuel, so a full driver change, 4 fresh tyres, and a new driver going into that car very shortly. It hasn't come in yet. I was maybe a little premature. They're just about to get ready now.
And those Vision tyres really do make our job easy down on pit lane. It's a great change for 2026, trying to figure out new versus scrub tyres. John, I ran over to the AF Corsa part of the garage area, and a heroic effort from the team after the contact with that Wright Motorsports Porsche a couple of hours ago. They put the car back together, but when Nicholas Nielsen took it out onto the high banks, did not feel confident, did not feel comfortable in saying that this car can continue, and so they have decided that they will take no further part in this Rolex 24.
Well, big news there in our VP updates, in-race updates. That is retirement, we believe, for the AF Corsa number 83. And that's a shame for those guys. They'd worked so hard. Here's how it stands. There's pit stops coming at the front of the field. So I'm going to start at GTD, where it is the Aston Martin it is the Ferrari 296 of Thierry Vermeulen, the white and blue Ferrari 296 from Conquest that leads by about a second and a half of Dudu Barrichello from the Heart of Racing Aston Martin number 27. A bit further back, and with a couple of GTD pros between them, Danny 4 miles now behind the wheel of the Lamborghini Huracan. Around about 14, 15 seconds back, and he's got a second and a half on Ralph Aaron for Lone Star Racing Mercedes, the number 80 car. Jake Walker doing great work in that Gradient Racing Ford Mustang and leading the bronze class, Bronze Cup, the number 66 silver car. John Potter in 6th position is about 3.5, 4 seconds further back. He's another a Bronze Cup runner. That's the 44 Magnus Racing Aston Martin. Of course, in GTD Pro, Marvin Kerschoffer in the Corvette Racing number 3 leads by 0.2 of a second. Cracking battle going on there with FAF Motorsports' Andrea Caldarelli. They are at the Horseshoe at the moment, the International Horseshoe, heading down to the far end of the check that was the Western Horseshoe that they were at. They're just being passed by one of the leading GTPs, the Red Taylor Racing number 10 Cadillac. So Kerschoffer in the Corvette from the Lamborghini Huracan. Now, have they just swapped round?
They have.
Yeah, so that was a pass for the lead then.
It was. Yeah, it was interesting. Marvin Kerschoffer in the number 3 Corvette going into turn 1 left the door wide open. And basically allowed Andrea Caldarelli through, or certainly didn't put up much of a fight, deciding to fight another day, perhaps on slightly differing tyre strategies, perhaps, when you don't have a totally infinite supply of tyres. So, and the way that Caldarelli is just driving away from Kerschoffer at the moment, that probably makes a lot of sense. So as we go under the cover of darkness, the Lamborghini Huracan really coming to the fore for FAF. Of course, last race with the car, it's the farewell, and it's a car that's had so much success here. Won 3 years on the bounce in GTD, a real powerhouse machine. But all good things come to an end, as they say.
Yeah, a further 12 seconds back is the Ford Racing Ford Mustang of Mike Rockefeller. That's the number 64 car. He's got about 3 seconds on Connor De Filippi for Paul Miller Racing in the BMW M4 GT3 Evo, which is just half a second ahead of Nico Varone in the Corvette, who got ahead of Chris Mees when we had Mark Rushbrook, the global head of Ford Racing, in there. And that was round about 0.6 of... that's about 7 seconds now between those two. Let's move into LMP2. If I can get my cursor in the right place. I shouldn't mess everything up here. Standby caller. LMP2 Too many screens signed off. Johnny Edgar for AO Racing. Golden Spike leads by over a minute now from Toby Sowry for CrowdStrike. That's the 99 from the 04. In third position, Rasmus Lind for United Autosports. Another 40 seconds further back. He's got 1.5 seconds on Ben Keating in the wins number 52, now run by Brian Hurd at Autosport. Is that a prelude to something else for Brian with the Genesis Magma program coming on stream in the WEC relatively shortly? Tom Dillman for Inter Europol in the number 43 Inter Europol. They've got 2 cars here this weekend. He's another 20 seconds further back, and he's 4 seconds ahead of Chris Cumming for Pratt Miller Motorsport in the number 73 LMP2. Lauren Heinrich, after that little flurry of pit stops, resumes with an 11-second lead in the Porsche 963 number 7. That's the one with the black pinstripes and swoosh on the side and the darker rear end. The Keke Ota number 93 Acura, red, white and black Phillips car is now 11.1 behind and 2.3 ahead of Conor Zilic in third for the best of Cadillacs, which has been a good run actually for the Whelen Cadillac. They've all made their respective pit stops. Keke just on a different pit strategy. He would be the first one to pit of these cars we're talking about now. BMW's best placed car is the number 24, René Rast. Tymon van der Helm, JDC Miller Motorsport. I mean, they had a great start to Motul Petit Le Mans with Max Esterton and behind the wheel of that car. And Tymon van der Helm confirmed in that car for another season. He's doing a great job, as are his teammates. The 85 car just 15 seconds further back. That's half a minute from the lead in that car. They're still well on the lead lap, 5 seconds ahead of the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, which has all of the Evolution parts on. Matt Campbell in 6th position is 35 seconds behind his teammate, and that's your VP in race update. That JDC run, can't say enough about that at the moment. That is an excellent run. That's genuine pace from that car. Genuine pace.
They just got to stick in the mix, and the driver on board right now, Tymon van der Helm, has got some real race mileage under his belt in that car. He's signed a long-term deal a couple of years ago with JDC Miller, and he'd committed to them, they've committed to him, and he's delivering right now. And you know, he's shared the car with a couple of different factory drivers from Porsche over the last couple of seasons, and I'm sure, no doubt, he will have learned lots of little tricks from them, and he's ready to mature. So for for JDC Miller, what they've got to do is just get through the night. As I say, not an easy thing to do, but get through the night and see where they are. Stay on that lead lap, and they're in the mix. And who knows, there might be problems for other cars, and they're right there able to fight, because the Porsche, whether it's their car that's the 2025 spec or indeed the 2026 spec, seems to be pretty strong.
Let's go through the retirements as we've got a couple to add on. We mentioned the number 83 AF Corsa. That one is now an official retirement. Add to that the Myers Riley Motorsport Mustang, the number 16 car, the Roman Grosjean driven machine. That car has also been retired. Just 6 laps off the back of the field, but they've had some problems. Also, we've lost Adam Adelson, and at the moment, at the far end of the infield, we've also got a problem for the Dragon Speed Corvette. This is the 81 car, Matteo Cairoli. Often see Matteo making a mistake, but that car is facing, I believe, the wrong direction. Yeah, it is. And
International Horseshoe.
Turn 3, yes, it is. Spot on.
All the Rolex banners are the giveaway.
Yeah, good call.
They got it well branded on their 34th year of sponsoring this great race.
Let me just give the other, whilst we're waiting to see whether that car can fire up. Adam Adelson's Wright Motorsport 120 Porsche is also a retirement, as is the first retirement, which was RS1 very early on, just 5 laps into the race. Eric Zitzer, who hit the wall pretty hard in that car. So there's your 5 retirements at the moment. Well, fair play to Race Control. They're covering this with double yellows, where whilst Matteo Cairoli who careered off and into the tyre wall and has done some damage on the side of his number 81 Dragon Speed car. He's recycling everything, the headlights going off and on. I like to see the GTDs with the yellow headlights in the old French way. He's incredible. It's that built of concrete, that car.
Gonna drive it away.
I don't think he is. I think you're going to find that the left rear suspension and drive shaft is going to prevent him from doing that.
I think so. But it's a very, if it is a driving error, it's very, very unusual for Matteo Cairoli. So
when was the last time you saw him make a mistake?
I don't remember. So we only kind of caught the tail end on our pictures in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Many crews all taking the chance here to pit, knowing that it's likely to go full course yellow. It hasn't yet, so everyone's trying to take a chance to get that fuel in the car, and then when it goes full course yellow, they then cycle to the front when others have to pit. Again, it's just more luck of the draw depending where you are in the mix. And of course, if you're not running as much at the front, you can take the risk too.
Well, Matteo Cairoli rolls forwards. We'll get down for some pit lane reports in just a moment. I suspect now, with so many people going in, race control, even if they do throw a full course yellow, will leave it a lap so that everybody's had a chance to pit. Cairoli looks like he's got the car rolling and stopping. I believe the suspension damage on that car because, sorry, I said left rear, I think it's right rear because he sort of half spun on the way around.
All down the left-hand side of the car.
Yeah,
the car
okay.
is white, is now not. Or was white, is now not. I mean, that's quick. It might not look quick going down into turn 3. 125 miles an hour when they touch the brakes there in a GTD car. So it looked like he was nowhere near slowing down. So I just wonder if he's had contact with somebody, because it's just
full course yellow.
There goes a full course yellow. It's just not like Matteo at all. He's one of the best GT drivers there is.
So let's head down to Turner Motorsport, where Arjuna Kankapati has been camped out for the last couple of minutes as we have another full course yellow.
Couple of things, John, that I've noticed. There's an interesting mix of stickers versus scrubs going on at this phase of the race. I was at Turner Motorsports, looked like some sticker tires for them. Same for the RLL McLaren that also made their way down to the lane before that incident with the Dragon Speed Corvette. The conditions, John, it is very much cooling off here down on pit lane. It was a sweltering day to start off, but the cooler conditions that the teams were testing in during the Roar, this is a bit more representative of that.
Tyres, such an important part, one of our Porsche keys to the race. What do you do about tyres? And particularly in GTP, it's a big concern because the teams get 21 sets for the race, including qualifying. In GTD, they get 25 sets, including qualifying and practice. And in LMP2, they get 23 sets, including qualifying. And in LMP2, I mean, they're pitting every 40 minutes or so, so you cannot chuck new tyres on every single time as much as you'd like to. Nice, sticky, fresh Michelins are lovely things, but there are things that are special are often in limited supply.
Yep. Make the most of them. Valkyrie came back out, by the way, a lap or so ago. Let's see if that intermittent problem has been solved with the engine cutting out. I think the problem for Matteo Cairoli is that he can get the car going a bit, but then it is basically stalling out on him, and I think that's because of the damage down the side. I honestly think he's done some gearbox or some driveline problem on that.
Big hit. He kind of skated along the guardrail barrier and then into the tyre stacks.
I'm down at the Turner Motorsports garage area with Jens Klingman, who's just jumped out of the car. Jens, you had something to relay to Francis Seldorf, who's just jumped in. What was that?
So at the beginning we had a little bit of an issue, the radiator was blocked and therefore we had to do an extra pit stop, but now we're running according to our run plan. We just try to stay clean, we try to stay out of trouble because you know the race really starts tomorrow morning when the sun comes up, and I think we have a good overall solid car for the moment, just keeping it together, executing well, and then we see where we are tomorrow at like 10 in the morning and then we go from there.
When we get to 10, the weather is going to start heating up. How's the balance shifted as we've descended into these cooler conditions?
It feels fairly low grip all around. I think everyone is struggling a little bit, just managing tires, but I think in the night the track just feels better when the temperatures are a bit cooler. So I think in the daytime we're going to see more sliding, more tire management, but that's when it counts. And we really try to focus on the last 2 hours of the race to have a good car there, especially the last 30 minutes. Who knows, you can't predict, but for sure it's going to be a hell of a fight.
Sounds like more fun. Thanks, Jens.
Thank you very much.
Here with Andrea Caldarelli, who's just got out of the number 9 GTD Pro car. It looks like it's going pretty well for you guys. A good stint for you?
Yeah, we managed to take the lead just a few laps before the pitting, which was good. Car seems pretty good. I think I'm happy that the car feels very good in the night. Hopefully it's gonna stay like this during the day, because we know it's gonna have like a big swap of like temperature for tomorrow. So hopefully we didn't do a setup that is good for the night, that's not good for the end. But really confident. The guys did an amazing job. The last pit stop was a little bit tight with the car in front, so we lost a bit there, but so far pretty good.
And in terms of the flow of the race being interrupted by yellow flags, I mean, how do you deal with that?
Yes, you know, it's not easy. I jumped in I jumped in, which was already full course yellow, so I had to go straight in with with the others already maybe warm up after one stint. It's not easy. It's not easy to keep the focus all the time, but especially because we know we still have like 20 hours to go. But it's an awesome race. This series always keep you entertained, so yeah, it's quite easy to enjoy it.
Very good. Thank you very much, and go well.
Thank you, guys.
Andrea Caldarelli from the number 9 FAF Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan. That car going very nicely, 4th position. Mirko Bortolotti behind the wheel of that car at the moment, as the recovery continues for the Cairoli Dragon Speed car. Peter and I just discussing the unusual nature of Matteo sticking that car in the wall, wondering if there'd been a bit of a 2 or 3 wide moment before we saw the car cannoning into the barriers on the left-hand side of the track, the driver's side of the track. Bit of clean-up to go there, because it wasn't a very acute angle that he went in at, Peter, but he did move those tyre barriers, so it was quite a big hit. Let's take a couple of more interviews while we can. Indy Donche down at Winward Racing is with Arjuna.
I'm just talking with Indy about the difficulty of cold tyres here, but Indy, it's been a wild race for Winward Racing. At one point leading, a couple of penalties. Sounds like there was also a loose wheel in the most recent pit stop that you had to come back in just before this caution.
Yeah, in my run, in my first run, it was actually really good. We went back to the lead, or at least we were fighting for it. Then in my pit stop, the car didn't feel right, so I had to come in. We needed to check. So now we're fighting back again to the front. We did a pit stop just now in front of the yellow, so maybe this helps us a little bit.
Last year, you guys came back from many laps down. Is that something that is always going to give you that little bit of motivation, no matter how bad things are going, that you can get back into the fight here?
Well, if there's one motto for Winward Racing, it's never give up. And like you say, last year we were 7 laps down. That also didn't hold us up. And we're just fighting till the end. But it's not nice to have these setbacks, but at least it's in the beginning of the race. Let's don't have it at the end of the race.
Thanks, Indy.
Thank you.
Indy Donche, multiple champion in IMSA with the Winward team. Often comes in for the endurance races alongside the regular drivers, Russell Ward and Philip Ellis. They're quite a unit, those three. And of course with Lucas Auer as well. GTP pit stops going on, little bits of top up of usable energy. Pit stop for the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport car with Lauren Heinrich, Rennie Rast in the BMW number 24, Conor Zilic in the 31 Whelen Cadillac coming in. Also the number 93 machine, the Meyer-Shank Racing Acura, has switched Kaku Ota out for Nick Yellerly. So quick transfer, a little driver change there. One outlier though, John, The JDC Miller car, the number 85 of Tymon van der Helm, they have just rolled the dice a little bit. They said, we fancy some track position. They've got 73% of energy in the tank, and this will put them into the lead of the race.
Yeah, already scored in the lead of the race, Peter. So, who had that on the bingo card? Come on, put your hand up. Let's be honest about it. Who had, after the sharp end of 5 and a bit hours, in fact, over 5 hours now, who had JDC leading the race? Anybody? Anyone?
Do you know, I'm not surprised.
No, I'm not.
They've put in good pace throughout the week. The car is prepared really, really well. It's always a strong car. And it's the little team that can, because don't get me wrong, to run a GTP car for 1 lap you need a sophisticated operation, but to go and win championships and races, you look along the teams, let's say the factory teams, Porsche, Penske, MOTORSPORT, both the Cadillac crews, the BMWs, there's walls and walls and walls of engineers staring into laptops, and the thing is, that is the more of those big brains that you can have on your pit wall. Generally, that's where those little finite bits of performance come from. Now, a small privateer team like JDC, that's just not possible. So to be able to be up there fighting with the factories is such a remarkable story.
Hearing from race control that there's some track work going on at the Le Mans chicane, as well as down at turn 3.
Certainly see the Whelen light panel on the track vehicle.
Yeah, absolutely right. Actually, they're doing some sweeping, Peter. That's what they're doing. They've got one of the pickups there with that's the sort of the grates that it tows behind. Oh no! That actually might be for some fluid on the track. I think they're putting down a bit of dry on there, and yes they are, and there is a sweeper truck on the infield section as well, which I presume is moving round there. That's at turn 3 at the moment. The incident, here we are, Peter. So the incident, there was an incident, and Matteo Caroli was involved in it.
But the other car involved was the number 73, the Pratt & Miller LMP2 car,
which has only just come back out again, hasn't it? Oh no, that's no, scratch that. It's Chris Cumming in that car, and sitting in 7th position in class.
So has there been a disagreement between the two of them?
A disagreement. Very good. A misunderstanding, Peter, do you think? Potentially. Lack of communication.
Potentially. And when the GTPs were coming into the pit stop on that last stanza, there was a big lock-up for Kakuota. Then Connor Zilic had to get really cut up, and then the 24 car, René Rast, very, very, very nearly runs into the back of the Whelen 31. So we nearly had a 3-car pile-up going into the pit lane there, under braking, under the full course yellow. If that's any indication how hard the drivers are actually pushing every little last detail, that's a great example. That's a great example of it.
Yeah, I'm going to say that there is some fluid of some description out on the far side of the circuit, and that's what's been looked at the exit of the Le Mans chicane. Let's go down to Ford Racing now. The two Mustangs with a great result here last year, 1st and 3rd. Can they do it again? Let's ask Dennis Olsen that question. Well, when I say let's, we'll let Arjuna ask him that question.
And Dennis was part of the winning lineup last year for Ford Racing. You've led parts of this race, but we're still very, very early on. How's this updated Ford GT3 Evo handling the high banks of Daytona?
Oh, it's handling pretty well, I have to say. You know, it's, as you say, very early in the race. We are, you know, just staying out of trouble, trying to stay with the leaders. We have to say our competitors are very quick, so we just try to stay clean and keep going.
The 3 words that Ford have used to describe the updates are aerodynamics, kinematics, and braking. How can you describe that to the casual viewer? What's the updates that you're feeling behind the wheel here at Daytona?
Oh, I mean, it makes for sure the car more drivable, and I do think we have some more potential. So I think Ford Racing and Multimatic has done a stunning job, you know, making the next step with this car, and we're hoping to prove that this weekend, and especially in the total of the championship.
When are you back in the car next?
Right after Rocky.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Ford Racing looking good all around, not just with their two factory cars, the number 64 and 65 but in GTD Pro, but also the 66 Gradient Racing car looking really strong so far in this one. Jake Walker putting in a solid stint, a car running up in the top 10 in category in GTD. At the moment it's starting to cool. We've seen track temperatures creep just towards 100 Fahrenheit during race week, and at the moment sitting around 72 degrees Fahrenheit. Very, very gentle kissing breeze here at the Daytona International Speedway. 66 degrees Fahrenheit in the air. Pretty ideal conditions actually. We may well see fresh tyres, maybe some really strong lap times coming through when we go back to green flag racing. But Tymon van de Helm for GDC Miller Motorsport will be the driver who takes the field back, with fellow Porsche equipped driver Lauren Heinrich right behind him in the number 7 Porsche. René Rast in the 24 BMW fighting up the sharp end of the field. BMW had a fairly quiet week in GTP in terms of the practice times, and in qualifying haven't really been up the top of the timesheets at all, but in the race they seem to have found something. Of course, it's a new Evo package for the BMW M Hybrid V8 for 2026. New aerodynamic changes, trying to get a little bit better performance in the car, trying to reduce the porpoising effect, trying to get it a little bit less pitch sensitive, which many of the manufacturers are talking about, trying to get that cars to run a little bit better in traffic and in combat as well. And it certainly looks distinctively different at the front of that BMW M Hybrid V8. More of a raised splitter in the middle, trying to get more air underneath the car, but also the classic BMW kidney grille has changed slightly as well. So lots of development going on there to improve the pace of that BMW M Hybrid V8, as the same work that is going across every factory to always continually improve, as we are now in we're just kicking off the 4th season of GTP competition. That seems amazing to say. Kicked off right here at the Rolex 24 in 2023. We're commencing the category split now as well, so that should get the field back in the condition where we can go back racing again. 18 hours and 35 minutes left on the clock of this 2026 edition of the Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona. Of course, unlike in the past, we introduced a rule last year, I think it was, where the GTD Pro cars, at every full course caution, the GTD Pro cars will be split from the GTDs. So the GTD Pros always start ahead of all of the GTD cars. In the past, they were mixed up wherever they were on track. So that will make a big difference of how the restarts work as well, with the front-running GTD cars sometimes having to get through on the tail-running GTD Pro. So pit stops going on then for the LMP2s. Era Motorsport coming in, as are the number 37 Intersport. Pratt Miller in, number 73, with an incident with the 81 Corvette hanging over them. The 43 into Europol car in, so everyone, a good part of the LMP2 field taking the opportunity to take service, take on some tyres and fuel. The incredibly shiny number 22 United Autosports car, the blue and red Richard Mille back machine gets going as well. So lots of busy pit work down in LMP2 land.
And talking of United, we have one of our pit reporters down there.
Yeah, thanks, John. I was just saying, Peter had just mentioned about the incredibly shiny number 22 United, and it was, and what a slick pit stop. It was more actually to say that I'm back on air again, so you guys knew I was here, really. So I was just saying, hello, boys and girls. But yeah, just a simple routine, straight in, just stopped, cleaned, everything done, little check round, cleaned the tail lights, which was interesting. We all see headlights cleaned, and we know the rules, don't we, about it? You've got to have one working light front and rear at least. So they clean the rear lights just to make sure everything's visible for our long stint tonight, but all back on track and nice and smooth.
That was Peter Snowden, for those of you who didn't recognise the voice, down in our pit lane. Temperature, by the way, it's a good point, we haven't talked about that for a little while. The air temperature has dropped to 66 Fahrenheit, which is 19 Celsius. Humidity's gone up to 83%. And that was what was interesting me, because on one or two of the cameras on the far side of the track, the unmanned cameras, there are just one or two droplets of moisture, but I don't think it's not rain, it's just the thickness, the fatness of the air, as the drag racers used to say. Track temperature, well, that's dropped down to 70 Fahrenheit. It was pretty much into triple figures earlier on, 21 Celsius, 34, 35, 36 earlier on. So when we talk about how things cool down in the Floridian night here at Daytona, that's what we're talking about. That's a big temperature swing that you only get in endurance races. And generally speaking, Peter, you only get it in endurance races that go from daytime into nighttime.
Generally speaking, yeah. I suppose the only exception to that rule would be the Bathurst 12-hour. I guess it's nighttime into daytime.
It is.
Yes,
absolutely.
But that's generally it. Behind full course caution, a perfect time to introduce a very special guest.
Oh, one of the smiliest people in the paddock from BMW. Hello to Dan Harbour. How are you, fella?
How are you guys?
Very well. He comes in. He looks absolutely pristine. Nice waft of some kind of body spray or something like that. We've all been sweating in the glass house here. Welcome to Daytona. Good to see you again.
Thank you very much.
How's it going? Tell me about it. How's your experience?
So far, so good. Yes, it was a long week so far, to be honest, leading up to this. The last time I actually drove the car was Sunday at the Roar. I got 2 laps scrubbing tyres during the practice. I think it was practice 2. But yeah, we focused Neil on FP1 for qualifying prep. We struggled a bit in FP2 during the night, so we sort of let one guy focus on setup, which carried through then to FP3, just letting Max get the car as good as possible. So it was nice to finally get back in the car and do some laps.
This is a circuit like no other. Let's be honest. You cut your teeth on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, for goodness sake, but this is a completely different challenge, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I mean, I have to say, you guys have the perfect view.
Don't we?
But yeah, no, it's a special place. So cool driving on the banking. I missed it, to be honest, since here last year. As we see, I think the restart's just going.
Yeah. Keep an eye on what's going on at the front of the field as they head down. It was the 2 Porsches across the line. Simon van der Helm didn't stop in the 963 from JDC. Lauren Heinrich in second. Rennie Rast in third in a BMW. I still have to keep saying that. Then Connor Zilic in fourth for Cadillac. When you're not in the car, Dan, how much time do you get to actually see what's happening in the race, or is it just, you know, getting some rest, getting rehydrated, eating and getting ready for the next stint?
Yeah, a bit of both. When you're just out of the car, that's when you sort of catch up on everything, get an overview of what's going on, whereabouts you are, different strategies, maybe different cars are running. Obviously the first thing is discuss with your engineers about how the car was feeling, and figure out when you're going to go back in. So yeah, I done that first, went back to the motorhome, got a little toasty banana, got some hydration stuff, and yeah, now I'm here.
Number 93 Acura grounding out on the top side of the banking, coming through NASCAR 2 and close to the wall, turning into the Le Mans chicane. I can only imagine that these GTP cars move a bit of air down when they're going by you at 202 miles an hour, as I saw coming through the tri-oval. What's it like in your GT3 car?
Yeah, it's cool. It's
cool.
It's really nice. I mean, especially when the Valkyrie, I have to say, comes flying by you.
Can
the
you
noise.
hear that inside the car,
yeah.
even with your helmet?
You can honestly hear it from like 10 car lengths back.
No way.
Yeah.
Whoa.
It's the only one that you can as well. It's really, really cool. But yeah, whenever they come past you on the banking, you're sort of just like, I wish I was in that thing.
Well, there are some BMW prototypes out there.
There is.
You've had a go.
Yeah.
They've changed a little bit since you had the last go. The two Porsches still leading, of course, as we've just come off that full course yellow, the safety car period. Everything's nice and tight up at the front, and the top 10 prototypes now separated by just 10 seconds, with Matt Campbell in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport at the end of the line. So it's Porsche's first, second and 10th at the moment. BMW in third position is Rene Rast. In LMP2 it is Johnny Edgar for AO Racing from CrowdStrike, and Alex Quinn and Tom Dillman then for Inter Europol, and Ben Keating for the Brian Herder Autosport team. And we're going to have, oh, this is terrible news for the Porsche number 912, improper final wave by Ryan Hardwick. Well, leading the class and has gone by when they shouldn't, and that will be a punitive stop of a hold of 3 minutes and 36 seconds. Now IMSA don't read the numbers out, Dan, so that would be between Ryan and his race engineers. If that had been you, your race engineer would have been saying either you can take the wave by or you can't take the wave by. Is that how it works?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I don't know how it is for those guys. It's sometimes so difficult to understand. We have quite a blank spot with the radio on one of the bankings, so it's just very crackly.
Really?
So if you happen to be in that area when you were getting told what to do, it's so easy to misunderstand. So it could be down to that. I remember Sebring last year. We were on a different way where it was still okay. We didn't get a penalty because we actually should have overtaken when we didn't, so we sort of missed the boat. But yeah, that definitely works out better than unfortunately what the 912 has happened.
Yeah, and that 3 minutes 36 is basically giving up the lap that you got back and another lap. Is basically the idea behind that. Dan Hartman from BMW Motorsport is with us at IMSA Radio. If you would like to get in touch with us, so that's an explanation there for Bread and Water, who's just tweeted in. Just keep an eye on what's going on here. Dan's loving it because he's got all the data at his end of things. He's got dancing ants, and he can look out the window.
And your car's in second position. Neil's doing
That's
the
nice.
job at the moment, Dan. A little bit of news, of course, for you. I mean, a big programme this year going to Le Mans, but also you're getting to drive with Valentino Rossi. Now, I'm a big MotoGP fan. I mean, I don't know about you. How cool is that to get to drive with someone like that?
Oh, it's very special. As maybe embarrassing as it may be, I was actually he was my childhood hero. So my first karting number was number 46.
No way.
Yeah. So I'm definitely going to get a bit of stick about. No, I'll not tell him that. I mean, unless he's watching this, then.
Ciao, Vale.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, it's a really proud moment for me.
Old karting plates with 46 on.
I do have a photo in my grandparents' house with the 46. I know.
Do you ride a motorcycle?
I don't know.
You will do. He'll get him to take you to the ranch, and do some of the off-road stuff. I'd love to do it.
But in all seriousness, he's going to be looking to you because he's still in his development stage. He's got less sports car experience than you, Dan. I mean, so far, has there been any dialogue between you guys of preparing for the season?
Not so far yet. We sort of sent a message to each other whenever we sort of got an idea that we were going to be racing together. We messaged each other just saying, looking forward to the year, and let's go for it. So I'm looking for. We've got some pre-season testing planned, which I'm looking forward to get started.
Spin coming out of the International Horseshoe.
Intersport car.
It is the John Field Intersport car. Meantime, the 912 sitting there giving a lap back, and another lap as his penalty for the improper wave by. Oh, we've got a car back from behind the wall. It was Seth Lucas, by the way, in the John Field Sport car.
The Dragon Speed Corvette's back from behind the wall already.
Already?
What repair work from the Dragon Speed crew.
That is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Ooh, there was a little touch on the back there with an Aston Martin.
Just got it on the curb and got it loose by the looks of things, Dan.
Also had a spin from Marvin Kerschoffer, I think, at the lead of the field. I've just seen car 3 continued. Was that? No, that should be 37. That should have been car 37.
I was going to say that would be a collector's item to see a Marvin Kerschoffer spin.
Indeed so. Where are the challenges on this circuit then and in this race, Dan? 60 cars. Well, there's one of them to start with. Temperature dropping overnight, but nowhere near what it was at the Raw. As a driver, what do you think as you're going out of the pits and getting settled in to maybe the first of a couple of stints? What's in your head to say, this is what I've got to remember?
To be honest, one of the things that can really catch you out is coming out of the pits in cold tyres. Even the corner in the pit speed limiter is already like having to brake.
With the wall on the right.
Yeah, it's already scary enough there. But your first 3 or 4 corners, when you're obviously trying to get up to speed as quickly as possible, there's prototypes maybe on hot tyres coming at double the speed. So that's nearly the most tricky bit, like navigating safely and quickly and getting the tyres up the temperature.
How long does it take to get the tyres, particularly the fronts?
Yeah, it's the fronts is obviously the problem. For us, around whenever we get through the bus stop on the first lap, normally there you're sort of happy to push into turn 1.
Do you feel any difference between last year's compounds and this year's compounds?
Not in terms of warm-up, to be honest, but I don't know how the others have felt, but we certainly have felt like the combined traction hasn't been as strong with this new tyre, but maybe overall degradation, like lap time drop, let's say, is better, but just the feeling of the rear being a bit looser.
You've got a double stint some tyres because you haven't got enough to go through the race. This is a 24-hour race where you've got sort of 18 hours worth of tyres for qualifying and the race. Have you already decided when you're going to do that, or does that have to come with the cadence of the race?
I mean, normally in these cooler conditions through the night, that's your best opportunity to save brakes, to get all those double stinted tyres ran through as quickly as possible, because obviously you always have to predict that there's going to be yellow flags towards the end of the race, and that's when you need as many fresh tyres as possible. So yeah, we try and do that now.
It's not a super heavy braking circuit. Big stop down into turn 1. Will you do a brake change? Is there a planned brake change?
Normally we have to,
yeah. And again, that'll be that. Depending where the yellows fall, you'll try and get that in the yellow sometime after half distance or near to half distance.
Yeah, you always try to get as far past the like halfway mark as possible, just to try and keep them as fresh as possible for the end of the race.
Dan, you're going to have to come and join us here in every break, because your teammate's just taking the car to the front of the field. Neil Verhagen,
I'll happily just stay here. They can do the job.
This is great. Let them get on with it. Yeah. Of course, you, Neil, and Max all sharing this car together with Conor De Filippi. But for you, Neil and Max, this is a part of a long journey that you've had together. You used to be flatmates, racing together at the Nürburgring. Could you have imagined reaching this level that you're all competing on right now at the front of the IMSA WeatherTech Championship?
Obviously that's what the goal was, but I never really thought we would be here in Daytona in the pro class and leading. Obviously last year was their first Daytona. Unfortunately Neil was on the sister car, but it was cool to be back as sort of one team. But unfortunately our race ended sort of around this time, or maybe just an hour or two later. So yeah, I mean, we were also in the lead at that point, so we seem to be going well. That this track definitely suits our BMW, especially though in these cooler conditions. But
what
yeah,
about tomorrow when it's hot at 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock?
That's a bit unknown at the minute. We haven't drove in that temperature yet.
Really?
I mean, it's the same for everyone. We've sort of.
So where's the key going to be for that? Who are you going to be leaning on there? Your Michelin tyre engineers to get your starting pressures correct? Is there anything you can actually do to the car quickly in a pit stop that could change the balance of it?
Not really, to be honest. From the qualifying, let's say, or to our race setup, we done things to try and help save the tyres. In the qualifying, you just need that one lap performance. So we made certain changes to try and protect, especially the rears. But yeah, like you said, going to your tyre engineer from Michelin is probably your best bet to start with. Our engineers, I have to say, are very good, and I'm sure he probably has it all under control, but he's always communicating with the Michelin guys and getting it as close as possible.
Got a battle at the front of the field overall as well, since Neil Verhagen has taken the lead in the GTD Pro category. Dan Harper alongside us here in the Global Broadcast Centre. Timon van der Helm holding back Lauren Heinrich at the moment. JDC Miller car without the Evo upgrades. What difference does that make, you might ask? Well, you're not going to spend the development money on making a car go slower. So this is a really, really good performance by John Church's car. This is the little team that is, never mind Koda Khan. We saw their potential performance at Motul Petit Le Mans at the end of last season with Max Esterton behind the wheel when he did a triple stint at the start of that race and did himself no harm at all. Now being taken on for RLL in the McLaren. BMW in third position. René Rast trying to close down on the factory Porsche and the privateer Porsche as well. The gap's gone up to about 2 seconds. Now he gets the clear run down to the tri-oval. 202 miles an hour. Can I just say that again? 202 miles an hour. You're pulling about, what, you're pulling 170, 175 through there?
I would say, to be honest, it's always in kilometres in our dash, and I'm not very good at the conversion, so
Is it a big number?
It's a big number.
It's big
Feels
numbers
fast.
are better.
Yeah. The windows are shaking.
It's like 100, 180 miles an hour?
Yeah, about
more or
that.
less, give or
Yeah.
take.
No, it is. It's quick.
How much will you gain in a draft if you've got another GTD car ahead of you?
That's a good question.
How many miles
Almost
an hour would you gain?
10Ks.
10K?
Yeah, it's big, especially if
Wow.
it's one of the big Fords.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you're behind the Corvette or something a bit smaller, you don't gain as much. But behind the Ford, I was behind Seb Prio for a good stint there, and had a nice little battle with him at some stage in the infield section. It was good fun. But yeah, with the Ford behind, you gain a lot.
Interesting. So it depends on the brand and the type and the actual footprint the car's got.
Yeah, absolutely right. Big world in the air. And that was why you put your hands over your ears and your mouth at the moment, because you talk about this. I was asked a question earlier on today by a group that I was doing the introductions to about why do we need BOP. And that's why you need BOP, because something as big as a Ford makes a huge hole in the air and therefore has to punch that hole through the air. Something that's got a tiny little frontal area like a McLaren doesn't do the same thing, and it almost looks like they shouldn't be in the same class, but they race on the same piece of tarmac on a level playing field, and that's what data-driven BOP does. You're not allowed to say anything, so let's go down to the pit lane. Dan Harper will stay with us for a little bit. Let's go down to Peter Snowden. What do you got, Snowy?
Yeah, just a little bit of observation on the Dragon Speed Corvette, the number 81 car that had obviously had that off that we reported earlier, and it's come in and had various panels replaced. It does look a little bit of a bit like a Battenberg at the moment, because it's had a front wing and a rear wing, but the door and the back of it is already quite badly damaged. But they couldn't get the thing to restart there. And something I've just noticed on it is, I mean, we know about lights and whatever and so and so, but the driver's, so the near side door mirror is missing when it's gone against the barrier, and that door's severely second-hand now. There's no door mirror that side, which is going to be interesting going out there at night, sort of for the next few hours without a door mirror. But we will see. It's obviously not a problem in the regulations, but I'm not sure I'd want to be going around Daytona in a Corvette at that speed in the night without a door mirror.
You know, we're in the nighttime hours when the coffee gets broken out, and I'm here with Trent Hinman at the Wayne Taylor Racing Lamborghini GTD crew. Trent, when are you getting back in the car?
Well, that's why the coffee's out right now. I'm not back in until about midnight, but everything's subject to change. I'm kind of chomping at the bit right now. I love Daytona at night, man. It's absolutely an incredible experience. Just the noise of the motor, the dense, cool air, how quick the cars are on the straight. It's really just something else. So very grateful to be here once again with Wayne Taylor Racing. Our 45 deck screw has been killer. Our car's really starting to come alive in the cool temperatures here. So we just need to continue doing what we're doing as a team.
I know you said that you like these conditions, but you were also saying that in your quote-unquote old age, at the ripe old age of 30, your preferences behind the wheel of the car shifting slightly in terms of audio.
Well, obviously at the ripe old age of 30, I definitely prefer something that's nice and comfortable and quiet. No, I'm kidding. I mean, it's just one of the things that makes Daytona so special, right? It's just these really long periods of full throttle time. So you really get a chance to see the capability of what your machine has. So just the raw power of our Lamborghini V10 is something that we're very fortunate to have. I think the fans are certainly enjoying it while that noise is still around here. So we're gonna enjoy that from inside the cockpit for a bit longer here. But yeah, for now, just taking it all in, man.
Thanks, and let's not forget, John, of course, while the FAF Motorsport crew will switch to the Lamborghini Temerario from Sebring, the Wayne Taylor Racing Lamborghini Huracan will be with us through the entirety of 2026.
Battle on the banking in GTD Pro for position 8 and 7. Alessio Piccarello in the Rexy number 77, closing up on the back of a Ford Mustang. That's Chris Meese. That's number 65 Ford Mustang. Who's that round the outside?
Jason Hart.
Where did he come from? That was extraordinary. And the number 48 AMG came from nowhere. That got a little seal of approval from Dan Harper. I mean, sometimes you have to take those opportunities when they present themselves, Dan, when there's a bit of traffic.
Of course, yeah. I mean, he just read it perfectly, and sometimes you can be fortunate, other times not. But I mean, I think he just licked the stamp and sent it there, to be honest.
They have struggled, EO Racing, with the of course, new Evolution package for the 911. They're not, of course, the other 911s seem to have struggled as well. Both the Manti cars, but I tell you what, Alessio Piccarello not saying, hey, there's a pecking order here. I'm a GTD Pro, you're just a GTD, stay back. But also the driver of the GTD car, the 34-litre Thierry Vermeulen, saying, get out my way, you're holding me up.
Yeah.
Because that happens a lot. You'll see the front-running GTD car will be usually quicker than the tail end of the GTD Pro. It more depends on the driver, and of course at the moment. But
well, there's no difference in the performance levels, is there? That's the thing. I had a message for Dan before we let him go. Here we go. Random WEC memes, which if you don't follow them on X, you should do. They're very, very good.
They're good.
Daniel Roberts is one of their admins, and he is your #1 fan, and he is sitting wherever random WEC memes are based, cheering you and the team on. So another
thank you very much, Daniel.
Yeah, absolutely. How's it been integrating back into with the guys at Paul Miller?
Brilliant. Yeah, great group of guys. To be honest, it's a bit of a shame that we had to drop down to the one car this year, which sort of divided, let's say, the group in half. Which, I mean, in a way, it's good because the positive is sort of the best combination has came together in one effort. But of course, it's nicer to have a sister car, another few drivers, a few of our friends, and a bigger team. But yeah, we've got a great group there, and I think Neil and Connor have the best squad behind them for a very good season. So,
does it help having that second car, particularly coming at the start of a season, to a place in a race that is so important like this, to gather twice as much? Do you gather twice as much information at the Raw and the practice sessions?
Of course, yeah, you do. I mean, when you have two cars with 8 drivers that you can fully trust all of their information, you can nearly split the car setup wise, go 2 different directions, because obviously we struggled at the beginning of the week, and probably if we had another car we would have got to where we are now much quicker. But we had to just go through all the different setups and get to where we are now. Whereas a sister car could have started there and just been like, there you go, that's the way to go. So yeah, it has its ups and downs.
It's Dan Harper talking to us. Dan, it's always a pleasure talking to you. It's been a pleasure following your career as well. Thanks for coming to see us. We'll let you get back,
Thank you very much.
back to base. Dan joining us here in the Global Broadcast Centre, and he'll be back in the car later on, leading the class at the moment by something over a second and a half. Great insight from Dan, as always.
I think we're out of job, John.
Well, the good news is he's young enough to have another 10 or 15 or 20 years behind the wheel of a car.
Hopefully he's still going to be racing when he's his new teammate's age, when he's Valentino's age.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. He's got Valentino Rossi's number. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. No, really,
he's got to get that. He's got to get that karting photo signed, hasn't he?
That's a brilliant. So I did not know that when I asked that question.
I know.
I
could
was
see
quite
it in his face.
surprised.
He's clearly quite worried about telling him that he's one of his heroes, and that next time I see Valley, I'm going to ask him.
You can be sure, though, and I meant it, that Valentino Rossi will be thinking, right, I've got two of the quickest drivers BMW have as my teammates in Max and Dan. That's out with of argument, and he'll want to learn. He'll go, right, how do I do that lap time? Tell me.
18 hours, 8.5 minutes to go, and we've got a three-way battle for the lead with Nick Yellowly in the number 93 Phillips 66 Lubricants sponsored Acura, and he can see two Porsches ahead of him. Possibly thought that the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport Lauren Heinrich's car would be one of them. He may be slightly more surprised to see Timon van der Helmer. Helmer is still ahead of him as well in the 85, and that is the leading car. Top three separated by about a second and a half as they went across the line.
That's how we like it here in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship here at the Rolex 24. One thing we must add as a caveat, and I hate to be the stickler, but the JDC Miller car did not pit at the last full course caution, whereas everybody else did.
Fair point.
So the 85 JDC Miller car has 19.5% of its energy in. The cars chasing have around 45%. So they are a little bit off stagger, but they've rolled the dice, and that's how they're going to keep themselves in the game, continuing to roll the dice. Meanwhile, in GTD Pro, it's been formation flying from the two factory Corvettes all day long. Car 3, Marvin Kirchhofer sitting in second in class at the moment, with teammate Nico Veroni right in behind him. But it seems like they've been able to run to a lap time all day. Does that, John, indicate that they've maybe got even more pace up their sleeve?
Yeah,
possibly.
The offset isn't massive though. It's only 2 laps between Timon van der Helmer and Lauren Heinrich and the chasing cars, so it's not a massive offset. Let's go down to the pit lane and to AO Racing, where Arjuna has prized someone out of their pit lane and is going to have a quick chat with whom?
Well, a slightly different interview, John. I've got Ricky and Jesse, who are traditionally part of the refueling operation for AO Racing, but they've got a slightly different task at hand right now. They are building the Lego AO Racing Rexy in front of me right now, and I believe, Jesse, you guys are what, about a couple of pages into this? How much longer do you think it's going to take?
Honestly, man, I mean, we've been at it since sundown right now, so hopefully we get done by 5 in the morning or so. I mean, I guess we'll see, right?
Ricky, is this how you're keeping yourself entertained between fuel trips into the pit box, just building this Lego?
Absolutely. Priority number 1 is keeping this car fueled to win this race tonight, finish tomorrow morning on the podium, and have another trophy with us to show.
So no rest, just building Lego instead?
We're not sleeping till this thing's done.
It's always a party down here at AO Racing, John.
Do you know, that's not the only Lego set that is being built at the moment. Stephen Gardner has been sending us updates on at IMSA Radio, and there's a few people cracking on through that very same Lego set. So we've got a race within a race there. Who will get to the end of it first at IMSA Radio if you're also on the Lego build this evening. First, second and third now, 2.4 seconds between them in GTD Pro, 2.8 in GTD. Hello to Dave Miller, the audio maestro for pretty much every year that I've been to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, and still one of the coolest dudes that I know. Hello, Mr. Miller. I know that you're watching and listening. Declan Brennan listening as well, and keeping track of what's going on. And our good friend, Well Irish Kevin, that's what he calls himself, by the way. Keep the notes coming in as this battle for the lead now just beginning to get our attention again with just a, what did you say the difference was?
25%.
I'm thoroughly surprised at that difference for 2 laps difference in them stopping in the pit lane. So they
must have maybe short-filled.
Short-filled the time before.
Yeah. So that gives us information. It's not exclusive to us here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Oh no, just go onto your internet browser, imsa.com/telemetry, and you can look at all of the GTP telemetry with all of what fuel they've got on board, what energy they've got on board, etc. But also, we now, for the very first time, have the GTD cars as well, and that's going to be key tomorrow.
Yeah, you're very excited about that. Hello to Carl Sanders, who's on the night shift at Bryce Norton. Thank you. Keeping you awake. We're not compromising the nation's security there, Carl, by saying that. And to Chris Herbert from the Antipodes. And don't forget, for 6 hours from midnight in Eastern Time, our TV colleagues will nip away to get their beauty sleep from midnight till 6 o'clock in the morning, which means that quietly and without any fuss, we take over the airwaves of NBC Sports on Peacock.
Change for
in the States. There's a change for the lead.
Change for the lead, yeah. Heinrich saw Nick Yellerly was coming and knew he had to go. He was sitting kind of patiently behind Tymon van der Helm, but as soon as that number 93 Acura appeared in the mirrors of the number 7 Porsche of Lauren Heinrich, Lauren thought, I think I need to get a move on here, and so he did. Made the move very nicely into turn 1. Tymon van der Helm then drops back to second. He will be in a couple of laps because he's only got 9% of his usable energy remaining. Now, Nick Yellerly will be thinking, I need to get through here. I want to put Heinrich under pressure. I want to take Acura to the front of this race. Now, would this be, well, if he could get to the front of the race, would that be the first time an Acura has led today? Certainly for any length of time.
For any length of time, yes, but they'd led on a pit stop cycle.
So they did, yes.
I remember seeing they were scored that very car, actually. When are endurance points?
6 hours. No, basically.
Right.
Ah, that's what JDC were up to.
JDC stayed out.
Oh, they're sneaky.
There you go. Thank you to THR Flip Mode, who reminded me of that. So we'll get those on the bulletin. The question is,
how many are they going to get? Because right now Nick Yellerly's got a great draft on the JDC car. It's going to pop to the top line now as they go on to the high side round the banking, and Tymon van der Helm holding the low line as they come through towards the tri-oval now. Heinrich is bolted. He's absolutely bolted, and Yellerly is classified leading over the line. Now we will go past that 18-hour mark on this lap, so Yellerly trying to make life very difficult for van der Helm, but van der Helm saying no way. You're going to have to try harder than that. Yellerly being forced to the outside line at turn 1 and has to give it up. So van der Helm is fighting like a lion here, and he's going to have enough fuel to get past that 18-hour mark. Is he going to be able to get some good points on the board for the Michelin Endurance Cup, which are points are handed out at 6 hours, 12 hours, 18 hours, and at the checkered flag at 24 hours.
And you might say, why would you compromise your strategy? But it's not that much of a compromise, is it really? You can get yourself back on the same stagger later on. As I said, it was only a couple of laps, but quite clearly they were hoping to be leading as the time ticks down to right now, and they are due into the pit lane shortly before that happens, with now 6 hours completed in 3, 2, 1. Let's take our VP in race update. And as we click through the 6 hours completed, Lauren Heinrich was leading for Porsche, the 963. Number 7 for Porsche Penske Racing. It was Acura and Nick Yellerly in the 93 ARX 06 in second. And diving into the pit lane. Actually, this might not have worked for JDC because it's at the end of the lap after the 6 hour mark, and I think they probably needed to do one more lap, and they are plummeting down the orders. They're not going to get those big points in the Michelin Endurance Cup. We'll wait for the officials to come through. So Rennie Rast in third, Raffaele Marciello in fourth. That's the two BMWs. Then the Wayne Taylor Cadillac with Wayne Stevens in the number 10 Cadillac V-Series R, and Connor Zilic still behind the wheel of the 6th place GTP. Let's drop the JDC Miller car all the way down to 10th position there. Johnny Edgar for AO Racing leads in the Golden Spike, number 99, Orica in LMP2 by about a second and a half. CrowdStrike Racing by APR. Good stop from JDC. Car is rolling again. Johnny Edgar, by the way, just putting in the fastest LMP2 lap of the race last time around on a 1:40.348. It's Tom Dillman who's in third in the Europol, number 43, ahead of Rasmus Lind in fourth position for United Autosports, number 22. Kiffin Simpson in the 8 Tower Motorsport, Orica, and Brian Hurt at Autosport. Ben Keating in the 52 in 6th. And the top 6 are still all on the lead lap in LMP2 as well. Neil Verhagen for Paul Miller Racing is leading the GTD Pro for Marvin Kirchhofer in the Corvette number 3. His teammate is a second behind. That's Nico Varone for Corvette Racing number 4. Jules Gounon for Get Speed. So we've got some debris on track in turn 6 just before you come back onto the Speedway there. Nico Varone, Jules Gounon for Get Speed, and Mercedes in 4th. Mirko Bortolotti in 5th for Pfaff, and 6th there is the Ford Racing Chris Meestreven Ford Mustang GT3, and last but by no means least, it is Fred Schandorf for Inception Ferrari in the number 7, leading the Bronze Cup and the GTD standings. Conquest Racing, excuse me, Conquest Racing, Thierry Vermeulen in 2nd for the Ferrari. Aston Martin Harter Racing, Dudu Barrichello in 3rd, the 27 car. Tommaso Mosca for AF Corsa USA in the Ferrari in 4th, that's the 21 car. 5th, Aaron Teelitz, the Lexus RCF GT3 number 12. And Jake Walker, 6th for Gradient Racing, the number 66 Ford Mustang GT3, also 2nd in the Bronze Cup. That's how they stand at the 6 hour mark. A quarter of the way through the race, and we are still solidly in darkness as we're only approaching 7:45. Feels later than that to me, Peter. I looked at my watch there thinking, what time is it? Is it 11 o'clock at night or something? It's 7:45 in the evening.
And it's not because we're wishing the race away, far from it. We had a pretty early start this morning because we had a wonderful event this morning, the HSR historic race, where many drivers and indeed cars that have won this race and competed at this race had a race this morning in a slightly foggy conditions, and we covered that for the local PA, but also a recording will be going up on the archive soon.
It went out live, and Tim Gray is working on it even as we speak. It'll be published on IMSARadio.com and RadioLeMond.com as well. I mean, you talk about cars that have won here, drivers that have won here. This is the 64th running of this race, and in terms of winners and class winners, we have 65 drivers who have won here in the past. That is huge, isn't it? And it tells you about the quality and the longevity of this field.
Well, the most experienced driver in terms of Rolex 24-hour starts in the field is Spencer Pampelli, who's driving for the Magnus racing team. This is his 25th start at the Rolex 24. Imagine that, a quarter century of Rolex 24 starts. Scott Dixon he's won the race overall 3 times and once in class. He's done it 22 times. Colin Brown's not even 40 yet. He's done it 21 times. That's a remarkable thought, isn't it? So yes, there's a lot of pedigree in this field, and of course the teams competing in it. You know, Penske first won it here back in 1969. They've had little breaks here and there. You look at Wayne Taylor Racing, 5 wins here Meyershank Racing several wins here as well. So it's quality all round.
So I've just caught up with Ben Keating. Ben, thank you for your time again. I know we've spoken to you once already. You're in the Brian Herbst car, obviously. But just quarter distance now, what are the conditions like out there? I heard you chatting to your engineers at quite some length. You were being very descriptive, and it wasn't my place to be listening to it. But I was intrigued as to what you give them a lot of information, clearly.
I am, I'll say I'm hot, and not just in temperature, but emotionally. I just got out of the car, and I was pissed off when I was in the car. I'll say conditions are tough.
In what sense, Ben?
I'll tell you, you know, there are people out there doing some things that I don't think are appropriate. Okay, if it's the last lap of the race, that's one thing, but we're not even halfway done yet. And
already just quarter way.
And so, I don't know. The car was fine. You know, I asked for something on my pit stop, and I got something else. So, you know, I just wanted a little better communication from my box for that drive. And, you know, as I was out there, they just kind of added to it, you know. I did my double stint, I mean, I guess that's as much as I can say. I think there were a lot of teams out there who had their pros in the car driving for the 6-hour mark. We weren't driving for the 6-hour mark, so I feel like I got passed by every car out there, but it's fine. I'm doing my job, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. You know, it's not as much fun when you're out there being passed by everybody.
No, I mean, you're a very competitive man, and you're very, very experienced, but it's, and I can sense the frustration, so I do appreciate your time, Ben.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm down at the Inter-Europol garage with Tom Dillman, who's just jumped out of the car after the 6-hour mark. Tom, how important was it for you and the team to push for those Endurance Cup points?
Yeah, we are going for that. Unfortunately, just P3 now. You know, we need to look after the car as well. It's a long race with the Rolex as a target for the end. So yeah, let's see how we go through the night. No risk, and we see how we go in the heat of tomorrow morning.
How aggressive was some of that racing out there? We've just heard that there was a couple of risky moves from a couple of the P2 cars. Did you feel like the racing was on the edge?
A little bit. It seems a bit unnecessary at the moment, but I'm happy if the opponents are doing it.
And you've just put Jeremy back in the car. It's his first time here at Daytona, but I've been very impressed by him. How have you been feeling about his pace?
Yeah, awesome lap in qualifying. We knew he had the pace for that. He's very cautious now in the race. He knows that it's all about surviving for the last hours, so he's doing a perfect job.
Thanks, Tom.
Sure. Thank you.
Spin for Toby Luke at the International Horseshoe while we were having that pit lane report with Arjuna Kankapati just as he just got mid-corner. It looks kind of greasy out there at the moment. Looks tricky for the drivers, and just as he asked for the power round came the rear, but no harm, no foul, managed to keep it out of the barriers. That car has been in the wars today, to say the least. The front section is still in its naked carbon fibre. It's obviously been a quick replacement there after the incident a little bit early on. We've had many interviews with Ben Keating over the years on the Radio Show Limited network of channels and on IMSA Radio, and he's a great interview. You know, you get honesty with Ben, and you know he's always, a lot of the time he's very, very positive. In fact, most of the time he is. I cannot recall the last time I heard him in that frame of mind, John.
No, and apologies for his language there. I agree with you. There was frustration in Ben. You know, we've heard him when the car's been retired. We've heard when they've had punctures, and that is not the Ben Keating that we know and love, and that tells me that is very bad. He feels that it's very bad out there. It's interesting. the Wins car running again up on the high side of the banking, coming round to put a lap on the DXTT Corvette. No, sorry, that's the CrowdStrike car.
They're very similar colourways.
Yeah,
those two cars.
It's caught me out a couple of times, to be honest. The 04 running in LMP2 first position at the moment for Algarve Pro Racing.
What they achieved last year, yes, they didn't win the race, but what they achieved in terms of one of the quickest repair jobs you have ever seen. They had an incident where Colton Herta ended up in the barriers, loads of damage. They got the car back and it got put behind the wall, and it reappeared again in an unfathomably quick amount of time. And one of the best parts was was the interview that Joe Bradley captured at the time, saying, "No, it's okay. We're going to get it fixed. We'll get it fixed, and then we'll put Jakobsen in, and he'll just clean everybody up." I thought that's great. Well, that's having proper faith in your driver, Malte Jakobsen, who's put so many mega stints in at the wheel of that 04 CrowdStrike car.
Yeah, down through the years, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. We're coming up to 200 laps completed in a couple of laps time, so we're just about 7 miles away from that little milestone. Distance record, Peter, here is?
Well, what we're aiming at is the 2020 record when the Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac of Scott Dixon, Kamui Kobayashi, Ryan Briscoe and Ricky Taylor had 833 laps. So last couple of years it's been relatively similar actually in terms of what the running we've got in terms of the number of full course cautions, etc. And of course that's what really makes the difference. So last year we had 14 full course cautions, which took a total of 4 hours and 45 minutes, and we did 781 laps, so we're miles behind the distance record. The year before was 791 laps, and then the first year of GTPs we were 783, so we're yet to break 800 laps in the GTP era. So that distance record set by that Cadillac Racing DPI back in 2020 for Wayne Taylor Racing, that potentially could stay for some time. But of course we've got a bigger grid here at the Rolex 24 in the last couple of years than we've ever had, and the more cars you have on track, the more chance there is of them running into each other, the more chance there is by percentage chance that some might have technical problems. Those could bring out full course yellows. So what is it you say? It's not quite comparing apples and tennis rackets, but maybe apples and cherries or apples and bananas.
Right.
That's what Alexander Sims' family do. They're in the fruit trade.
Oh, okay. I did not know that all the years that I've known Alex. Alan Prosser says, I've heard many interviews from Ben, sometimes annoyed, sometimes vexed, but that's the first time I've ever heard him say how he was and use the 2 words he did. And he was clearly, says Alan, being careful with how he phrased what he was saying. Yes, I'd agree with that. Hello to Bretto, tuned in from Breezy, Australia, and tuned in, watching and listening. Here come the GTP cars, Arjun and Kanga Party, watching the stops.
I believe a driver change for Porsche Penske in the number 7. I think Lauren Heinrich has jumped out, and off and away that Porsche goes, but it's Acura, Cadillac, BMW that have all made their way in as well. It'll be Acura that fire themselves off next. There's a loose wheel for the 60 Acura crew, so that might be a potential penalty, and that almost got ran into by the Cadillac wheeling crew as they left themselves off the lane. A chaotic trip down pit lane as the Michelin Endurance Cup points get paid out for the first time this year.
Yeah, usually a wheel without crew is a slam dunk drive-through penalty. That Marshank Racing number 60 Acura now comes off its jacks. Fuel has gone in, so they're now just losing time. Now the number 60 Marshank crew, this is the 60 MSR car that's won here on several occasions. Now it finally gets moving, confirming, following up on that report from Arjuna, it was a driver change in the number 7 Porsche. Lauren Heinrich jumping out and Felipe Nasr jumping in. Felipe Nasr, that one of the star signings of that Porsche Penske Motorsport program. He'd been with Whelen Engineering for so many years and switched over at the beginning of the program, and turned out to be a pretty good signing for both parties, I would think, with a couple of Rolex watches to enjoy. Oh dear, yeah, I think that will be a penalty for the Meyershank Racing crew as the Michelin rolls its way in very nearly into the path.
As well. It was the tyre that was meant to be going on. That's an unusual mistake, isn't it?
Very unusual. I mean, Meyershank Racing are one of the top teams in IMSA. The results show that, and under the pressure, it can happen. It's a real balancing act to get a pit stop just right. There are so many moving parts, and I think when you watch Formula, and I'm not criticising Formula 1 here at all, but when you watch a Formula 1 pit stop, it's incredibly impressive to see how a car can be serviced in under 2 seconds. But how many people does it take to do that? A lot. Whereas here in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, there's a limited amount of crew, so there's a lot of work that the crew have to do, and the tyre changers are often carrying 2 tyres at once, and they're running around with a gun in one hand, tyre in the other, and they've got to be so strong. That's why a lot of the top teams will actually hire ex-American football players or ex-athletes who have the physical prowess to do it, and any little advantage they can gain, well, we've seen it be the difference of winning or losing the Rolex 24, how quick your pit crew can service the car at the final stop.
And by the way, if you want to know what it's like to heave around one of those tyres, they're about 23 kilos. And 23 kilos is what you can check in, the heaviest bag that you can check in. So imagine that in one hand being thrown onto the car with one hand and then bolting it up. Incredible.
That's making my back twinge just thinking about it. Well, we're keeping the BMW theme going here in the commentary booth. Philip Eng joins us.
Suited, booted, and ready to go. Should you, if you're dressed like that, shouldn't you be in the pit lane, ready to get in the car, Philip? That's very true, because sometimes even in the winter I wear my Valero fireproof underwear under my motorcycle leathers, because it works quite well as a base layer. Yeah, very good, very good. Oh, this is going all right. You happy with this?
So far it's been quite flawless. We were struggling a bit in the Raw and during the practice sessions. Obviously many new things in our team. A new team with WRT. We have the Evo package this year, so it was all about dialing in the processes, dialing in the car. There was so much to learn, but the good thing was we always made steps forward rather than backwards. So now very happy where we are right now and how it's going, and I hope to continue like that.
Philip, when you go from the Raw usage of tyres isn't so much of a problem, but when you're in race week, you're very limited on what you can do with tyres. Tell us where you were in terms of the level of preparation that you felt coming out the Raw going into practice, and did you feel like you kind of had one hand behind your back trying to prepare, knowing you didn't have the tyres to do it?
Yeah, certainly, and obviously during the Raw you had to use many more soft tyres than you would have wished to. But that's the rules. I think it's good. It makes the racing exciting. Also, not knowing really what to expect going into the race in terms of long run pace, in terms of degradation, because obviously this week the conditions have been quite a bit different compared to the Raw, compared to the practice sessions. So every lap is a steep learning curve, but so far so good.
Just going to break into that for a second, because we've got a driver who's about to jump into a car down in the pit lane with Peter Snowden. So let's grab a quick word, and then we'll get back with Philippe Eng here in the studio. Who have you got, Peter?
I've got Enzo Fittipaldi from Pratt Miller, and he was just very, very kindly showing me photographs of the damage to the car. Perhaps probably better if you talk us through it, that you've got to run with this damage for the rest of the race.
Yeah, I mean, that's endurance racing. It's just, part of the game. We have a great team. We have a great car. Chris is doing a great job. Unfortunately, there was some unavoidable contact on the left side. So we have, quite a bit of damage on the left side pod. So we're trying to fix it with every stop we're doing. The team is doing a great job trying to repair the side of the car. But you know, we're losing a lap here, a lap there, but there's still a long time till the end of the race. So yeah, we're gonna keep pushing hard, and I believe in my team, and yeah, that's just super happy to be here at Daytona.
Well, that's great, but I mean, just I know you've got to get in the car when it ends up, but just do you have a feel for what effect the damage is having to the car, and how you've got to drive around that, or what you've got to do to adapt?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have a pretty big hole on the left side pod, and we lost a big chunk of the left rear, the floor. So yeah, the only way to fix that properly is to take it back to the garage, but then you're gonna lose like 20 laps. So we're just trying to you know, duct tape everything to make it. And
typical endurance racing.
Yes, typical endurance racing. We'll lose, you know, probably half a second a lap, but it's better this way, and just trying to stay near the lead lap, and we can still fight at the end. So yeah, that's the ultimate goal, and yeah, we just have to keep pushing.
Enzo, I know you've got to get in the car. Thank you very much for your time on that update. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Peter Snowden with Enzo Fittipaldi down in the pit. How frustrating is that, Philippe, when this short amount of time, I know we're more than 6 hours into the race and we've done more than a WEC race already, and you're working with a car that is not at its optimal performance, but you've just got to live with it, have you?
Yeah, exactly, and that's the nice part about endurance racing, obviously, because once the race starts, you have 24 hours to make it work. Yeah, and it's surely not so nice when you have damage early on, but I'm sure Enzo and his Pietro and his teammates will make the best out of it. And the main 3 tools in a toolbox of a racing team, where you can fix almost anything, is duct tape, brake cleaner, and tie wraps. You don't need much more than that, actually.
That's it?
That's it?
That's your engineering knowledge?
No,
is it?
no, of course not. But you can fix a lot with those 3 items. That's for sure.
Philip, when you race, you've raced all over the world at the very highest of level. When you come to a race like this in the States, in IMSA, it is a different atmosphere. It's a different way to go racing. Some people like it, some people don't. Are you a fan of this type of racing?
I love it. I think it's the best racing on the planet, with all the different classes, with the hard racing. I really enjoy being in IMSA, being part of really the IMSA family, obviously together with BMW and MOTORSPORT. It's fantastic. It's my 4th full season this year. I've done this race here in Daytona, I think, for my 10th time now. So time passes on very quickly, but if you just look out of the window, I mean, this is just incredible. You have the best view at the whole racetrack.
We've had 2 weekends where, very unusually, from our broadcast booth, we can see 95 to 98% of the track. Dubai last weekend, we were right on the top of the grandstand, and then here for the Rolex 24. What is it then about this racing, this series, that you like so much? What is, and where are the differences, subtle or great, between that and, say, something like the WEC or the LMS racing in Europe?
I enjoy the part of the hard racing here, the hard and fair racing. I mean, I like to race hard, but I also like to be raced hard, if that makes sense.
No, that does make sense.
I really enjoyed that aspect, and I think Race Control is doing a fantastic job, and they have found a very good line between what's over the top and what's still okay. And I mean, there is rubbing and racing, and the GTP cars and also the GT cars are very robust. So, you know, if you lean on another car at the exit of a corner, it's not the end of your race. And I'm pretty sure we'll see that end of the race where there is a lot of rubbing and racing.
Do you think?
Yes.
I think
I'm
there
convinced.
might be. It was a frustrating start earlier in the week because your cars were... Was it?
Yeah, you had a hybrid issue.
You had a hybrid issue earlier on, we were told, and then somebody said to us it was an IT issue, which I think is brilliant. Okay. for a racing car. A lot of people will say, I've had people say to me, Philip, and so I'm going to put this to you, that I can't watch this racing anymore since the end of the LMP1 cars. These new cars at the front of the field in GTP and LME, they're just glorified LMP2 cars. That's not true at all, is it?
No, they are proper racing machines,
and complicated.
Very complicated. I must say, as a driver, you really need to use a lot of your brain while you're driving the car, because there is so much radio traffic going on with all the systems that we have in the cars, but it's super exciting. And when I first drove the car, I was just hanging on for dear life to make it around the track, because it's just a lot of information, it's a lot of engineering, it's a lot of electronics, but once you get the hang of it, it's super good fun.
So, sorry, Peter. So in that respect then, how much of what you're doing in the early part of any race build-up, and even during testing, how much of that is talking to your engineers about how the systems are working together, and how much is the old-fashioned right height, bump, rebound, and that sort of stuff?
Well, in the end of the day, it's still physics, right? So you need a very good setup of the car, mechanical setup, aero balance needs to be in the right window. So first you have to get the basics right, and let's say the basic physics of a race car, and then you just put the systems layer on top, which is in the end just fine-tuning. But the cars are so sophisticated and the systems are very complicated, but in the end of the day, they then make the difference, because the competition is so close, especially in IMSA. You have so many good teams, so many good drivers, so many good manufacturers. I don't know how many lead changes we've had since the race has started, but many. It was also great to see the 85 leading at one point. So yeah, it's very complicated, but it's a great era of sports car racing.
Tell me, in simple terms, Philip, what do you have in your, because you can tell because I'm simple, what things do you have at your disposal when you're actually in the car? In terms of, we talk a lot about the systems, but what specifically do you have, or indeed any of the other cars, the other manufacturers, what do you have to play with that can help your performance?
So we hear the IndyCar drivers talking about use your tools, and that will be cross weights, bars, brake balance and stuff like that. Some of those aren't allowed in this racing. So good question. What can you do to change during the stint?
Mainly related to the brakes, without going into too much of a detail, but you can make quite a big difference in your brake bias setup. So it's very complicated, and you need to be, as a driver, you need to be very well prepared before going into the race. You need to know all the different settings. Obviously, when the tire degrades, everything changes, and you have to constantly adapt the systems of the braking settings. So it's quite complicated.
So anybody who's driven a racing car knows about brake bias, front to rear, whether that's a little turning knob or a lever or whatever. But you, I presume, have the added complication, the added tool of being able to dial in more regenerative braking rather than friction braking, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
And that can affect the balance of the car greatly, I would have thought.
Yeah, and on top of that, obviously, we have a brake-by-wire system, so that's very different when you, or the feel for the brake pedal is very different when you drive it for the first time.
Yeah.
But you know, as a racing driver, you're always trying to adapt as quickly as possible, and with all the experience all those top guys have in our category, they adapt so quickly.
I find it incredible what you guys are doing with the brake-by-wire, because that system, you're still pressing the brake pedal with your left foot, mostly.
There are some right foot breakers.
Still?
I've heard, yes.
No.
I was surprised too.
Scott Dixon still right foot brakes, doesn't he?
Yeah.
That's why he's quite good at the fuel save, isn't it?
Well, I don't know whether he does in these cars.
Who do you know that right foot brakes?
I won't tell you.
Does that mean it's someone in your car?
No. No.
Someone in the other car?
No.
That's interesting though, Peter, because a left foot brake and a right foot brake, that's a very different way of rotating the car in the corner, and that means you would almost set the car up differently for people to do that. On road cars that I've driven, they've got regenerative braking, either full BEVs or hybrids. The thought of what I'm doing, being partially friction brake and partially regenerative braking, kind of scrambles my brain a little bit. I can't even begin to think what it must be like for you guys, because the feel of that brake pedal for you guys with no ABS is, I mean, you literally, that is lap time for you and feel for the car for you. So is that the sort of the change that you've had to have in your head as well as in your foot to remember what you're feeling through your foot, because that sensation has changed.
Yeah, 100%. I was lucky enough to be in the position that I was a reserve driver for BMW in Formula E back in the day. So already working back then with the engineers, and I've spent, I don't know, 5,000 days in the simulator in that period. So I got used to it, jumping into the GTP car pretty quickly because I had this experience in the past. But it's exactly as you say, it's very different in the beginning, and what amazes me even more, thanks for the flowers by the way, but what amazes me even more is the engineering behind it.
Yes.
The engineers that come up with all those clever ideas, the whole software is simply incredible, because, you know, then we complain in the debrief that we don't have a good feeling for the brake pedal, and then it's up to them to help us and to fix it. And I always find that incredible.
Stay with us for a second, Philip, if you can. Let's go down to the pit lane. We're going to talk to one of your competitors, Lauren Heinrich, who's just out of his GTP car. He's with Arjuna Kankapati.
And it's Lauren's second race in this Porsche 963, and so I'm sure you're learning the systems, going through all the motions, but Philip Eng has just been having a really interesting conversation in the booth about left foot braking versus right foot braking. What's your thoughts on that in these GTP hyper beasts that we have in the top class?
Yeah, such a different type of machinery to what I'm used to. In the end, this was just my second full stint in the Porsche 963 ever, and you know, I have to do it straight in the night conditions in one of the biggest sports car endurance races for Team Penske and for Porsche, you know, in the factory team. So there's a lot of responsibility. It was extremely exciting. I mean, I have to tell you, I hope it was not on camera, but going into the car, I nearly slid off the car again and fell on the ground because I was so excited, you know, and in the end I'm learning, you know, but these conditions, full Cosello restarts, you know, full stints, going through the traffic, saving energy, this is the best lessons I can learn under full race conditions.
But left foot braking versus right foot braking, what's your thought on that in these GTPs?
I mean, I'm a right foot braker since day one. I couldn't imagine, you know, braking with my... I'm a left foot braker since day one. I cannot imagine, you know, braking with my right foot, even in my road car at home. Even if it's a manual, I try to brake with the right foot if I don't have to shift down, you know, so... I cannot imagine that, but for example, Matt Campbell is a right foot braker.
Incredible. Lauren, this is your culmination of the journey with Porsche. Started as, you know, from Porsche Junior, Porsche Factory, and now here, Porsche Penske Motorsport. How cool, how special is that for you?
Yeah, it's such a big honor, you know, it's my childhood dream coming true. I've worked so hard to get this opportunity to stand here today in Daytona and race for the factory team. But now, you know, it's not only a big honor, but it's also a huge responsibility. In the end, I'm just 24 years old and just my third ever Daytona Rolex 24, and I want to meet the expectations of the team, but at the same time, I don't want to put a foot wrong and also meet my own expectations. So I'm happy I got this one done and have something to build on now.
Hopefully you'll get into the car a bit more smoothly next time. Best of luck, Lauren.
Thank you.
Very honest from Lauren Heinrich. I love the enthusiasm that some of these new drivers, Philip, are bringing to this. And it's great for me, who's been around this sport and this part of sport for such a long time, to see young drivers who want to make a career right here, right now. I don't want to go and be a single-seater driver and then come back. I want to make a career in sports cars. That's a big shift nowadays, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And when I was 24, 25, when I was in the Porsche One Make Series, this was always my goal, to establish myself as one of the top sports car drivers there is. Daytona 2015 was my first ever Daytona, and ever since I dreamt of being here full time, and luckily I got the chance from BMW and MOTORSPORT back in 2023 to do my first full season here, and now it's my fourth season, so it's great, and I'm very happy for Lauren. I know him for many years. I don't know if you know, but we actually won the iRacing 24 Hours of Nürburgring back in 2020, I believe.
20,
yeah. Which was super cool, and already back then, I mean, yeah, he had some real racing experience, but he was so fast on the simulator, and I learned a lot from him.
Why do you think that this current crop of cars at the top level, GTP or LMH in the WEC, why do you think that GT drivers are so well suited to those cars? Because ostensibly they look completely different. Do they behave like a bigger, heavier GT car?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, they are very sophisticated cars and great fun to drive. But in the end of the day, yes, you got some real good downforce, but it's not as much as it used to be, for example, in Class 1 DTM or in LMP1 machinery back in the day. So also one other aspect I find is that drivers nowadays, like Laurin and every top GT driver, they are sitting inside a racing car every other week, basically. And you are constantly behind the steering wheel, you're constantly racing, and then...
Because of the growth of GT3 worldwide?
Yes, exactly. And you are just constantly learning and adapting, and then I think because of that makes the transition pretty easy.
Yeah, I find that very interesting, that you say that. Again, I think it's great because the manufacturer ladder, as it were, from a single make series for what everybody wants to copy Porsche and Super Cup and Carrera Cup around the world, and there are various different ones that you can go through, but to go through that into a GT4, into a GT3, and then potentially be in something like this here, that's a proper progression nowadays. That when I first started talking about sports car racing, that didn't exist. It existed in Formula racing, but not in sports car racing, and GT4 and GT3 has changed all of that.
Yeah, and I think the manufacturers are doing a very good job, and I can tell you from experience in BMW when they launched the BMW Junior team with Neil, with Max, Hesse, and Dan Harper, who was just here. I was listening to him. I think
they're having far too much fun, those young lads.
Yeah, they are very quick, and they went through a very good process, and they are very well educated. And I think that's why, you know, the transition from GT4 to GT3 and then eventually to hypercar or GTP is pretty smooth, because there is so much information. You get to drive the simulator, and the education is just very good.
When does the race really start here then? We've got, what did I say it was, 13 hours and 21 minutes of darkness, and that only takes us till just after 7:15 in the morning. Still got 5 hours of racing when the sun comes in.
I always find it cool to drive into the sunrise, because you already achieved quite a lot, and the night is very long here, as you just said. But the real race starts, let's say, 2-3 hours to the end, where we will see movement in the field. And then in the last few years there was always a yellow in the last hour, which mixes everything up again. And that's what I love about this championship. Yes, sometimes you're on the upper hand, sometimes you're maybe a bit unlucky, but it's great for the fans and it's great to watch.
I hope you can all hear the excitement and the enjoyment in Philip Eng's voice, because the expectation of what is to come is obvious on your face. I love the fact that you still love what you're doing. I love the fact that you still want to be out here and you enjoy it. You've given us a lot of entertainment down through
young.
You are still
I'm
young.
still young, right?
Plenty to go.
Well, plenty to go. Plenty to go. But I think it's great that the people at the very top of their game you're still an enthusiast at heart, aren't you?
100%. I watch every race at home. My wife is always happy when there is an F1 race, because I'm not at home, because I'm working for Austrian TV.
Yeah.
Back in the day, she always had to watch the races with me. And now I'm there talking about it, which is also very cool.
Yeah.
And you enjoy commentary? I was going
Yeah.
that's the same thing. How do you find it?
I love it. I mean, it was very unexpected that I got this job, and I've never thought about it actually to do what you guys do. But I got invited for a casting back in the day from Servus TV when they eventually got the rights for the season 2021. I didn't embarrass myself apparently, and eventually got the job, and I love it. It's very different though.
Well, shall we just leave him here and we can...
No, you guys are doing an incredible job. You stay here, please.
Philip, thank you very much indeed for coming. I know you've got work to do.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome anytime.
Cool.
And again, genuinely, thank you very much. Sometimes we stick a microphone underneath your nose when things haven't gone well, like everybody up and down the pit lane. You've always been a gentleman.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Thanks
very
for
much
having
indeed.
me, guys.
Philip Eng with us in
Enjoy.
the studio. Knows how to turn his mic on and off as well
I
before he
noticed
took the
that.
headset off. What a pro. What a pro. Cheers, Philip. I found that illuminating. I hope you did as well, wherever you're watching or listening. We've been keeping an eye on what's going on out on the circuit as well. It's the Nick Yellowly driven number 93 Acura that's leading at the moment by about 5 seconds from the 2 Porsches. Felipe Nasr in the 7 and Kevin Estre in the number 6, the 2 Porsche Penske Motorsport car. Then Robin Freins in the number 24 BMW M Hybrid V8. Then Nico Pino in the Porsche for JDC, the yellow car. He's in 5th position, another couple of seconds or so further back, and making up the top 6 is Raffaele Macchiello in the number 6. I didn't know that he did the F1 commentary, Philip Eng there, for Austrian TV, but the way he talked, you could have almost predicted that, because he's what our dear colleague Jeremy Shaw would have called a student of the sport. He is immersed in the sport. He's not just in the sport, doing the sport, he's immersed in it. You can absolutely tell by the way he talks.
Those are my kind of drivers.
Me too.
I have to say, and you know, I've got the greatest.
There's an element of the old engineer driver about Philip Eng, isn't there?
Yeah, definitely. And I've got a lot of time for that kind of driver. I mean, huge respect for the driver who just wants to get in the car and just beat everybody, and that's the only thing that they're concerned about. It's amazing. Some drivers, racing drivers, will be really interested in road cars or indeed different types of race car. Others just see it's, no, this is a tool that I go and win stuff with, and both are very impressive equally, but I always find myself warm to the drivers who are definitely historians of the sport. And why is it such a big deal to win the Rolex 24? Well, you get a lovely watch out of it, that's for sure. For the last 34 years, Rolex have handed out watches to the very lucky few who have been able to win. But this is a race that's been going back since 1962, when it was the Daytona Continental, and then it's now the 60th anniversary of the first 24 hours of Daytona. And why is it a big deal to win this race? Because of that heritage. If you start a race up from scratch, it takes a while for that heritage to bed in. I mean, when you think about, you were at the first Petit Le Mans, John, in 1998, and I'm sure in your wildest dreams couldn't have imagined how that would have developed.
No, not at all.
And now it's one of the real Grand Slam races, but it wasn't at the time. It was in its earliest point. So, you know, that history is so important to think about. That's what makes these races so prestigious to win.
We were watching about just over, where are we now? Hang on. About 45 minutes ago, we were watching the cars coming through at the end of the 6 hours. Here's the confirmation of the top 3 in each class for Michelin Endurance Cup points. In GTD, the number 70 Inception McLaren take the top points, with the Conquest Ferrari number 34 in second, and the Heart of Racing Aston Martin in third. In GTD Pro, it was Paul Miller Racing BMW from the 2 Corvettes 3 and 4. In LMP2, 99 AO racing car from the 07 CrowdStrike APR and the Inter-Europol number 43. And as I thought, by coming in and having to slow down so much, the JDC Miller car got nothing out of that. It was the 7 Porsche Penske that gets the top points, 2 points to MSR Acura number, that would have been a 93, wouldn't it, and the 24 BMW WRT in third. Half distance will award some more Michelin Endurance Cup points, and of course that championship will be decided through this race, Sebring, the Mobile 112 hours of Sebring, Sale 6 hours of the Glen, the 6-hour race at Road America. I just paused a moment because we had 3 wide going under our feet down into turn 1, including third place Kevin Estre driven car, and it's still side by side. Corvette and the number 69.
That's for the lead.
AMG, that is for the lead in class, and through goes Alexander Sims on Jules Gounon, and Jules not happy with that. He got a little bit beaten up by the the GTP car that was going through, just put him offline a little bit. After Road America, of course, it's Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for Moto Patinamon is the final of the Michelin Endurance Cup qualifying race. It's a very lovely trophy at the end of the year, and because not everybody does the full season, for those people for whom it matters a great deal, that championship, and there will be people who are only entered in that particular championship, should I say. A couple of people telling us outside, and we've been watching this as well while we're talking to Philippe Eng, it's just starting to get a bit hazy outside. Just wonder if that's the sea fret coming in from the coast. The humidity is now up to nearly 90%, and we can see that in the lamps around. I don't think it's actually raining, but it is getting slightly misty and foggy, and it's getting worse. Arjuna down in the pit lane. It's not raining there, but I suspect you're feeling the dampness down there on pit lane.
I'll be honest, John, I hadn't really thought about it until I looked up, and you are quite correct. The floodlights are showing that little bit of mist that is starting to descend, and I think Ryan and Bruce have been talking about this. Maybe it was Peter earlier on in the day, but we had heavy mist when we woke up this morning and headed to the Daytona International Speedway. It's not an uncommon thing to have here at the Speedway, and so maybe that's going to be a factor as we work our way through the night, the increasing challenge of visibility, although these drivers probably know their way around like the back of their hands.
What do you reckon, Peter Mackay? We can't properly see now the back straight. I mean, I can see the lights, but it's as though it's just a haze, isn't it, at the moment? But this will blow in and out, I suspect.
Right now, it's nothing to worry about. Particularly the Daytona International Speedway lighting is just incredible. How powerful it is and how much it actually helps the drivers, particularly when they're on the super speedway banking. As Nick Yellowly is right now, running in the lead of the motor race by 3.5 seconds in the number 93 Meyershank Racing Acura.
Aiden's just sent this message: nothing better than drivers being in the booth during the race.
Agree.
We try to do it at this time where, and if something happens massively on the track, obviously we'll break away, or if we've got a good interview, as we've done, we'll break away. But I've got to tell you, we are a very long way away from the paddock. So this is a probably 10-minute golf cart ride at the very, very least, and in the heavy traffic times, even more than that.
I think you need a BMW M-Power golf cart to make it there in time.
Do you think?
Yes.
So 15 minutes.
Well, is that, we've had 2 BMW M drivers come to join us.
Yeah.
Do they have the quickest golf carts in the
Well, that's a very good point. It's a very good point. The point I'm making is thank you very much to the PRs and the teams and the drivers themselves for making the effort to come over here. Yes, we can talk to them in the pit lane, and we'll do that in just a moment with Spencer Pumpelly at Magnus. But for them to come up and spend 15 or 20 minutes with us, maybe talk about what we're seeing on the screen or give us some engineering insights as Philippe Eng did, that was, for me, that I love that stuff. So, Aidan, thank you for that. And I hope you all enjoyed it and that you appreciate. The reason I say that, I want you to appreciate the fact that it's not just an easy thing for them to pop in to say hello to us. Let's go back to Arjuna with Spencer Pumpelly down at the number 44 Magnus pit.
Making his 25th appearance in the Rolex 24, so you've probably seen a bit of everything. We've just been talking about a little bit of mist descending on the track. Is that something the driver's been saying from behind the wheel?
He hasn't mentioned anything, no, but I definitely see it, you know, from here in the pit lane, and I can think back over the years a couple times when fog's had a really big effect on the race. In fact, one of those races, 2011, I think it was a 3-hour yellow flag, and we ended up winning that one, so I don't know, maybe this is good luck for us.
Fingers crossed. Obviously, it's great to see the Magnus Racing team back. How's it been going in the Aston Martin? I see an important sign here. Do the obvious stuff right.
Yeah, I mean, we have a great car, great crew, great group of drivers. I couldn't say enough about these guys. And every now and then you just need a little reminder when you do this race. The drivers, the crew, strategists, just do the basic things right. Sometimes that's the most important thing, and the reminders are all over the place, so we don't forget that.
In your 25 years coming here, have you ever had a start of the race that was as warm as what we had about 2 p.m. Saturday?
Yeah, I don't really remember, no, but you know, everyone's a little different. You never know what you're going to get with these things, so you know, we'll see. There's probably a lot more to come too. This the remaining part of the race. So yeah, it's been interesting so far, but I've yet to get in. They keep saying you're in next. Oh, never mind. We're going to change it. Okay, now you're in. I even got suited up. Went to the wall. They grabbed me. Nope, you're not driving. So I've been standing around for a while. I'm ready to get in this 25th for the 25th time.
Thanks, Spencer.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Just another little comment here from Andrew saying it's nice to hear down-to-earth drivers being honest in the commentary box, and I do learn a lot from listening to what they have to say every time. It's fantastic. These guys are the creme de la creme. If you are a factory driver, and these guys who we've just had a factory driver, how laid back are they all? Dan Harper is like an excited puppy, always. He's always been this man. I say that in the really nicest way, but he's down to earth and can absolutely hit the nail on the head, to answer a question. Philip Eng's been around the block a few more times than that. Again, laid back, fantastic, conversational. Great, love it.
Well, that's
what I love about this sport, actually.
You've got to be world class in the car, but to be a factory driver, you've also got to be world class out the car.
True.
That's the big difference. Is that these drivers are selected out of from a huge pool, and the reason why they're the absolute elite is because yes, they can do the job in the car as good as anyone, but also they can combine that with their skills outside of the car, which is a huge part of being a professional. And just one point I want to make on Spencer Pumpelly, who shared a few tales there with Arjuna about his time at the Rolex 24. I mean, it's 25th start. But if they come to Sebring, Magnus Racing, and I really hope they do, he will make his 250th IMSA WeatherTech start. Just think of that. All those races, all that preparation. So I really hope that we'll see them there and we can celebrate in style of 250 not out for Spencer.
Absolutely. Fantastic. Nick Yellowly by 3/4 of a second. The 93 Acura is the leader. Felipe Nasser just got a little hint, little glow of the rear lights as they're going through the International Horseshoe at the moment. A bit of traffic there has allowed Felipe Nasser to close up just a wee bit. He's got 2.1 seconds on Kevin Estre, his teammate in the number 6 Porsche. And now the battle for the lead is at the Western Horseshoe, and all of a sudden, Peter Mackay, we've got the battle on again.
That we have. What I love about the GTP battle today is because the teams have got to use their finite resource of tyres carefully and have to double stint at some points, we're getting big swings in momentum. Sometimes you think one car's got the momentum, then all of a sudden they start to fade back and another comes forward, and that's all to do with the tyre, I'm pretty sure. Who's got the absolute ultimate pace? Well, maybe you would say it was Porsche because they were pretty dominant in the first couple of hours, but now it's just swinging back and forward because this is the time where the tyres are going to get double and maybe even triple stinted. I don't know. We'll try and find out in the pits of if the drivers will tell us, of course. But Felipe Nasser, he's on a forward momentum run right now, and he's chasing down Nick Yellowly in the 93 Acura on the high banks right now.
Let's go to Arjuna for one of our Porsche keys to the race and the tyres. Triple stint potential on the mediums, Arjuna?
Well, in GTD, it's pretty simple. I think it was Zachary Robichon who said if you had to triple stint those Michelin tires, your engineer was not maybe your biggest fan. I think in GTP, though, John, that's a really interesting question, and we haven't really seen much of that just yet, but we're reaching that point in the night where potentially the triple stint will be valuable. Remember, the choice of tire compound is determined mainly by the conditions, but you don't get extra soft tires for running during the night. You share the allocations between mediums and soft, and therefore to get through to the end of the race with a couple of sticker sets, maybe we will see some teams really gamble in the prototypes and try the triple.
And while Arjuna was talking, the Nick Yellowly leading car was held up by one of the other machines on the infield section, and all of a sudden Felipe Nasr is right there, gets a little bit of a draft as they're on Speedway turn 1 and 2, going past the number 12 Lexus, driven at the moment by Esteban Masson, now down to around about 180 miles an hour. Hard on the brakes for the left, right, left of the Le Mans chicane. Those curbs are pretty flat and you can take quite a lot of them up to the high side here into turns 3 and 4 past one of the Corvettes. This is exciting stuff.
You bet it is. 195 the brake goes into Le Mans chicane in the GTP car.
Now getting up to 202 miles an hour I've seen from the cars as they go under our feet here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Two distinctively different lines as the Acura starts wide, comes in and then goes out and then down the inside into the International Horseshoe. Here's the lead and through goes Felipe Nasr. Needed but one opportunity. Gets the drive out of that long right-handed horseshoe corner through the kink. Just maybe a tiny mistake by Nick Yellowly going through turn 1, or is it that the Felipe Nasr car has got a little bit better grip underneath him at the moment?
All tyres, and the tyres, one of our Porsche keys to the race. Right now, Felipe Nasr with a little bit fresher Michelin rubber on, Nick Yellowly less so. And you've just got to take it patient. And Nick Yellowly did not fight that one hard. No. He left this plenty of racing space. This is a long race. This is what endurance racing is all about. It's about thinking in the long game. If you need to fight hard at points, you do. But it's more about thinking, what do we need when the sun comes up tomorrow? That doesn't mean this is irrelevant, far from it, because so many teams can sometimes forget that, and drivers can forget that. So it's having that discipline. And speaking of discipline, these two yellow Corvettes, number 3 and number 4, the Pratt Miller cars, they must be sick of the sight of each other by now, because they've been glued together all race long for nearly 7 hours now. Alexander Sims leading away his old pal Nicky Katzberg. I'm sure I've said that at least once today, because they've been glued together.
This is vintage Pratt Miller and vintage Corvette racing.
Yep.
The amount of times, even going back to the American Le Mans Series days, that I would say, well, you can say anything you want about Pratt and Miller, as they were then, but you could never say as a driver that they've favoured one car over the other, or one car is faster than the other. Their qualifying times, their fastest race laps would be nary a couple of tenths between them down through the years, and they have cracked it again with this new version of the Corvette, somewhat controversially with the engine in the middle of, although of course there was many years ago a concept for a mid-engined Corvette, so in some ways it is going back to the future for them. They are leading first and second. Jules Gounon has dropped a couple of seconds further back in third place. Now, it is getting to the point now, Peter, where it's becoming slightly difficult to ID the cars on the far side of the track. And if it's not an onboard or a close-up with the illuminated number panels, then it is getting difficult. I spoke to Bo Barfield this morning after he delivered an excellent driver briefing, about the potential of fog overnight. We thought it would more be likely in the early morning hours with the temperature inversion factor adding on to that, but with still 17 Celsius outside, that is, what, that's 63 Fahrenheit, the track is 68 or 20, then he said, so long as we can have, oh, there was a mistake there at the
93 Acura
Western,
going wide, and that allowed the number 6 Porsche of Kevin Estre, who's on a forge forward at the moment, and it was on his own for Nick Yellowly coming around the International Horseshoe, just on the kind of greasy line on the outside. Seen a few prototypes get a little bit twitchy there as they get off line, get onto the greasy part, and in fact, excuse me, it was the Western Horseshoe, excuse me.
you cannot have this much moisture in the air without some of it settling on the track surface. And as the track cools, your description is perfect. It will get greasy out there, and tyres that might be on their second stint, we don't get that information in this series as we do in some others. Michelin have got it and can provide it to us, but we don't get that at the moment in this series. But I mean, it's incredible stuff. But that, as I say, to finish the thought about race control, so long as at ground level, and bear in mind we aren't anywhere near ground level, so we're looking down through the fog, but at ground level, so long as you can see Marshall's post to Marshall's post, and Paul said about 300-400 feet. Yeah.
Okay, that's quite big. Yeah, it's going to get pretty bad for it to be 300-400 feet. So hopefully that means we keep racing through the night. This, although
not yards.
One of our Porsche keys to the race, and the tyres, it often is one of our Porsche keys to the race. In GTP, they're the only class that have a choice of tyres, medium or soft. Now, with the hot temperatures that we've had, it's been mediums all the way through. The soft doesn't really work in the hotter temperature. But if this moisture that's hanging around in the air comes to sit on the track, that could well change things. Maybe we might see some soft applied through the night. We'll keep a close watch on it with our pit lane team.
Well, we're coming round to another hour. Coming to the hourly update here with VP Racing as we've completed another 60 minutes, under 17 hours to go with 7 gone, starting a set of pit stops, and we're seeing some brake changes as well down on the pit lane. In GTD, Aston Martin lead with the number 27. That is the Heart of Racing car. It's the Windward Mercedes in second place. Lucas Auer on board there. Lilo Wadou Pousselier for AF Corsa in third position. In GTD Pro, the 2 Corvettes, as we've chronicled, ahead of Jules Goudon, who's dropped 4 seconds back now between behind the 2 yellow cars. And the top 3 in LMP2, Alex Quinn now behind the CrowdStrike Racing by APR number 4, which leads in second. It's Paul de Resta for United Autosports, and Seb Bourdais has just pitted from third for Tower Motorsport. That will bring PJ Hyatt back into the reckoning. And at the front of the field, 2 Porsches and an Acura, 2 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s, the 7 of Felipe Nasser and Kevin Estre in the number 6, and then the Acura ARX06 of Nick Yellerly. That's how it stands with 7 hours and 3 minutes gone. Right, let's head to the pit lane. We'll go to Mirko Bortolotti, who's been waiting for us, and then Scott McLaughlin. Snowy.
Yeah, I've caught up with Mirko. Yeah, we talked about a lot of people here this weekend who are new to it, new to sports car racing, new to multi-class racing, and you've been here quite a few times yourself, haven't you? You're quite the opposite.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I enjoy it every time they come to Daytona. It's one of the highlights of the year for sure. It's always a pleasure to be here. It's such a special race, as you just mentioned. I mean, so many cars on track, multi-class racing. The best drivers really out there, so it's always a privilege to be here and to race. And yeah, I mean, in our case, everything was going according to plan, to be honest. I was double stinting tires and on really super aggressive fuel safe strategy the last 2 stints, but unfortunately I was forced to pit early now with a brake issue, so I think we lost 1 or 2 laps to fix it, and I just had no brakes the last 2 laps, so we decided to pit. But the car is back out, and I hope everything's fine, and there's still plenty of time to recover.
And you've got Sandy Mitchell in the car now that we know from British GT very well.
Yeah, Sandy's back in the car now. As I said, unfortunately we had a brake issue now, so I hope everything's gonna be all right. Still a very long way to go, but never nice, never nice to have an issue and stop, but we don't give up.
Thank you very much, Mirko.
I'm at the DXDT pit stall with Scott McLaughlin. His alarm just went off as he gets ready to potentially jump into the car. But Scott, what's the talk about the weather in the team radio, and what's that doing to the potential for you maybe not getting into the car right now?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We don't want to, I guess, waste the myself or Charlie being the pro guys. They probably most likely will finish the race. So trying to do our best to not, if it goes yellow, knock off some drive time without losing too much time and with others. But you know, honestly, the 4 drivers or 3 drivers I've got here, they're awesome. You know, Mason, Sally's doing a great job. Mason's done a great job. It's just a lot of work to do over a huge amount of time. But if we can knock some drivers out and then it's me and Charlie sort of towards the end, it's a big deal.
You're about 6 weeks away from jumping back behind the wheel of an Indy car to kick off another season, but in the off-season, you got to travel over to Suzuka to race in the 1000 over there. How much fun is it for you in your off-season to be able to jump into some of these sports car races?
Yeah, I'm in the Chevy family, and to work with GM and be with the Corvette family over there and drive this car, I really enjoy it. I drove it for the first time here at Daytona last year, and then obviously at Suzuka, and I had some really cool teammates in Nicky Katzberg and Alex Sims, who are both stars of the series, and I learned a lot off them, and I had an absolute ball. They're probably 2 of the funniest guys I've ever met. Alex Sims is an absolute character, and Nicky as well. So yeah, had a blast, but we'll see how we go here. Like I've enjoyed this driver lineup, enjoyed this team, and just ready to get into it here at Daytona.
Well, if you get in, good luck.
Yeah, thanks. Cheers.
A couple of great interviews there from our pit lane team, with the fog rolling in gently at the moment. I've not seen this for a few years. It looks much worse from where we are. I'll get the camera out in a second and take a picture and put it on at IMSA Radio. Ford in the pit lane, Peter, and it's Dennis Olsen who's come to the pit lane. Also, we have had the dual goon on number 69 Mercedes AMG, so that little battle at the front between he and the 2 Corvettes for the moment is put on hold.
It's, yeah, paused for now, but not. It will resume very quickly. In GTD, it's Mattia Trudi leading the way for Heart of Racing, the pole-sitting car, the number 27 Aston Martin AMR GT3, looking very, very strong this weekend here at the Rolex 24. Heart of Racing have won in category before with their venerable Aston Martin, albeit it was the original iteration of that Vantage. It's been evoed since then, as they like to say, but Trudy doing a super job as well, as you would expect. Number 6 in the pit lane. Yeah,
leaders into the pits. The previous lap, Felipe Nasser had come in the team car, as had Robin Frimes for BMW and Felipe Albuquerque. FAF, I said brake changes going on earlier on. I sort of mentioned it in passing. It was the FAF Lamborghini that had a caliper change by the look of it, and it looked like they were looking at as if it had a caliper problem. I was just going to take a picture of the fog, but actually it doesn't look nearly as bad on the camera as it does to my eyes, so maybe I'm just getting tired. I'm not sure about that. Down and away for the Porsche 963 of Porsche Penske Motorsport. It's the one with the purple lights on the running lights on the front end of that car. Raffaele Marciello has come in from 2nd position, or an inherited 2nd position. Wait to see those cars rejoin. I bet that's getting slippery coming out of the pit lane now.
Yeah, very greasy, I think, for the drivers. It's that pit wall has been, they could call that the wall of champions, because there's been a few fairly high quality drivers that have clipped that. Now switch with the Porsche Penske Motorsport cars as the number 6 car of Kevin Estre comes out of the pits. Felipe Nasser goes by. So we talk about formation flying with the 2 Corvettes in GTD Pro. It's a little bit of that as well with the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s. They're looking strong, really strong.
That was a 1 lap earlier pit stop for Felipe Nasser. I can't believe that they changed tyres on that car at this point, although I'll be corrected if someone can tell me that, because if he had cold tyres on, there's no way he would have been able to get back ahead.
I have an update on the FAF car, which had been running really strongly
Yes,
in
it had.
GTD Pro. It's just completed, it's on 215 laps. There are a couple of laps off the lead now, thanks to
That
Stephen.
was the one that had the brake caliper issue.
That's it, yeah. So
Yeah.
thanks to Stephen from Lamborghini for confirming so quickly. Mirko Bortolotti pitted early with some brake issues. I did think it was a bit early for a brake change, and then they had to do a brake change, but they're back out now, so it's solved. But it was an actual issue that they had to resolve rather than a scheduled brake change.
Yeah, I saw the kit, you know, they have that little tray of parts, and the outgoing caliper and or pads and disc rotor are left there, and I realised by the way they were sort of poking it and looking at the caliper that there was something wrong, maybe a sticky piston or something like that.
The good thing is they'll know the car inside and out. The crew, there'll be support there from Lamborghini Quadricorsa. It's now a couple of seasons since FAF have taken delivery of that car, and if there's anyone that knows that car, it's Mirko Bortolotti. Think how many hundreds of thousands of kilometres he's driven in that car, won this race twice in that very car, so he knows if it's not behaving, he will be the first to notice.
So we've now had another round of pit stops at the front of the field, so it's Porsche's back to the fore, with Nasser ahead of Estra, Robin Freins, Nico Pino, the BMW and Porsche, and still that JDC car refuses to let the factory car get away. That was a 20... It's interesting then. Is that right? Oh, now BMW are in strife in the pit lane. Marco Wittmann will have to come back down, improperly attired person over the wall. It'll hurt now. That's going to be a 45-second transit down the pit lane at pit lane speed. It's not insurmountable. And how far are they back? That might take them pretty close to dropping off the lead lap, actually.
Depends.
Yeah.
It depends how things work. I mean, there's just a degree of irony of that, because Philly Peng, when he came to join us in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, was absolutely appropriately attired.
Yes, he was.
He was in his full race suit. I can't remember the last driver who came up with a full race suit on. Normally they can't
It was
wait
a
to get
very
out of
fresh race suit,
It
we'll
was-
have to say.
The BMW drivers smell good as well.
They are.
They must
Yeah.
have a good shower or whatever.
Must have
What
some...
do the BMW drive? Do you think they have BMW aftershave that they have to wear as a factory driver?
Fragrance.
Fragrance by BMW M.
Yeah.
Maybe.
The fragrance of power. The smell of power. We're getting into Ron Burgundy territory here.
It's
if we're
too
not
early.
careful. It's far too
Not even
early.
9 o'clock.
Far too early for that. Let's have an update on the weather from those who are down and in it on the pit lane. Arjuna Kankapati.
It is definitely getting hazier and hazier, John, and I just got a message from the team at Corvette saying their GTD spotters are having a tougher and tougher time being able to spot their cars on the far side of the circuit from the spotters deck. Remember, they're only a couple of floors above you, John, so remember now that the teams are starting to deal with the struggles of this weather as well.
That's a very, very good point you make, Arjuna, because they are looking down through the fog, and the fog is being lit by the excellent lights on the grandstand here, but they are above the lights looking down. And you know, it's like when you're driving along a country lane sometimes and it's foggy. Sometimes you want to turn your headlights off and just have either your side lights, or if you've got a low set of old-fashioned fog lights, that's what you drive on, because if you put your headlights on, or God forbid you put your main beam on, you actually can't see anything.
It just reflects back.
Correct, and that's their problem. They're looking down through lit fog.
Spare a thought for Rooftop Ray, our cameraman, who's going to be up there through the night owl stint. He's going to, hopefully the fog lifts before then.
Yeah, our sacred coffee 6 hours of night on Peacock as well. For those of you in the States, we'll be allowing our NBC Sports colleagues to go for a little rest I did have a word with Lee Diffie, and he'd mentioned which one of his colleagues had been working out the schedule, and a bit like our Nick Damon, the person who wrote the schedule had the longest time off. Surprise, surprise. 9:30 at night till 7:30 in the morning.
Stack the deck in your favour.
Absolutely, if you're given a job, you might as well make it work. Pit stop times. In comes the Thomas Preining driven Grello, number 911 from Manthey Racing. And that car's getting full service.
Working Alexander Sims hard
They
in the
are.
number 3 Corvette. He's done the lion's share of the driving in this opening stanza of the race, perhaps letting his regular season teammate Antonio Garcia allowed him to get a little bit of sleep, and also Marvin Kirchhofer, who's joined the crew replacing Danny Hunkadea for this season. And we talk about the kind of metronomic formation flying of these two factory Corvettes, the number 3 and the number 4, but the difference between what this race means for them is quite different, because all of the momentum is with the number 3 car. Alexander Sims and Antonio Garcia won the championship last year. They were always up there, whereas the number 4 car, they haven't had a win for quite a while, so they really want this. And of course, remember, how could we forget the last couple of hours of the Rolex 24-hour last year, where Tommy Milner in that number 4 car was blocked by one of the BMWs that was several laps down. Then they ripped a bit of bodywork off and it all started to unravel, and of course the Milner salute was born. If you don't know what I'm talking about, look it back up again. It was a fairly dramatic end to the to that year's 2024 2025 Rolex 24.
Marco Sorensen has been in and out in the recovering Aston Martin Valkyrie. Some issues with that car that saw it stop a couple of 3 times out on the circuit when Alex Riberas was behind the wheel, but that is now rumbling back through the night. Seb Bourdais is behind the wheel again of the Tower Motorsport, the orange, black and white number 8. That is now in 3rd position in LMP2, just ahead of PJ Hyatt, and I say just ahead by 0.8 of a second. Peter Snowden down in the pit lane has an update for us.
Yeah, it was just a very quick one. The Winwood Racing number 48 AMG Merc just had a very quick stop, but what was notable was they took an awful lot of air out of the front left. Make of that of what you will, but discuss, I would say. But a lot of air, most of the pit stop time was taking that air out before they refueled it. Very interesting.
So that was not a change of tyres, Snowy. That's
not
the tyres.
At all, no.
Right,
no,
interesting.
Absolutely right, John. Tyres changed. Tyres stayed on the car, refueled, but a lot of air coming out the front left. So like quite a big adjustment, I would say.
So when we hear in stock cars them say a tyre pressure adjustment, that's normally to a set of tyres that are going on. Well, that was a set of tyres that was on, and they've been bleeding some tyres out. Now, Heart of Racing Vantage coming in there. Were they putting some blanking in the front of that car to get the temperatures up?
Not sure.
That was very odd. Very odd indeed. Heading towards 9 o'clock, and the fog is beginning to gather around. It's still the Porsches at the front of the field, and I'll say this very quickly while this is happening. Porsches are now 1, 2 and 3. The 2 Porsche Penske Motorsport cars ahead of the brilliantly performing JDC Miller car. Nico Pino behind the wheel, and there's just 15 seconds or thereabouts between the top 3 cars. As we welcome back to the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, Bruce Jones presumably had a nice rest. We've had a fairly clean run, Bruce, so please, you and Ryan, don't spoil it for us, will you?
It's always that temptation, isn't it? Just to upset the apple cart. But for me, the last hour, the main story has been looking out from the high suites, the IMSA suite, at the rolling mist starting to come in. Bear in mind, we started the day arriving at the circuit at about 7:45 to do the HSR Classic IMSA race, and I thought, will it start? Because we had mist. I was wondering, asking people, will we get some overnight? I didn't think we'd get it you know, this side of about 4 in the morning. I thought 4, 5, 6 in the morning it might come down, but it is what it is. I mean, it could be a big effect on this race. But that said, it's all been very clean for the last 3 hours while I was nipping off for a coffee and a bun. But we're back. Ryan Marine at the controls, me out of control on the other side of the commentary box.
Good to be back. The view somewhat different than when we were up here the last time. And yeah, that fog is becoming more and more dramatic. Thankfully, it's up at our level, not down at racetrack level, where it could potentially cause some issues, some delay from a safety perspective. That has happened in the history of this event before. I can't remember the year specifically, but one of the years I was here in my early career coming to Daytona, there was a significant period of stoppage due to fog in the overnight hours. Let's just say that out and put it into the universe, and hopefully that wards it away.
Well, let's hope so, because not so long ago we had very clear vision across the Ferris wheel that's basically between the International Horseshoe at turn 3 and Lake Lloyd behind. We could see the start, we could see the back straight, we could see the cars half an hour ago even still just diving into the Le Mans chicane on the back straight. We cannot see that now, and we can only just, if we squint and really power our eyes up, even see the Ferris wheel.
And that's remarkable, because it is quite bright, luminescent in the darkness, usually standing sentinel above the circuit, but at the moment, you're right, it does take a little bit of effort to look through the fog to pick out that Ferris wheel. It should not affect, though, the drivers on the racetrack right now. It's Felipe Nasser showing the way with a 0.6 of a second advantage over the sister car of Kevin Estra. We'll keep an eye on the battles on the track, but a chance to head down to the pits once again, and welcome back Duncan Vincent.
Thanks, Ryan. Welcome back to you as well. You'll hear the air guns in the background, and the wheels are off the RLL number 59 McLaren. There's a driver swap as well, and a well-tuned affair down here. Now remember, they did have problems earlier on with TPMS sensors, which kept them on the pit lane for quite some time, and it's caused them a bit of a headache. I can look inside the exhaust, Ryan, guys. I can see the glow. That is so cool at night. So the drivers just get a final few instructions here. That looks like they're putting a little bit of oil into the side of the car as well. There's an oil dump going in the side of it, just to top up anything that's maybe been used by the engine. Off comes the oil, waiting for the fuel. There we go. Lovely stop by the RLL team.
Unfortunately, that car is somewhat delayed, having had some issues early in the going, but trying to fight their way back. They've been quick. If they can get back in contention, get back on the lead lap, then that's a car that will have to be factored with based on the pace alone. But right now in GTD Pro, it's a Corvette 1-2, which I know will make a certain Danny Bounds listening in from Virginia right now a very happy guy, big Corvette enthusiast. Corvette with a lot of things to smile about based on the way this race is played out. I'm not sure we spent enough time talking about them in the build-up to the race, but once the green flag dropped, they've spent a lot of time running in formation as they are right now.
Yeah, they have, and in the first sort of 3, 4, 5 hours of this race, they were sitting at the front. We had a little swap around when Sotheby had the 2 Ford Mustang Evos at the front. We've had a Mercedes up in the mix. It's been really good. But when GTD Pro, I never expect much to change until you pass the halfway point in the race, because they do run like clockwork. But if you're looking at clocks, which is the best clockwork clock, it's bright yellow at the moment. And it's those 2 Corvettes from Corvette Racing. Alexander Sims leading the way in number 3, and all of 2.5 seconds back, Nicky Katzberg in the sister car at number 4. Best of the rest in GTD Pro. It's Maximilian Goetz, car number 69, the best of the Mercedes in that class. Then Max Hesser in the number 1 BMW, that is next in pack. And having talked to the Fords, the better place of their duo is down in 6th place right now. That's got Fred Verviche at the wheel. But one car I want to talk about, I saw it during our 3-hour break, pulling up once if not twice, was the Aston Martin Valkyrie. Got going again. What do we know? Because I accept, obviously, a lot of people, you know, even as commentators, you step away, but people with regular lives to lead, they're very unlikely to watch all 24 hours.
They had an electrical issue. This was with just over 19 hours to go, if I'm reading this correctly. Stopped on track at one point. Alex Riberas was driving, had to recycle the electronics. That didn't solve the issue, however, so that car did go behind the wall and came out but lost roughly 20 minutes of running trying to deal with those problems. It's the only GTP car, though, that is, I would say, out of contention at this stage. Bruce, that's remarkable. 11 cars in the class, 10 of them still all on the same lap, although Marco Wittmann right now laboring a little bit back in 10th. He's about 1 minute and 13 seconds behind the race leading number 7 Porsche of Felipe Nasser. Not immediately in jeopardy of dropping a lap, but if we have some more extended running without any more stoppages, that could start to be problematic for the number 25 from the WRT team.
Yeah, and just on a little bit of maths, effectively the Valkyrie now with that charging Dane, Marcus Sorensen, is down in 29th position, but it's 16 laps off class category. Leading car, 242 laps completed, and only 225 just now for Sorensen. Over the next handful of laps, he's probably going to pick off all the GTT Pro runners, but that will only elevate him to 22nd overall. Then he'll have to go through another class, the class that's blue on our screen, the LMP2 class, and that is being led at the moment by Alex Quinn in 04. They're all Orica 07s, as one would expect over the last handful of years. That has been the way it is in the LMP2 class, but CrowdStrike Racing by APR, they've got bragging rights at the moment. Paul Di Resta, 8 seconds down, he's hunting them down. But there was that, and also another car I didn't really get to the foot of why it had pulled off while I nipped off to have a spot of food, was the number 16 Ford Mustang. Car that I thought looked absolutely brilliant in its red, white and black livery. Roman Grosjean was the last driver listed in that car, but on our timing screen it's marked in grey, which is a rather grim colour because it means you've probably been announced as an official retirement.
All I have in the running notes, and big thanks to Racing Insights, they provide us with a great stat sheet coming into the weekend, and then they have a live Google Doc with notes on the different cars and what has happened to them. All I have is a note that with just under 20 hours to go, so this is some time ago, Roman Grosjean took that car behind the wall, and then an hour later, that car was officially retired. So, little light on details. Maybe someone on social media can send us through more information if they happen to have it. But what we do know is the unfortunate news. Myers-Riley Motorsports done for the day and quite early in the going.
Yeah, it was a shame, but I must say the way the field accelerated into the first corner on the opening lap and not everybody came out unscathed, I thought, hold on, we started with 60, we could be about to finish the first lap with only 50. Fact of the matter is we've still got 55 cars running in this race. The point at the moment, though, is the mist is falling. And if I want to take it to the other end of the extreme, this morning the mist didn't clear till pretty much 9 o'clock.
Slightly ominous when you put it that way, Bruce.
Sorry, I'm normally upbeat and very chirpy.
Maybe it's your attitude that's bringing all the mist in here with us.
No, not me.
No. We can't account for Mother Nature, but we'll hope for the best. I can't say that it's improving, but at the moment it's still in a position where the fog is at a layer that is hovering well above the racing surface. It's obscuring some of the camera views. It's certainly obscuring our view out the window, but it's not enough as of yet to put a damper on this extended run of green flag racing that we've had for quite some time now.
Yeah, last minute or so, while we're just having a little chat here, I was just looking to see the pace of the Aston Martin Valkyrie. Now, as I said, it's picking its way through the GTD Pro field. 3 cars to go and it would have passed all of them, but it's lapping even in that traffic very much at the same pace as the front running cars. So the pace is still there. So Aston Martin fans, you have got still something to cheer on, but 16 laps I do not feel in a field as competitive as that. It's an element as this that it would be able to be clawed back, but it sounds brilliant, it looks brilliant, and right now it's going absolutely fine with Marco Sorensen.
Happier news, though, for that team with their other entry. We shouldn't sleep on the Heart of Racing's entry in GTD, and it's leading. Mattia Drudi behind the wheel. That car has shown tremendous pace in the build-up to this race. Our Peter Mackay tabbed that as his favorite to win in the GTD class, and with good reason. Really strong driver lineup, great team behind it, and it does seem like in 2026 at least this Aston is pretty darn strong here at Daytona.
I can only presume he said that through clenched teeth, because there were obviously some Porsches in that class and cut Peter in half, and he's just popped back in the booth to remonstrate with me, no doubt. But, you know, if it's a Porsche, it's got his attention, but he absolutely spot on in announcing the form of Aston Martins in GTD. And Matteo Drudi, superstar, second generation racer. His father, Luca, raced up to sort of Formula 3000 level, ran out of money, but the talent was there. But Matteo is really, really handy. I thought it was so interesting when John and PMAC had Philip Eng up in the booth, and I thought one of the most interesting questions was, how come GT drivers, GT3 drivers are so good at adapting to today's prototypes? It really was something years ago. Well, I tell you what, years ago, you wouldn't have tip-top drivers in GT, but right now we do. A lot of them are making brilliant careers out of it, but Philip Eng's always been special. But, you know, in his approach, and the two of the, John and Peter touched on that, you know, he's far more than someone who's just a racing driver. He's immersed in the sport. But, yeah, Matteo is very handy, and he'd be one of those drivers. I wouldn't be surprised in years to come if they have a second Valkyrie running in the World Endurance Championship, if he's not sort of pitching for that. And it's also great to see drivers who've been European-based getting to race stateside as well, and they all really enjoy the WeatherTech Championship for what they call, you know, the old school circuits. They just like to get, you always wanted to race somewhere you've not raced before. They'll have seen them all on YouTube, or you know, they'd have done gaming on them, as you do in the closed season, or in fact all season round if your neighbour's Max Verstappen. And it's a chance to try something new. You know, if you're in a championship for years, you do largely race at the same circuits. And for GT drivers, if you look at those, the drivers here with the most stamps in their passport, metaphorically, will be GT drivers. Just as we came in, Jules Gounon was leading the class for a second. He just got overtaken, but you know, he'll be anywhere in the world. A whole host of these drivers, next stop won't be Sebring for them. It'll be down to the Bathurst 12 hours. Some of them will pick up the early rounds of the GT World Challenge in Asia or whatever. They, you know, have passport, racing license, talent. You do travel.
Amaro Angle, for instance, was just racing last weekend, another 24-hour race, 2 in a row. And there have been years where Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai, Rolex 24 at Daytona, and then the Bathurst 12-hour have been in back-to-back-to-back weeks. And there are a brave few that have attempted to do, what would that be, 60 consecutive hours of racing. Not for the faint of heart.
Well, look, last summer, I was one of the handful of journalists, commentators, whatever, who did 3 consecutive 24 hours in the summer. Le Mans, Nürburgring and Spa. I tell you what, by the end of those, and there were quite I can't remember how many drivers, it was 20-something drivers, I think, came to Spa to complete it. You were there with me, fighting through the night shift, that 9-hour wander that really tests your mettle. But, you know, what I love is the different feel of each 24-hour race we get to go to.
Got an update from Duncan Vincent, I believe. Duncan, what have you found out in the pits?
Yeah, I was just making my way up towards Cormain. I would have liked to have spoke to one of the guys there and get an overview from the team, but Tommy Milner just very quickly grabbed me. He was running out the back of the garage, or the make-me garage that we have here, and he says, no, everything's really good. It's he goes, he used the word which I liked, steady, and that's really good at the start of a long 24-hour race like we have today.
That's exactly what you want to hear, steady, metronomic, pick your synonym.
The other word that, you know, a lot of the drivers like to put in, leading. Mysteriously, it does give people a bit of a fillip if their car is in front of their class, but it's peculiar. Just to let you understand, we are sitting very high up in the tallest motor racing stand in the world. We're in the mist, but looking down, it's brighter down at ground level. I just wonder for the drivers when they get on the banking, they're only rising from the bottom of the track up that banking, what, 15 feet? Maybe not even that. I wonder if they find any difference. But of course, as they're coming around Speedway 3, Speedway 4, they suddenly get all the lights of the grandstand, and that can make the fog, as you know, if you're driving your road car, suddenly flare in your face.
Well, right, exactly. We think about how they have to deal with the sunrise and the sunset, the glare in their eyes, but I wonder if you're quite right. Maybe even the light from the big floodlights here atop the grandstands reflecting off of the fog, could that cause some distraction? How about, though, down in the pits? Duncan Vincent letting us know in my ear that the fog hasn't reached you too much yet. Is that right?
Yeah, 100%. As we look up towards the lofty heights of where you guys are, we see the mist under the lights. But when you're down on ground level, there isn't any mist at all. It doesn't appear to be affecting anything down here. And I thought of a pit stop zone. That is something that is going to affect us.
You had a question earlier, Bruce, about Myers-Riley, and I was short on details. Put it out to folks on social media to send in some information, and I do have a couple of messages that came through, and it sounds like the team said multiple on-track contacts resulted in damage that could not be repaired in a timely manner. We know that that car was involved in at least one coming together. That was with the Mueller Motorsports Porsche. That resulted in a cut tire for the Porsche and a drive-through for Romain Grosjean. It was maybe an hour or so after that that the car went behind the wall, and evidently it had been in the wars, not just the one incident, but several, and led to an early end of the day for that team and that program.
Actually, that does start to ring a bell. I think that was called, the interviews, just as we were going off to our first of our breaks through this event. And in fact, I've already written early retirement next to its name in my little notebook. Have to keep a little notebook along with each of the guys. Now, suddenly we've got a bit of battling out on the track in the dark. It's Porsche 963's first, second and third. 7 for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Philippe Nasser, Kevin Estre just a nanosecond behind. In fact, 12 1,000ths, but really it's not even that much when you look at them out on the track in the mist. Nose to tail.
Two of the absolute stars of this era of prototype racing. Felipe Nasser, who has won this race in 2 consecutive years. He's trying to become just the 3rd driver to win in 3 consecutive starts. Only one has done it in consecutive years. That's Helio Castroneves, who won 3 in a row. Peter Gregg also won 3 in a row. But the 1974 race, which was in the middle of that stretch, was canceled due to the global energy crisis. So that's with a little bit of a caveat. He didn't do it in consecutive years. Nasser would love to join his countryman Helio Castroneves as the only driver to win in back-to-back-to-back years overall, to be clear, at the Rolex 24 at Daytona.
Yeah, it'd be quite a story, because I've said it before and I'll say it again. The caliber of the teams, the cars in each of the 4 classes is just getting better and better. So every single win you can get these days are going to be more hard fought in terms of outright attack than they would have been 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, when cars were far more delicate. I'm not saying you wouldn't have to fight to get those cars, nurse them through to the end of a race, but you had to drive them in a different way.
That was a question I wanted to put to Ron Fellows when we had him with us earlier, how different the racing is today, and if the same skills that took him to so many victories in endurance races around the world back during his career still apply today, or if it takes a different type of driver to succeed in the modern form of sports car racing, which is so many 1-hour sprint races stretched across 6, 12, 24 hours, depending on which race you're talking about.
You know, the way I see it, Ryan, is at any age, sports change and the requirements change, but the best drivers, best sports people will always rise to the top. Yes, you could say there are some points in which some drivers, when you've got a massive technical overload, can tackle it better. And again, listening to the interviews just before we came back on air, John was talking with Philippe about the feel you get in braking when there's an element of regenerative braking. There are many other things you have to think about that they wouldn't have had to think about even 20 years ago. But it just goes to show that drivers, the very quickest of those, have the mental capacity to handle many things.
Possible problem for the best placed of BMW M Team WRT's BMW GTP entries. Car 24, driven by Robin Freins. This car was up in the top 5 in the pit lane. Front body work is off, and 2 mechanics are frantically working on the right front of that car. There's another one looking inside the cockpit as well. Maybe one of our pit lane reporters can give us an update. Was that you, Duncan?
Yeah, just a couple of steps away from that just now. The car did come into pit lane. There was something that we did notice. It seems a little bit out of sync as well, as the pit stops still seem to cycle through. But there is a bit of an urgency around the front end of this car, and it's not been plain sailing for BMW as it sits right now. We'll get down there, they put a bit of fuel in the car, but we'll also find out from somebody in the team exactly what is going on.
Yeah, this is early for sure. The JDC Miller car is off sequence, and they owe a pit stop here shortly. But for the rest of the front runners in GTP, they still have 30 to 40% energy still left at their disposal. Energy for GTP cars, that's your typical fuel for your combustion engine, plus the output from the hybrid system that all of these cars, barring the Aston Martin Valkyrie, carry with them. The amount of energy that is expended, no matter which propulsion system is used, is calculated by the torque sensors on these cars, and it's a somewhat artificial limit that's placed in in place by the regulations, it's an odd situation where you could run out of energy, but actually still have your traditional fuel in the tank. But such are the realities of modern prototype racing.
Yes, it's a, again, I just was talking before about different physical things you have in a car, like the way you're doing braking, but there are so many other elements that you've got to pay attention. You cannot be looking out the window when you're being told by the team how to drive a car now.
So the BMW has had a bit of a service now down here in the pit lane, the 24 car that we had said come in. And there was a bit of urgency in amongst the pedal box area, but they were actually making the driver just do a little bit of movement on the steering wheel. It looked like they were just tweaking, could possibly be the steering pot down there, which gives so much data back in towards the very technical system that they have on these cars. They've since then put a brand new set of tyres on, which we could see going on with the brand new tread pattern, which is another new feature for this year, Ryan, and they look great when they go in the car. But the 24 BMW is now heading back to the pit lane for the tracks.
Unfortunately, though, it has lost a lap with an extended stay and an out-of-schedule stay in the pit lane. Just behind the WRT pit boxes, JDC Miller going to work. This is on schedule. Again, they've been out of sequence for a little while. I know Peter and John speculated maybe they were trying to do something different in order to score Michelin Endurance Cup points. Didn't quite pull it off to get the timing right with that. This looks like a nominal stop. Car dropped off the jacks. Just waiting on the energy replenishment now to go into that Porsche 963, which leaves the pit lane. It was Nico Pino who brought that car in. Had a really good stint, actually, the previous stint, Bruce, because we watched him make his way up through the field past Raffaele Marciello at one point, which is no mean feat. And this JDC team, plucky little team, they're doing this at a fraction of the budget of the factory teams they were going up against, but they have had pace to contend in the top 5. They led on merit earlier in the race.
You know, absolutely they did, but actually in the first couple of hours, it wasn't just they were doing overtaking, but it was, you know, these were 3-4 car battles, and yet they got in at the back of them, they worked their way through the middle, got to the front. So I think huge accolades to JDC Mellon Motorsport. You think how many years that team has been running, but you know, they don't always have the luxury of the largest budget, and you know, it was a brave move for them to run the Porsche 963. Didn't get an upgrade kit, but you know what, with what they've got, they are doing a really good job. They know the car, but even so, you still, you know, when you do not have as much munificent, as much money in the bank as some of your rivals, you've got to box clever, and so far I think they've been doing that.
And it probably was going through their minds that the previous generation 963 pre-upgrade, it's won this race 2 years in a row, so it's a pretty good package. And there's something to be said in a 24-hour race when so many of your rivals have updated their cars. That adds an element of risk, that adds an element of unpredictability to it. Tried and true ain't always a bad thing.
No, not at all, as long as it doesn't get into your mind that maybe there's something a little bit special on the upgrade. The mind can play many tricks, but you know, particularly in a straight battle, you think, am I losing out because I haven't got what they have? But anyhow, the fact they managed to get by merit to the front of the field has been a very impressive run for them. And just double checking that now it's back Kalen Frederick, the driver who was so impressive when he had Lawrence Van Toor all over his tail for many laps, similar identical cars, but except the one behind is slightly different because it's the more modern one from Porsche Penske Motorsport. Turned into Murray Walker there for a second. But he's back on track. No, so he'll have been learning as he goes, big time. But then, of course, when he was last out on the track, it was daylight. Different game.
Much different. The fog is starting to roll in. Again, out of the window. It's like somebody started up a dry ice machine. The fog machine just above us, and it's billowing around right in front of our window, but thankfully still elevated well off the racing surface, which has allowed us to continue under green flag conditions, but the view significantly different from the booth. A new voice in the pit lane. Let's welcome back Neil Cole, and he's got a legend of North American racing, IndyCar, sports cars, you name it, standing by with Neil.
Sebastian Bourdais, it's great to see you getting out of the car. Clearly it's quite hard work out there. Talk us through that stint and how the conditions have changed.
Yeah, I mean, for whatever reason, the car gets really pointy at night for us.
I mean, it's not the first time it happens to me at Daytona, but those cars are really struggling to hang on to rear tires, or at least we are. So we knew the night was going to be demanding, and yeah, it's just you're basically not breathing, trying to pick up the throttle that slowly and that finally. So it's quite exhausting, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, it's good fun trying to challenge yourself and find some pace, but yeah, not easy.
For people that don't know the language, describe what pointy means.
I mean, the car is just really on the front, and you're really using up the rear tires very quickly. So it's like a challenge against yourself to try and be as smooth as possible, and every movement being very, very, very measured and calculated, and like almost holding yourself in the car to try not to tap the throttle, hold yourself from having any reactions on the steering over bumps and whatever. So yeah, when you don't breathe very much around the lap, at some point you just get a little choked up, but yeah, it's a good challenge.
It's a physical and a mental challenge. And for how many laps did you have to do that?
I was just a double stint, but yeah, I mean, the first one's always a little bit kind of taking you aback, because, you know, in practice you do 10 laps at most, and then all of a sudden you do 45 or 50. So yeah, I mean, it's always a little bit like this, but yeah, these cars are, it's not physical, it's just, yeah, I guess when you kind of forget to breathe a little bit, it makes it harder.
Yeah, try and breathe. It's quite important to get some oxygen to your brain as well as through the engine. When you brought the car in, the number 8 Turner Motorsport car, you brought it in third position, so you know you were able to make it go well.
Yeah, no, I think everybody's seeing some degradation. I mean, you have to double stint probably until like 4 or 5 a.m. depending on the yellows and what happens with the restriction of the number of sets that are available to us. So yeah, I mean, once you single stint, it's much easier. You just can push, and you know, there's very minimal degradation over one stint. But the double stint is definitely a bit of a killer. You probably lose about a second on average from the first 2 seconds, so the grip goes down significantly, and then it gets easier to lock a tire under braking. It's easier to get a snap on exit. It's just, you know, mistakes happen quickly.
Always a pleasure to talk to you, but remember to breathe, Sebastian.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Thank you.
Sebastian Bourdais famously does not like a pointy race car. He's talked about this quite a bit, that he's very particular in what he likes in his setup. He likes a planted rear that he can count on. And yet, driving a car he's not at all comfortable with, a car that takes the breath away, literally, it would sound like. He's still pitted from third position. Right now, it's team boss John Ferrano in the car, and he'll have to hang on here for a couple of stints as he tries to knock out his bronze drive time.
Drivers like different things from their cars, and you know, they can come away with the same lap time, but you know, some drivers are very clear, other drivers, but they have a particular style of car they want, and others are happy to drive anything. But you know, if it comes out at the same lap time, some drivers, if you're relaxed with it, you're going to be, you know, just getting yourself less tired. But if you've got something in your mind that's just slightly bugging you, but you might be going, okay, I've got to suck it up right now, because the track will get cooler, the air will get cooler, and perhaps my car will start to behave the way I would like it to be. But remember, there is not a driver in this race who is going solo. They've all got to share their cars, so it's got to be a setup that sort of is suitable for everyone. But we are going to have a big swing. It was much, much warmer in the days leading up to the race yesterday, and today, Saturday afternoon, it was really very muggy, and that is half the reason we've got so much moisture in the air right now. And it was way warmer, and people sitting in the grandstands by their tens of thousands, shorts and shirts. Not always a guarantee. 2 years ago, I think it was way below freezing here.
It was chilly last year, not quite that bad, but it was definitely chilly down in the pits in the overnight, and led to some challenging moments on outlaps. Drivers talking about that, especially in the GTP class. Part of the reason Michelin has come with a new tire for this year that in part is designed to heat up quicker. And so instead of having to hang on for 2, 3 laps leaving the pits when you put fresh tires on, it's down to maybe 1 on the GTP cars, where it's still incredibly uncomfortable. But, you know, we would see, and especially in those cold conditions, GTP cars getting passed by GTD and GTD Pro cars regularly, and not just right out of the pits, but for a good part of a lap it would happen until they get onto the straightaways, where they could finally feel some confidence to put the power down.
Yeah, well, it's quite good. People are a little bit cautious on their outlap, because you've got to quite a number of pit stops you're going to make during the course of 24 hours, and don't just think it's 24 hours divided by a typical stint length, because of course you will then inevitably have some full course yellow periods and moments where the pit is finally open for you. You can come in, get a splash of fuel to keep you going, but it's such a tricky event, and I think it's becoming trickier by the moment, because little by little, but it's blowing in and blowing out again, I think the mist is starting to descend a little bit more. Does it affect them on the banking? I can't tell you, not yet.
Well, maybe we can get that information when we hear from some more drivers getting out of cars. We should have GTP pit stops shortly, but right now it's a battle for the lead in LMP2. George Kurtz has the position, but PJ Hyatt got a great run through the Le Mans chicane, gets in the slipstream and pulls alongside. At the stripe, it was Hyatt by 4/1000ths of a second. George Kurtz very cautious to the inside in turn 1. Let's Hyatt go around the outside. The lead has changed hands. These are the two bronze drivers in these lineups, and I have to believe they enjoy the chance to race against each other, race against their peers this deep, almost 8 hours now into this 24-hour race.
Yeah, I think PJ Hyatt will be wanting a rerun of that, and he'll have it on a loop at home, because that was a really fabulous move. He went high, he stayed high, but I tell you what, George Kurtz, very much a gentleman there. He couldn't resist the tide coming in. The tide, in this case, was PJ Hyatt, and kept it clean for him, didn't obstruct him, and already PJ's starting to pull clear. But hey, this is what it's about. You don't go racing in the 24 hours of Daytona only to do it in daylight hours. Quite often the bronze driver doesn't get a great deal of nighttime driving. Don't forget, however, half of this race, a full 12 hours, is under cover of darkness. But right now, they shouldn't be too tired. It's just coming up to just gone past 9:30 in the evening. That was fun, and that is half the reason you do great events like this. Doing it in the dark, up on the banking.
Our colleague John Heidoff did the math, and it's a little over 13 hours of darkness this year, marginally more darkness than the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai last week, which makes this the 24-hour race with the most darkness of all on the endurance calendar in 2026.
Yeah, because when you think about events like the Le Mans 24 Hours, Northern Hemisphere summer in the middle of June, I mean, light starts to flick around the edge of the sky about 5:30 in the morning, and really you're getting up to about 10 o'clock at night. So do the maths on that one. There's a whole lot less running in the darkness. But that's the beauty of moving around the globe and having these races. Everything provides something just that little bit different.
George Kurtz getting back in his rhythm, now working through a little bit of GT traffic, having just lost the lead in LMP2. He's a former Endurance Cup champion in the WeatherTech Championship. That was back in 2023. He's a champion in GT racing here stateside as well on a couple of different occasions, and has started to rack up some of those crown jewel wins, always special to have on the CV. Class win at Le Mans in 23, class win at Sebring in 21, class win at Petit Le Mans in 23, and then at Spa 2 times over, 22 and 24. So a combination of prototype and GT success on that CV. Not bad at all for someone who came to racing later in life.
And you know what? For any of the drivers like George Kurtz, PJ Hyatt, Brendan Uribe, they take instruction. It's how someone who's been very successful in their business life to afford to be able to go racing listens to instruction. They've been top of their own mound, king of their own hill, but certainly we heard an interview with Ollie Milroy, who's done a lot of driver coaching with Brendan Uribe, and it's one of his points was the fact, don't forget, all of these guys are tech guys. They're used to analysing data, of course, analysing it and then being able to produce the goods when you've got that on board is not always an easy thing to do. But I think all of these drivers, PJ Hyatt, George Kurtz, Brendan Uribe, are all absolute examples of the sort of performance you can only get this in sports car racing, where you can have a teammate who's going to share the car with you. And that has been the backbone of racing for a very, very long time. And why is sports car racing, GT racing, at the very zenith of its history? Well, because of people like these.
And it is the backbone of the sport. You're right. We happen to be living through a golden era, dare I say a platinum era, of manufacturer involvement. But it doesn't take much study of the history of this sport to realize that waxes and wanes, very much dependent on global economic forces, world events. At the end of the day, who's there to backfill when the manufacturers start to back away for whatever reason? Right now, may it always be this way, it's very strong. but again, history would indicate it's not always going to be that way. And the bronze drivers, the gentleman drivers who do this as a hobby, they take it very seriously. They prepare like a professional would, but this is not their day job. They're the ones that have supported the sport through thick and thin.
Yeah, and we are, as you say, riding very, very high indeed. And if you're fairly new to racing and new to sports car racing in particular, look back a couple of decades and you go, oh, it's quite a thin field now. Teams have to be turned away from this. The Le Mans 24 hours oversubscribed, the big GT races, the Spa 24 hours, the Nürburgring 24 hours. They could probably have 200 entries if they really wanted. They don't, it has to be limited, but we are at a high watermark, and we and you, the people watching, are the beneficiaries of that.
It is a special time. Certainly, in my relatively brief career, I've never seen anything else like it. You have the privilege of having been around this a little longer than I have. Would you agree? Is this the high water mark?
It is. I mean, when you think back, for many years, people said, do you remember Group C racing? It was fantastic, the Porsche 956s, but the back end of the field was nowhere near as good.
We've got some pit callers now out of the GTP class, and Duncan is in amongst them.
Yeah, right in the middle here, we've got the 31 Wheeling car, the Wheeling Cadillac, and it looks like Jack Aitken's getting in that car. They're going to take 4 tyres and fuel. We've also got the 93 Acura, which was, I was expecting his teammate in first, but that's not happened. Colin Brown's due to get in that one. He's going to take over from Tom Blomqvist. But this is GTP Central right now. There's a whole lot of action at the pit end, and clearing the debris off the front of the Wheeling Cadillac, important part of it, get that windscreen clean. They're looking at the back of the car, and everything seems nice and calm. It's waiting on the fuel, as we always see. And there he goes. The Cadillac waved off. But you could feel that. I certainly could feel that. Also the Acura wave. We're now waiting on the second one, the second Acura to come. The 60 car will be coming in. And as I did say, Colin Brown expected to get in that car and take over from Tom Blomqvist. And we'll catch up with Tom after the pit stop.
Nothing quite like that Cadillac V8 roaring to life down in the pit lane. It reverberates through the headset. You could probably tell it was reverberating through Duncan's body down there. If you're up close and personal with it, it is a life-altering experience.
Right up through the sternum, shakes
right.
every upper part of your body. But, you know, let's just talk about noise in motor racing, sound in motor racing. It can be a fabulous thing. Some engine notes not as sweet as others, but probably the best one here, the one that's most spine-tingling, is the Aston Martin Valkyrie. No flutes and whistles, doesn't need anything to make its engine sound better. It's going very well. Of course, this is the car that was separated from the pack, but it's 16 laps down. But having picked off all the GTT Pro field, got to the front of that pack. Now Marco Sorensen's getting onto the tail of the last of the P2 runners, 11th in class. David Heinemeier Hansen at the wheel of car number 11 at the moment. That's TDS Racing's entry, but he's going well, sounding incredibly good.
This might be a development worth noting. Philippe Albuquerque and Tom Blomqvist now have peeled off from 3rd and 4th, respectively, overall and in the GTP class. They're in the pits. The top two, though, the 2 Porsches that have been setting the pace, they're also getting the fuel or the energy economy. They're able to stretch this stint at least 1, if not more laps more than their competition.
If you can gain an entire lap, that is like just finding a second trump card in your hand. It's something that you fight for when the race gets interrupted by full course yellow periods and you have to chop your pace back accordingly. Then things can change. But at the moment, I must say those Porsche Penske Motorsport cars are looking very, very much on the money. As I speak, out of the lead goes Felipe Nasr, bringing the number 7 at 963 in, so we'll have this flurry of runs through the pit. But it did get very close at the front, but every sort of once an hour those 2 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s resume their position at the top of the chart, a bit like the Corvettes numbers 3 and 4 in GTD Pro.
And again, Kevin Estre going even further than Felipe Nasr here. Nasr in for service, also seeing pit stops for a couple of the GT cars at the moment. This is a car further down the order. It is Sandy Mitchell for Pfaff. And that car somewhat delayed. Up close and personal on our pit lane camera with car 7. Smoke billowing out of the right side. Brakes so hot after pushing for the better part of an hour. Clean pit stop, driver change it would appear. We'll see you got in that car momentarily. Felipe Nasser with a strong stint to take that car to the front of the field.
Yeah, there's been a real scurry through the pits. The cars from 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th positions have come in, waiting for 2 of them to go back out. 2 have already done just that. And again, it's that excruciating long run towards pit exit. You think you've reached it when you approach turn 1. Oh no, it's very tight. You double back and rejoin halfway to turn 2. It's a long pit run.
Just under 16 hours to go, 8 hours down. That means we're a third of the way through the 64th annual Rolex 24 at Daytona. GTP pit stops are underway, so we'll go ahead and give our VP Racing in-race update, starting with the GT classes. We'll start with GTD, currently led by the Heart of Racing, and they're Aston Martin, Mattia Drudi at the controls, and he's been able to pull away to a sizable advantage here over the course of the last few laps, now stretching his stint a little longer than some of the competition as well. Pitting out of 2nd place was Onofrio Triarci in car 023 for Triarci Competizione. 3rd to Vanderster Racing. Valentin Hasseclos, the Frenchman, was 3rd prior to this pit stop. And then 13 Autosport, haven't talked much about them, the reigning GTD champions of this event and the best placed in the Bronze Cup category. Ori Fadani on an outlap right now. Came in from the 4th position. 5th in GTD belongs to Windward Racing, with Lucas Auer currently behind the wheel. GTD Pro, it's Get Speed showing the way. That's the Bartone brothers entry. Joe Gunan has cycled his way to the front just ahead of Paul Miller Racing's Neil Verhagen in their BMW, 0.3 of a second further back. Then 4.5 seconds behind, you'll find the first of the 2 Corvettes, which have spent a significant amount of time running 1-2 in this race. Alexander Sims from Nicky Katzberg, that's number 3 from number 4. And then in GTD Pro, Will Power now in the pit lane, pitting from the 5th position. 75 Express Mercedes, the entrant for that car. In LMP2, CrowdStrike Racing by APR, it's now Alex Quinn at the controls, and he's gone to the lead. PJ Hyatt has stayed aboard for AO Racing, led for a while, having taken the lead moments ago from George Kurtz, but they're on a slightly different cycle with their bronze driver. They've now dropped back into the 2nd spot. 3rd belongs to the 22 from United Autosports. It's Paul DiResta, the ex-F1 driver, behind the wheel. Jeremy Clark, winner at Sebring last year for Inter Europol, is 4th in car 43. And Sebastian Bourdais, well, don't know that he should be in the car right now, but Tower Motorsports at the very least is shown running just behind in 5th. Now let's get to the order in GTP, where Lawrence Vanthoor in car number 6 is on an outlap, having just pitted. Julian Andlauer, the sister car number 7, shown as 2nd at the moment. Reger van der Zande, Philippe Albuquerque, Jack Aitken for Acura, and then a pair of Cadillacs, respectively, completing the top 5 in the class. And that's your VP Racing in-race updates. $15 hours, 56 minutes, 43, 42, 41 seconds remaining, and a change for the lead potentially here on warm tires. It's Julian Andlauer slicing to the inside of Lawrence Vanthoor. Tires not quite up to temperature on that car, fresh out of the pits, and the lead has swapped hands once again overall and in GTP, but it's still Porsche Penske that's showing the way. Meanwhile, driver change a little while ago for Meyer Shank Racing. Tom Blomqvist out of the car, and with Duncan.
Yeah, Tom just quickly getting a little bit of a drink here, just about to come out. They're actually bringing a gas bottle back into the tent area, and they're going to get me past that, I'm afraid. So give me 1 second and he'll be out. He's putting the cap on. He's had the debrief upstairs with the technical team, which is oh so important, Ryan, when a driver steps fresh in the car. They've got to download exactly what's happened in that stint with the guys upstairs, because it's important. But Tom, a good stint for you there. A really good pit stop from the team as well.
Yeah, it was a good double stint there for me. Yeah, I don't know what happened on the previous stint there for Scott. We just couldn't, after that restart, we just couldn't switch the tire on, and you know, we just fell off massively there, which is a bit of a shame, because that stint there we had pretty good pace actually. I think one of the better paces of the field. So that's somewhat motivating, I guess, for the rest of the race. But yeah, I mean, the Porsche guys are rapid out there. They're going to be really, really hard to beat. But we're going to do our best. I think, if we just kind of stay out of trouble, we need to, make some ground up. But obviously, there's such a long way to go. Yeah, they're all to play for, man.
A lot of people are talking about the mist kind of rolling in. Has it got any effect on the cars out there?
I mean, it's difficult to see. In some places, it's a bit awkward with the lights and stuff. Very difficult for the spotters. They can't see us in places. I mean, for the car, the cooler temps are giving a bit more grip, which is, always nice. But yeah, I mean, it's a long way to go, man. And yeah, let's see what Colin can do now and the other guys the rest of the race.
What was the last bit of information that you gave over to Colin?
I mean, I think it looked like I was managed to extract a bit more performance, so just trying to give him some tips from the lines and how I was driving the car to eke out the tire, which, we seem to manage to do. I managed to work in the first part of the race. He came on good in the double and the same there. So, yeah, try and give, need to help them out as much as possible. But, these guys are experienced. They know what they're doing as well. So, yeah, just keep chipping away.
Thanks very much.
Tom Blomqvist, as good as anybody in one of these GTP cars. He's slotted in nicely with the Meyershank team. Had a star-crossed attempt at an IndyCar career with MSR, but is back where he's most comfortable and most at home. He loves his IMSA racing, and he's showcased just how talented he is ever since he got back in one of these prototypes.
Entirely so, Ryan. But now, I think when you're racing in the dark, it looks like a film set. Anytime you look at any point on the circuit, the mist is starting to drop down to track level. Any pit stop, I mean, when we had the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s, when they came in for their recent stop, the camera crews and the TV director would have loved all the steam coming off the brakes. They sat there, and the lighting in behind does look like a film set. But this, of course, Ryan, is for real.
Moments ago, Julian Andlauer just pumped in the fastest lap of the race, 136.723, having just taken the lead, now starting to pull away, already a gap of nearly 2 seconds, having taken the lead just a couple of laps ago.
Get off my tail, you pesky Lawrence Vanthoor. Keep the pressure off. Those Porsche Penske Motorsport cars absolutely seem to be on the money, but Julian Andlauer, well, I mean, Lawrence Vanthoor is a massive talent, but putting on a fantastic show, and it's the one with the black tail fin, number 7, that has moved into the lead of the race. And Lawrence Vanthoor is going to try and hang on. Traffic will certainly make it difficult at certain points, but they're on the high side and the GT cars down below.
Development here. The DXDT Corvette, right now it's Sally Ulich driving out of the GTD class, a mechanical black flag for the North Carolina-based team. Second year in the WeatherTech Championship. Turkish veteran driver Ulich at the controls, but that car is going to be making its way to the pit lane here shortly. Currently in the top 10 in GTD. They've had a nice, solid, quiet run, but evidently race control has seen something with that car they don't like and are indicating it needs to make its way to the pits post-haste.
Yep, and the messages come thick and fast. That was only issued just 2 minutes ago. So, the team personnel could be focusing on one thing, but they've got to keep an eye out for penalties.
This, though, is actually good news of a sort. Thanks to Ryan Smith, great PR rep for GM and for Corvette Racing. Mechanical black flag is due to no radio communication. So this could be the team asking IMSA to give the black flag to their driver to make sure he comes into the pits. I'm not sure exactly where they are in their stint, so let me test that theory, but potentially that's a workaround. If you can't communicate via radio, at least throw that black flag and force the car to the pit lane if that's what you would like it to do.
Beats shouting off the pit wall, that's for sure.
And that is about right. They're 54 minutes into this stint, so they are due a pit stop. A lot of their contemporaries are pitting at about this time, so my suspicion is that this might have been at the request of the team. And although a radio issue is nothing to be trifled with, spotters here are so important, of course, in the Rolex 24, more so than most sports car races, but at least it's nothing more sinister than that, it would appear. if we're correctly reading between the lines, and I suppose we should make it very clear this is my supposition here, but let's call it an informed guess.
Or call it a conversational point. It's certainly
Okay.
something to be considered. But yeah, I think it's a very, very good call, because the last thing they want is Sally not knowing that he's due to come in, and it's not always easy to signal to the pit, but he has entered the pit.
Answered that call and did so quickly. Hopefully they can get those radio issues resolved during this pit stop. Got a few other cars trickling into the pits, but DXDT is the one we're wondering about with that radio issue, according to the Corvette Racing PR, and it's in the pits now answering the mechanical black flag.
Also in the pit lane, in fact, no, just left the pit lane. Now Ross Gunn has taken the Aston Martin Valkyrie back out onto the track. Remember, with Marco Sorensen, it had passed all the GTD Pro cars after a couple of electrical problems earlier. Got on the tail of the LMP2s, has served its pit stop, but the LMP2 classes that are holding 11th down to 21st position, they're going to be coming in fairly shortly for their pit stop. So the Aston Martin will continue its rise up the order, but this time with British racer Ross Gunn.
Right now we've got our eyes on the second placed car in GTD. We'll talk more about Lilu Wadu, who's driving that car at the moment, in his second. But first, let's get some pit stop calls from Duncan.
Yeah, Vassar Sullivan racing the number 12 car now in the pit lane here, getting a top of a fuel. They've had the tyres already as well, and there was a flurry of activity in the pit box before it, just as it came in, because the Valkyrie had been in for a pit stop, and the Vassar Sullivan team pointed out all the tyre debris that had been left in the way. So there was a big bit of sweeping, but that's a lovely stop there from the Vassar Sullivan team. Really calm, really crisp, clean, and concise.
A quiet race for them to this point, but those cars continue to run, as you would expect. It's the oldest GT car in the field. They know it well. Reliability shouldn't be a problem at this stage. There's not much novel to them outside of the new Michelin tires, really, and it's a tried and true lineup, really almost exclusively across the board. A few new additions, Benjamin Peterson most notably. But back to Lilu Wadu, who runs second, as mentioned, in GTD. Ferrari factory driver, first female driver to be part of Ferrari's GT factory driver lineup. Also became the first woman to test an LMH car. Did that back in 2021, testing Ferrari's 499P, the all-conquering, at least at Le Mans, although recently for the season-long championship as well, in the World Endurance Championship. That prototype, really talented driver who had herself quite a year ago, winning Petit Le Mans class and actually also winning the Endurance Cup Championship in IMSA.
And she'd also been racing out in Japan as well, so getting a lot of mileage under her belt, sorry.
So we just watched the number 12 car there. I was watching that at the pit stop. It's really good to see a great team at work, and Esteban Masson was the driver who stepped out. First of all, how was the stint for you out there? Have you noticed any difference in the track with the mist starting to come down?
Yeah, I mean, obviously first stint for me in the race, first stint in Daytona. I think we have done great until now, managed to get like a clean race. Yeah, still 15 and a half hours to go, so a long time. It's quite dark with a lot of fog now, so it's hard for the spotters as well to get information. But yeah, looking forward to the rest of the race.
As a rookie, how busy are you in your mirrors looking for the P2 cars and the GTD cars coming up behind you?
To be fair, I'm a rookie here in IMSA and in Daytona, but I drove a lot in WEC, which was as well in the SCF, with a lot of hypercars. And I drove many different championships like ELMS last year, where we won in the LMP2 class, so I know both sides, you know, from the prototype and GT side. But yeah, looking forward and having a clean race until now. We need to keep it to the end, and that's how we can get a shot at this race.
Thank you very much, thank you.
Thank you.
Esteban, born in Canada, but calls France home. An up-and-comer of some note and notoriety within the Toyota and Lexus camp. He's likely best positioned to move into Toyota's hypercar lineup when and if they decide to shuffle that lineup around and maybe want to infuse a little youth into that lineup, which has been stagnant, but for good reason in recent years. You look at the success and it's hard to question their decision-making.
No, entirely. But you do feel that change is coming at some point. But, you know, I admire teams that stick with their drivers, and works teams tend to be the ones that do them. If it's a regular open team, a privateer team, it has to be a little more cutthroat because you can't always be sure of a budget coming in every year. But I do feel a change of the guard is coming. You think how long Sebastian Buemi's been racing for Toyota, for example, in the WEC, and doing, like a lot of his rivals, a double time season because they do Formula E as well. And, you know, very, very different cars indeed. But for those that don't know what Formula E is, it's a single-seater, all-electric formula. And if you compare the cars now in what is, I think, the 11th season, if you put them side by side, or is it the 12th, it's onto Gen 4 cars, but they are as if from different planets, some of the cars they kicked off with long ago. And you travel the world, often at the sort of expense of your body and your sanity in the middle of a racing season, where you go, oh, I'll tell you what, between these 24-hour races, I don't know, I'm just going to, while you're at the Nürburgring 24 hours, I'm going to go, where was it, Jakarta last year?
Yeah.
And then back, of course, for the Spa 24 hours the following weekend.
Yeah, maybe not one of my better notions, but duty called. So yes, that was an interesting 3-week stretch in the middle of the summer last year. There is some crossover. I try to remember, I think it was Philip Eng when he was in here talking about being a reserve driver for BMW in Formula E and how that helped him with these hybrid prototypes, try and manage some of these systems, most notably the braking system, where so much of the braking is done through the regeneration of energy process. It's not necessarily about the physical brake pressure, you know, the pad onto the rotor, for instance. There's a lot more that goes into it, and there's a reason why drivers have bounced back and forth between those two championships. You can bring a lot of the same style, the same mentality. It's a much different type of racing, no question, much different car, but some of the intellectual aspect of the motorsport does transition between the two.
100%, actually, very entertainingly. I was walking along behind two people today from the infield to come back out to the outer part of the circuit to get up into the giant grandstand to our commentary position, and there were two guys ahead of me having a stab at talking about regenerative braking, and it's fairly safe to say not everybody gets a full handle on it to start with, but the very fact that people here have so much love for motorsport, they want to get down and crunch through some of the technology. I really admire that big time. There are many ways you can take a look at it on various YouTube channels, see what the manufacturers put out there, but we always accept that racing improves the breed. Varies enormously between the various categories, sports cars, single-seaters, whatever, but inevitably there's a technical bent, and for a lot of fans that's almost as important as the racing. I'm very much more focused on the racing, but you know, for some people they love it all, but some, I just love the fact that they have day jobs and yet they can still have enough mental space and time to understand or go looking for the technology that makes these cars go fast.
Yeah, it is. You can spend a lot of time going down and getting lost in rabbit holes like that. The same can be said for the drivers that love the technical aspect of the sport. We've got a couple of interviews lined up. We'll start with Duncan Vincent. Duncan, when you're done, we'll go ahead and throw it to Neil Cole, but let's hear from Mattia Drudy first.
Yeah, the Harter Racing team in the number 27 car, which was on pole position. That was a really good stop for your team there. But Mattia, can you tell us how your stint went for you?
Actually, like the first one, yeah, I found myself leading with fresh tires, so actually it was quite a managing stint. We know we have to do a certain amount of double stint with the tires during the race. So we used my second stint to do one of those. So actually the second stint was not the easiest one, just trying to manage the tires, especially the rear. Now it's not super easy, but the car is working nicely. The team is doing a good job so far. We're still up there, so that's the most important thing.
What are you guys going to do with tires? Double stint? We've heard people are maybe going to triple stint. Is that on your radar?
Not really triple stint at the moment. We did already a couple of double stint with the tires. And now the plan is to keep more and more fresh tires for the end of the race.
Mattia, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Over to Neil Cole.
I'm in the pit lane with Winwood Racing's number 48 GTD Pro, Maxime Martin. Maxime, it looked like it was going well, but then a drive-through. Talk us through the whole process.
Yeah, it went okay, and then we had a drive-through for a pit stop infringement. So yeah, at the end it put us a bit on the back foot. But yeah, I did double stint. Car is good, car is one piece. We know how it is here, so we need to stay alive, and yeah, and we see how it goes.
And with your experience, you know that you can just overcome something like that. In a 24-hour race, a drive-through can become meaningless, and that's very valuable to this team, I think.
Yeah, 100%. For sure, the team has a lot of experience. We have a lot of experience with these kind of races. Here at Daytona is a very special 24-hour race. We know that everything happen more or less in the last 2 hours. So we need to keep the car clean. Car is all good. So yeah, we keep pushing and see how we can go.
And give us an idea of how you're feeling with the setup of the car, because of course the balance between setting up for the night and for the hot tomorrow, is there a compromise? Which have you favored?
Yeah, 100%. I think our car in general is quite good on the tires. So I think it's helping us more in the heat than now. So in the night we are, I would say, struggling a little bit more. But yeah, it's a long race and we need to be sure that we have a good car for the last 2 hours.
And what about you now? When are you next back in the car? What will you do now?
Yeah, now I go have a little rest, a little shower, and then I will go after to back in the car for a triple stint. So yeah, I have a bit some rest now and then we go back.
Triple stint, okay, good luck with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. We've reached 10 o'clock Eastern time, which means it's time for the fireworks display. Unfortunately, Bruce, with the fog layer drifting down over the racetrack, hard to see much of the great fireworks show that Daytona had planned for us.
Yeah, they go up. You see the bottom part of the display, the upper part, not a chance. TV camera is actually very good at picking them out because they can produce light where light necessarily isn't as bright as it could be. But anyhow, it's all part of the show, and you can never underestimate just how many people, or never overestimate, I beg your pardon, how many people are in the infield with their massive RVs, the smaller ones down the inside of Speedway turns 3 and 4. It's a party atmosphere, corrals of Porsches, all generations, Corvettes, everyone has their little corner. It's a great, great spirit, it's great fun. But I honestly thought by now the fog would have come a little lower because it blew in about an hour and a half ago. And I didn't expect it till 4 or 5 in the morning, but it's just going to show what a warm, moist day it was. It was a hot day, frankly, here when this race kicked off at 1:40 in the afternoon.
Bad news for plans of fans of Pratt Miller Motorsports. Their car 73 LMP2 car is shown as behind the wall. We'll talk more about that in a moment, but first, a chance to hear from the mayor of Hinchtown. James Hinchcliffe is with Duncan.
The mayor of Hinchtown is definitely here, and he looks nice and happy and relaxed. James, how are you enjoying your Rolex 24 so far?
I mean, it's always great to be here. You know, it's such a fun event to be a part of. Really kicks off the motorsports calendar for a lot of guys, and it's like I said, it's fun to be back here with the Faf boys. It's not been as smooth a night so far as we would have liked. We had a little bit of brake problems. That's put us back a few laps, but honestly, the guys did a great job kind of getting everything changed and sorted. So hopefully that's our promise done for the day, and we can get some of those laps back and still be in the fight here.
What's the plan for you? When will we see you back behind the wheel?
So Sandy's in there right now. He's got one more to go. Then I'm going to go in for a double and kind of keep going through the rotation. So yeah, I'll be in here just a little bit.
What's it like getting a double stint under your belt? How do you feel physically when you get out from that?
Yeah, great. I mean, obviously a lot of training goes into doing this and preparing for the Florida heat. So the first double was a lot harder, I think, because of the heat. This one shouldn't be too bad. And you know, it depends on how rough you're driving it out there, how hard you're taking the curves, and how much argy-bargy you're doing with the competition. So the goal right now is just keep the car clean and make sure in those last few hours we got a strong car.
James, thank you very much. That's Faf Motorsport. James Hinchcliffe, the mayor of Hinchtown, and he looks so cool and so relaxed.
We've just gone full course yellow, and it might be because of smoke from the fireworks. Debris off track is the official reason we've been given in turn 1 in the runoff. But I have to say, we got a shot down the backstretch a moment ago, Bruce, and the smoke from the fireworks display mingling with this fog, and then an onboard shot a moment ago showed this as well. obstructing perhaps a bit of the view in the run to the Le Mans chicane.
You could do. As soon as I saw that shot of darkness, I mean, of course it's dark, it's after nightfall here, but suddenly the visibility just around the Le Mans chicane really came tumbling down. I went to have a look and see if I could see a flag up a pole and which way it was blowing, but actually I can't at the moment. But actually, as we look across the track, the fireworks display has stopped, and maybe, just maybe, it was down to that smoke. Who knows? But full course yellow, and that will back everything up. I just want to point out the lead gap between Julian Andlauer in the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 and Lawrence Van Toor in the sister car was 5 seconds. Of course, that will come down, but they are looking strong. But Renger van der Zande, just remember, he started from pole position for Meyer-Shank Racing with his Acura. That will give him an opportunity to bring that gap down as well. He was sitting about 15 seconds off those the tail of those 2 Porsches, but that is a little bit of a gift. And then behind, we've got a trio of Cadillacs, number 10, number 31 and number 40, respectively, in the hands of Philippe Albuquerque, Jack Aitken and Louis Delatraz. And all these drivers go, thank you very much. They get to close in for free.
His full course yellow brings to an end nearly 3 consecutive hours of green flag running. We went green with 18.5 hours to go. We now have 15 hours, 34 minutes to go. It was roughly 104 laps, it looks like, for the front-running cars. Is that right? Wow. We've been at a really good clip here then for the last 3 hours. Restarted at lap 173. We're on lap 277 now. Gives you some idea of the reason of the pace that we've been setting when we've been able to stay under green flag conditions. Let's run through the yellows that we have had. The first one came early. Debris in turn 1 was the official reason for it, but there were several LMP2 cars involved in a first lap turn 1 incident. 2 cars in particular were heavily damaged and left debris on the racetrack. Then, after a brief restart, we had a crash for the RS1 Porsche that ended its day early. That was the first official retirement. Eric Zitza spinning in turn 1, hit the pit attenuator, did a significant amount of damage to the car, but good news, he was checked and he was released. He was all right. Then another restart, and a little while later, debris in turns 3 and turn 7 led to the third full course yellow of the event. The fourth one came out with 21 hours and 4 minutes to go. A big crash as well. Adam Adelson and Dylan Murray. Dylan Murray spinning in the AF Corsa LMP2, collecting Adam Adelson. Those 2 cars eliminated in that crash. The most recent one prior to this was Matteo Cairoli crashing in the Dragon Speed Chevy Corvette. That car has since returned. A chance to go back to the pits. Let's check in now with Neil Cole.
Yeah, I hustled down to Pratt Miller Racing and I found Enzo Fittipaldi. So Enzo, just explain to us, for fans of your team and fans of you who are worried about seeing that the car's behind the wall, tell us what happened.
No, it was very unfortunate. Our right front came off the car after the pit stop, but we don't know if it has anything to do with the contact our teammate Chris had earlier in the race. But yeah, that's very unfortunate, and I guess now we'll just try and get the car back and to repair the other damage we had.
So you think it's repairable, but you're not 100% sure?
I'm not 100% sure what the situation is right now, but I'm just not happy about it. It's unfortunate because the team is everyone is amazing, and it's just a shame that it has to go like this. But you know, there's still a long race ahead, and hopefully we'll be able to get the car back running on track and do our best to recover.
I can see physically how disappointed you are. You're putting on a brave face. How much time have you been in the car so far, and with all the preparation leading up to today, for this potentially to be the end of the 24? How does that feel?
Yeah, I did. I was able to do a stint, 2 stints, and yeah, it was an amazing experience just to race at this track, at this, you know, what an amazing event. It's honestly unbelievable to be here, and just super happy as well to be doing it with my brother. It's a shame that it had to go this way, but that's racing. So yeah, we'll just keep our heads up over the night and just try and get back out on track.
Yeah, well, I think there's a lot of people who will be keenly wishing that the car gets back out and you get to drive fast again.
Yes, that's the goal, and and I hope all the fans are enjoying the race.
Thank you very much. Obrigado.
Very circumspect Enzo Fittipaldi. Quickly, Bruce, pit stops just took place in GTP and a change of the lead. The two Porsches swapped positions in the pit lane. 6 now ahead of 7. Sorry, 7 ahead of 6, I believe. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they are in the same order. We'll check that in just a second.
Yeah, what I was going to say, when they were talking about debris being cleared, you know, under that full course yellow did a bit of sweeping. One of the things I saw was a wheel being put into the back of one of the course vehicles, and of course that was the one from the Pratt Miller number 73 Orica. So a good thing they found your lost property, but the bad thing is the car's probably been quite damaged coming in on 3 rather than 4. And I'm not talking cylinders.
No, well, that would be quite a problem if they were down to 3 or 4 cylinders in that the Gibson V8 that powers the LMP2. But 3 tires, just as bad. Really unfortunate. That's a team that had showcased quite a bit of strength here, and a special story to have the brothers Fittipaldi, Pietro and Enzo, who have supported one another in their respective racing careers all over the world, but losing the wheel, and it was a change in positions, and actually it was orchestrated. Now, we've seen this a time or two in this race. Porsche Penske trying to make sure they didn't have an obstructed entry or exit for either of their cars in the pit lane.
What we have to remember, though, in that stint is that Julian Andlauer against Lawrence Vanthoor, he opened out 5-second margin, but it's a question of where, they seem quite content with the performance of their cars, and they seem quite happy to try not have them racing on track. They can call a move, you take the lead, because we want you in front when it comes around to the pit stops, and it's doing them well. Best of the rest, of course, you go, gosh, look, it's only 3 seconds further back to Alex Palou in the number 93 Acura, but of course that's because the safety car, before the safety car came out, just remember they had a 15-second buffer. Of course, we've had a change. It wasn't Alex Palou in the chasing car at the time. We've just had driver changes. But it doesn't seem to matter who is in the Porsche Penske Motorsport cars. They took victory last year. And you have to say at this point, they're looking fairly good for doing it again this year. But then you look at what's left on the clock. It's just coming up to, well, it's getting towards 12 minutes past 10 at night. We're going to be going on until 1:40 in the afternoon on Sunday. So time aplenty for things to change. But from what we've seen so far, number 6, number 7 for Porsche Penske Motorsport, those 963s look in supreme form.
GT front runners coming into the pits. They only recently made their stops, and we saw it was just a splash for the Corvette number 3, nearly a collision in the pit lane for the 3 Corvettes. I think it was one of the Mustangs trying to come into its pit box that caused the Mustang to go long. They pushed that car back in its pit stall and nearly into the, I think, GTD Pro Windward Mercedes was the car in question. Could have been the Get Speed Bartone brothers car. Both are of darker complexion. Crisis averted in both cases, but it was awfully close there in the pits. And look, we've talked about it. Execution in the pit lane, avoiding mistakes in the pit lane. That was going to be a key to this race, given how crowded the pit lane is. That's especially true with all of these GT cars that we have here this particular event.
Well, it just so happens most of them have their pit garages right next door to rival cars in class, and then when you get this flurry, particularly, the field gets bunched up during a full course yellow, and then they come in according to their class. So even if your class, so let's say you've got 12, 15 cars, is quite spread out, it gets bunched, then you dive into the pits, and you're going to come in almost inevitably on the same lap, the first opportunity you have to do so, and that is when it can get really tough, and you have to thank your lucky stars if you don't have any class rivals around you. Just gives that little bit of space, and we talk about the level of competition with these cars. It's the little slip-ups that define the majority of change of position and stretching or diminishing of an advantage. Out on track, they're running clean, running with great pro drivers, and they tend not to have great jumps one way or another. But in the pits, so much can pivot, and that's where you have to really sympathise and empathise, if you will, with the mechanics and the people in the pits, because they have to sit, observe, be on their mettle, and then bam, they have to burst into action and not make mistakes. We've already had quite a few penalties for tiny little elements, but they're in the rules. It's a transgression, and it's all in the name of safety.
There is a safety vehicle sitting just to the inside of the track in the Le Mans chicane. Looks like one of the jet dryers, which can also be used simply to blow debris off the racing surface.
It's not a place you'd want to sit, because the car is almost not quite dead ahead as the cars come down towards the Le Mans chicane. They come fairly close to the wall on the right upper side of the circuit, then they turn in because they look straight ahead to this sort of escape road. But that course vehicle is almost facing them, but it's about 10 feet past the apex of the corner. But they've all gone past it at least once now, so at least they know where it is. But again, it wouldn't be there unless it wasn't a very good reason as to why it needed to be clear.
One outcome of this yellow, we were down to just 8 GTP cars on the lead lap. Trouble for the 24 BMW had dropped it down 7 laps. They were in the pits for an extended period. We chronicled all the repairs that were being done at the front of that car.